I love when it randomly changes my audio settings like that. It does it in completely random ways, and it'll just randomly do it one day. What the fuck? I love that the chat window's not working all of a sudden. That's great. For no fucking reason. Just like how the audio didn't work for no reason. Windows updated my computer and now it fucking broke everything, even though I'm not even supposed to get updates anymore because I'm still on Windows 10. That's awesome. I thought I wasn't supposed to get updates anymore. What even the fuck? It turned off my filters and shit too. Wow, it just completely broke. This Windows update just completely broke my chat window here.
Thanks. I think I'll probably need a little luck.
What the fuck? Hang on, I can fix it. And then, that's 15 minutes wasted because of technical problems already. But nobody ever joins in the beginning, so whatever. Streaming an hour earlier today, it's 9 p.m. Allegedly. I woke up today and it was 7 p.m. and it wasn't dark out, which was strange. I assumed they did daylight savings time or something. Oh, this is interesting. When I click refresh it, you see the chat window for a second. Interesting. That's a stupid problem. What the fuck? It disappears messages instantly. That's so retarded. My computer says it's 9:18, so... Yeah, there's a YouTube stream. How do I control the window size? Yeah, so my computer updated now. The make messages fade option doesn't work, so I have to have messages never fade because it doesn't even consider the timer. It just instantly fades all messages now because of that Windows update. Fucking joking. What a joke. Fix this by syncing your Windows time. So it's because of daylight savings time. Oh, it's 8:21 apparently. my computer clock didn't update. Now it's fucking with the timer of when the chat messages disappear. Allegedly, I don't... We'll see here. And there's no way to change the window size of the chat window either. Like, that's what I've been stuck with. Trying to restart it. There, it's fixed. 25 minutes wasted. Because I don't know how to change the size of this chat window. So I don't want... Wait. Okay. So you have to do that on the OBS side. I just don't want all these messages to be like covering this whole thing here. Windows Update broke all of my audio settings. It fucked with the third-party software I'm using, and then the daylight savings time desynced my clock, which broke the timer on the chat window. There's already 21 people watching compared to, I was lucky to get 15 on Twitch. Time is complete bullshit. And when you go to space, you find out space-time is bullshit too. There is no way, if we lived in multiple solar systems, there would be no way to universally keep track of time. We would have to arbitrarily follow the time zones of Earth. We would all be using Greenwich Mean Time to keep time on another star system. Because that's if civilization is still, like, all connected. So you need to have your clocks lined up whenever for monitoring people and goods and doing trade and doing shipments. So then there is no universal time. There is no way to keep track of time for the entire universe. I was just using Twitch for the last 2 years or something. Because I wasn't big enough to get banned from it. No, Twitch is still on top. People get mad about getting banned from Twitch. I think they still have Asmongold on Twitch, even though he advocates murdering all of Israel's enemies every week. He really wants to kill Goyim for some reason, and they just let him stay on. I wonder why, but yeah, you get kicked off Twitch if you're a leftist and you say the same thing about Israel that he says about Goyim. Over the top, World War I. Maybe if I get in the mood. The only real time I watch a movie is just when we watch a movie to do a movie review with Celtic Cat. Asmongold was always an idiot. It's just more televised, and he's just he got the call from Peter Thiel or whoever holds his leash, Peter Thiel or Larry Ellison, saying, "Hey, you gotta talk about killing more Muslims. You gotta get the goy riled up to kill more Muslims." Yeah, I mean, Twitch does suck. YouTube has so much monitoring going on. They have like AIs that are watching fucking all your streams, all your videos, and they're trying to string words together. If there's something that sounds like a slur, they'll just like auto take down your video. Just bullshit. Mr. Medeker is your classic. He is a boomer now. He's a classic Fox News boomer. A Micah Pete. He's an Israel firster. This is what happens. If you saw that stream I was on, where I was on Wolf's stream, we were talking to the MGTOW cowboy, who's an anarcho-capitalist MGTOW tard. And you look at Mr. Medeker, this is literally proof that wage slavery and comfort kills you. It destroys your mind if you haven't crossed a threshold where even in comfort you keep thinking. I will never have rest, no matter how comfortable I am inside of my mind. Like, my mind will constantly keep doing motions and keep challenging things and reflecting. Whereas when you're dealing with a cattle person, cattle includes Mr. Medeker, Asmongold, and the average person. Whenever they get comfortable, these people stagnate and they become lazy. They become lazy and unserious. If they're protected by money and comfort, they don't have to care anymore. Because you see, the thing which drives cattle into spiritual enlightenment is basically struggle and hardship. And not just struggle in like one way, but struggle in many ways. Not just struggling like being forced to do physical labor. Not just worrying about if you're going to be alive in a couple years. But also constantly testing ideas and finding out that these ideas that you have aren't entirely true and you have to keep improving. Or you have an idea that gets completely destroyed and you have to start over. Eventually you do that so many times that even when you're comfortable like I am right now, relatively speaking, I still keep thinking. Because the default state of people is to do as little as possible to get as much as possible, to have as immediate of an existence as possible between themselves and what they want. So when you have cattle people are lazy. They're lazy and unserious. They're just like, it's like, we all start this way, so you should be able to understand this. Is that if you're not already enlightened, or if you're not already like beyond this threshold where you can't stop asking questions, even if you're alone in a room, you start reflecting on yourself and challenging yourself. Your brain keeps doing motions. You're never able to just relax and regurgitate Fox News and settle for like just saying memes to banish any phenomenon, and just like being like, I don't need to understand what's going on there because I have money. I don't need to because it doesn't matter. So Mr. Medeker, he got what, over several $1,000,000. Nick Fuentes is a retard too, by the way. Maybe he'll get better, but he behaves like a grifter, like he's controlled opposition. Maybe in like 5 or 10 more years he'll be somewhere better, but right now he has several $1,000,000 and a giant TV show, so he doesn't care anymore. He's no longer serious about things. Why are wars in one hemisphere good and wars in another hemisphere bad? It's because it's based, man. It's based. It's based to waste money invading countries in North and South America for the benefit of nobody but a bunch of rich pedophiles. It's based. Based. It's just based. What I mean by unserious. And then if you challenge him, he'll just laugh and be like, I'm a millionaire. I don't care. I'm a millionaire. It's like when we were talking to MGTOW Cowboy, he's basically like he would be ready to like be smug and hide behind his achievements. Like, I'm a truck driver. I have $80,000 and a prostitute. I don't care. And then Mr. Medeker, he's like, I'm like an internet legend. I have $2 million from retards giving me free money. Like, I don't care. I like when Israel kills Muslims. It's based. Like, it makes leftists mad. That's what spiritual death looks like. They're physically still alive, but they're dead. They're dead spiritually. The only way they can ever move forward is basically more suffering. Dealing with them is like dealing with a 16-year-old. Like a spoiled brat. I don't care. I'm a plumber. Why do you... Yeah, I love wars for Israel. I love that our kids will be working for eternity, working 100 hours a week, paying off the expenses of a bunch of rich pedophiles as they keep passing their costs on to society while they have infinite money to make more money and protect themselves from the consequences of their own actions. And we pay for all of it. I don't care. I'm a plumber. I'm a plumber. I make $1,000 every 2 weeks. I don't care. I acted like I cared about the government being wasteful, and now I'm supporting wars that benefit nobody but rich pedophiles in America and rich pedophiles in Israel. I don't care. You're a loser. Why do you care about these things? I don't care about things that I say. It's like it's just a joke, man. Who cares? Just make money. Stop like taking things seriously. Who cares?
It's same certain types of intervals, certain in terms of how that's going to come in. And then come. Thank you. I think I finally understood some things about it. Once again, what we have is few absolutely set things, 5 strings, a certain number of permutations. Within those permutations, infinite variety.
And I still get this. Talking to them, it's like talking to like a 19-year-old Poltard who sees like these funk-based edits on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Like I was saying like they say shit like nothing ever happens. They just say that like dismissively and amusingly, and I'm like, why don't? Okay, well, it's time. You say nothing ever happens all the time. Why don't you take the next step? Why don't you question why nothing ever happens? Why don't you wonder why nothing ever happens? No big spectacle blows up the world or anything. There's no World War III. There's no martial law or genocides in the First World, and why don't you question why there's like this illusion to keep society docile while things get worse? Like, why are things getting worse? Who is driving this, and why is nobody doing anything about it? Why don't you take the next step and wonder about these things? If nobody pushes them to think more, and if they're comfortable and safe, that's it. There's no progress anymore. And wage slavery is death too, because you literally have to cease to exist for hours a day in exchange for money. You are renting your existence to somebody and not thinking. You're not doing anything. You're not really learning anything. You're not doing anything. You're doing tedious labor, turning your brain off. You're trying to do things while your brain's turned off. You're trying to master this. You're trying to cease to exist to make time go faster while your body keeps doing what it's been rented out to do. And then if you do that for 10 years, you talk to the retard before he starts wage slavery, and then after, he has the same opinion. Because everything in between was nothing. All that he learned was like, you can learn physical skills, you can move money around, and then, but whenever you talk about like their philosophy, their paradigm, what they think is happening in the world, why are things happening? What's happening? It's nothing. It's the same shit as like when they were 18 years old. It's like, the things that I've connected together shouldn't even be that profound. People who are exploited are more vulnerable for exploitation. They become lazy and frustrated, but frustrated in a way where they attack their own peers because the system exploiting them is too complex and imperceptible for them. And then, while people are stressed, tired, busy, they have no time to think. So what do? Well, they need thoughts, but they don't have time to think, so they get on their smartphone and they download what gets recommended to them by the algorithms. That includes any side of the aisle. That includes right-wing garbage and left-wing garbage, liberal garbage, libertarian garbage. They literally have other people think for them. Do you see the systems of control? How, like, it's so nightmarish that people get exploited, which makes them more vulnerable for exploitation. And that will not change as life gets worse. Life can just keep getting worse, and this will continue. Because the system is too complex. You can't talk about like these loans, these hedge fund managers, these giant networks, these corruption schemes, these companies working with governments to get infinite money. And it's like, no, that's too difficult. It's too difficult. So they'll just download Fox News and be like, oh, the reason housing costs so much is because of Mexicans. No, housing has nothing to do with shit like what MGTOW Cowboy was telling us to do, where millions of people in this country all have the same idea. The money's gonna get worthless over time. The only real way to thrive is to buy up property and vampirically leech off of wage cucks. And see, you're not the only one that has this idea. Millions of people have this idea of buying like 3 properties. Having 3 wage cuck serfs that slave away for them. Paying rent. What do you think happens when millions of people are all buying like 1 to 20 to 50 properties? What do you think happens in culture and society when everybody's like, I don't care anymore, I'm just looking out for myself, I'm like just gonna get some wage cucks to pay rent for me, and I'm just gonna like bang Filipino prostitutes or Puerto Ricans in some third world shithole that costs like a quarter as much to live in? No, see, that's too complicated to think about. So, you download your opinion off Asmongold, or Elon Musk, or Fox News, and they tell you Mexicans are doing it. It's literally a system of every man for himself, except there's these powerful groups that get even more powerful from the fact that everybody else is an individual that hates society and wants to just rob everybody else. You have to realize, like, this society already is cynical. Everybody already hates each other and thinks society is like a joke. So they're gonna think that like they're getting one over everybody by having this great idea to buy properties and siphon money from renters. And guess what? As property becomes more unaffordable, more people are renting too. It's literally a system where people believe that they are the same as the oppressors. Any move against the oppressors is a move against them. And everybody is complicit. Even the bottom wage cucks washing dishes are all complicit in it. The plumbers and all the construction workers and the burger flippers, they'll all come out and attack you and put you down. They feel like you're coming after them because it's their plan to become a billionaire that bangs kids on a yacht. You know, it's just going to happen eventually if they keep grinding or hustling, or maybe their kids will be able to do it. This system would not be able to exist without the stupidity and compliance of the masses. They also don't care about morality, by the way. They do not care. I've seen so many pedo hunters end up being pedophiles. I've seen how, like, there's all these, like, millionaire boomers who go bang 14-year-olds and then come back and act like it's... and then, like, flip out on somebody because they're just, like, seizing the social movement to put somebody down and make themselves look better. This is how you have to actually view society. They do not care about any of these things. They do not care about anything. They literally have been tricked into believing that they are an extension of their masters, and their masters do no wrong. Any personal hardship is a result of personal failing. And they can't do anything either because they're so desperately living on their meager pay. You can't, even if you're getting paid well, you can't do anything. If you lose your career, you can't get back into it ever because labor is so oversaturated that you're screwed if you lose your job. Any job you get after your current one will be worse in every way. A real nightmare dystopian society is driven on the individual level by the average person being a stupid psychopath. It's evil top to bottom. It's evil because rich people are just your average normie cattle who got lucky, and now they have like this capital and some time to divert money and time towards exploiting people even more to get more money. And you take all these poor retards, all these construction workers and box stackers, and you gave them money, they would do the same thing. The closest. If my immediate material existence isn't getting perceptibly worse, then it doesn't behoove me to serve the system instead of rail against it. There are no hard determination to oppose my continued slavery under it while the potential for upward mobility exists. It seems the only thing that will shift this collective tendency en masse is if terrorism seizes the first world. Here's the thing, is that yes, cattle people have no ideals or principles, and they're driven by their immediate material circumstances. This is why Israel, they pretty much mastered this, where all you have to do is like get a goy, and you promise them like money and promotions in a career, and they have to come to Israel. You get a free trip to a foreign exotic place, and you go through all the Holocaust museums, and then you go to these meetings, and then they set you up to be yet another grifter. They set you up to be another Asmongold or something, and that will work on the average cattle retard. And that works every other way in society, is that people are just driven by immediate material experience. They're basically an animal that rubs its genitals against things until it reproduces. It just feels good. It doesn't know why it should. It doesn't know that reproduction will even happen. It just does it because it feels good. That's like your body's telling you, like, this is working. Here's the thing. Would it take terrorism to move people into action? Yes, this is always a recurring thing that happens in revolutionary thought, is that the cattle are fucking stupid. This is literally like the cattle have to be led by like a vanguard of revolutionaries to steer them, to think for them. You have to like start a fire here so that the cattle run this way. They don't know why they're running fire hot. They run away from it. And then that's also happening in society. They don't know why anything's happening. It's just feel good or thing works for me, so that's what's good. The world is just because it's just for me. Or the world is unjust, but it's unjust in a way that benefits me, so it's actually good that it's unjust. It's actually just. Unfairness is basically like God rewarding people for being innately better, because I happen to be on the good side, whereas I would be you if I was on the other side. But because I haven't objectified subjective experience, I believe my subjectivity is all that there is, and I'm lazy, and I have no reason to care, then this is good. This is what ought to happen. What is happening is what ought to happen, unless I don't like it. Will something happen in the future? I mean, hopefully. The problem is, this system is really good at maximizing exploitation, making it impossible to perceive for cattle, and also giving cattle the bare minimum it takes for them to not rebel, for the system to not collapse. And this system is so, like, evil and good and so complex and developed over a century. They bribe you with your own money that you will pay off at interest for the rest of your life. Just the mere fact, banks will be able to tell you this, that cattle have trouble even comprehending the future. I want car now. I will pay a 10-year loan at 12% interest. And you know what's fucked up? I'm talking about like people buying muscle cars and shit. You know what's fucked up is that you can say that that's stupid and you will be forced to do the same thing. Because cars are costing more and they're of shittier quality. And they have more marketing spins like, oh, this is an electric car with new computerized functions on it with like safety features, and that adds like $5,000 to it. And marketing, plenty of marketing. This is the sales. This is the real terror of capitalism. Is that eventually people start to succeed, or the culture, all these capitalists act in solidarity even without having to conspire. They all, at the same time, leverage their control over these goods and services to lie and increase the value of it. They can just lie the value of it, and you have no choice. Go build your own car. Go build your own car. That won't be street legal. Go start your own internet. You see, like, even though libertarians and objectivists are a joke, their parties will, like, never actually have power, their sentiment is the perfect propaganda in this society. Because it's literally animal slave morality. To worship people with money. And if you worship people with money, you too will have money. Everything is your fault. Whenever a objectivist, libertarian, anarcho-capitalist works with the local government to get a bullshit contract to build a bullshit project with like 5 times marked up supply and labor costs, and your community is going to be paying that off for eternity, that's your fault. You're the parasite. You should be lucky that he built a useless road at 5 times what it should have cost because his friend's in the government. Here's the thing. Ideology doesn't actually matter. It's just that objectivism and libertarianism and shit is basically the closest thing to an ideology that cattle will have as they participate in a capitalist system and justify the exploitation and worship the wealthy. Because they'll talk a big game about, oh, cronies and communists, and then they'll start doing their own scam. Yeah, these people they're only looking out for themselves, that want money at any cost. It doesn't matter. You think they're going to turn down, like, free money from the government? You think if their friend offers them a contract that costs 5 times as much as it should, that guarantees them income, guarantees them they'll be able to buy a mansion and another mansion in Puerto Rico or Costa Rica or whatever, you think they're going to turn that down? They don't give a shit. Tradies that talk a big game about the free market, they will demand more regulation to artificially inflate the cost of their labor, and in order to protect their own labor from anybody being able to join in, because actually it takes like 3 months to become a tradie. This is what society is made of. This is the real thing. You're not even fighting any ideology, you're fighting animals. You are fighting animals. Tradies are also bitter because it's a shitty job. How do you think a dude feels getting humiliated by people that go to college and rich kids, white collar people, and he's got to go change poop pipes and wire and cut wood and stack bricks. And he's got to go fight with customers and homeowners and shit. And every time he doesn't know, he goes on social media and he tries to talk about how college is a scam and people, these engineers and these doctors are all losers, and then they all call him a loser and laugh at him, and he gets sent away looking like the village idiot crying. How do you think he feels? He becomes resentful and bitter. And when you pair stupid bitterness with money and power, you get the giant evil system getting another rotation on its wheel. That's the energy that drives it. Yes, they scam apprentices. They made it so that you can't even get... You will be arrested. You will be arrested if you try to do their trade without their permission. These free marketeers that hate communists, they want you to go through them and get their permission to be a plumber, to stack bricks. These guys that love the free market and capitalism and hate parasites want you to go through them so that they can artificially inflate their labor cost and control. They can try to control their own labor market. They can literally prevent competition from popping up in their backyard. The only way competition can happen is if a guy who apprenticed somewhere else comes over to their territory. They stop people from growing up into their competition. The free market. And they scam you. Guess what? You're dependent on them. Guess what? You get underpaid. You get overworked. They can treat you like shit. They can take all of their problems, all of their insecurities out on you. They get laughed at. They're a loser. They take it out on you. What do you think these people would do if they were billionaires, by the way? Do you think that attitude would change? Them abusing and hustling and stealing, undermining society? Do you think that would stop? Oh, and then the cherry on top. All the pathetic, stupid wage cuck slaves on the bottom that hate their lives and are getting exploited and bullied and abused. What do you think they do? They bully their peers. They rob their peers. They fuck over their coworkers. They fuck over homeless people or NEETs. Or they fuck over a guy that makes $22 an hour laughs at a guy that makes $18 an hour.
Yo, what's up, Dags?
What's up, Celtic Cat and Hudson?
How you doing?
Pretty good. I've been screaming for half an hour.
You have?
What you been talking? I didn't get a listen. What have you been?
I was explaining. I was explaining specifically how the system is evil. Like I was explaining how millions of people have the same idea to buy up properties and then use wage cuck renters as slaves so that they can have an easy life, and that this jacks up housing prices. And then I was explaining how tradies try to monopolize their trade in an area and use it to exploit people. And then how pretty much every level of society is like stupid, evil people that keep it all going. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. I feel like the conception of housing as like an investment vehicle is like kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It is disgusting because it cyclically makes things worse because people buy up properties, which makes properties cost more, which makes them more unaffordable, which makes more people need to be renters, who all get siphoned from by fewer people that own the properties. And
Yeah.
then people are stupid. They listen to. I was also saying like people are busy working, being stressed and tired and depressed and crazy, so they have other people think for them, and they can't possibly comprehend this system. So like they just have Fox News or Asmongold tell them that it's just Mexicans. It's Mexicans and communists doing this.
Trump publicly stated that he wanted to keep home prices artificially high because it would hurt the boomers if the price of homes declined.
Yeah, and they probably like over half the population probably cheered for that because they all think that they're going to be the overlords eventually if they just hustle enough.
Well, like most people that are millionaires in the U.S. are just millionaires because of their home equity. Like that's the main reason. Like it's not like they created anything or like invented something. They just sat in a house for like 30 years.
Yeah, they pretty much profited off the fact that they contributed to a bloated government that is devaluing its currency so that they can make more money off of the investments. And then on top of some of them got lucky and they happened to be in a good area. Yeah, as if they totally predicted that a city would become more valuable in 30 years. And then these lucky animals get hailed as like things that we should look up to. You should praise them and emulate them. And then here we are. Everybody is a predator. Even if they're a bottom tier wage cock, everybody's a predator thinking they're going to have their turn. They're going to have their own Epstein invitation.
Everyone's just trying to exploit each other. Like most of the increasingly popular ways of getting rich are just like zero sum. It's just like one man's gain is another man's loss. Like whether it be crypto rug pulls or like prediction markets, like everything's just about like not actually creating value for an excess amount of people. It's just like stealing from Peter to like give to Paul.
Yeah, there's literally there's literally no plan. There's no ideals. It's exactly why America is just a rotation of thieves that kick the can down the road, that bribe us with money that we'll be paying off for eternity.
Like the smart people in America, they all study to become like finance bros, just to engage in like zero sum like wealth extraction. But well, in places like China, the smart people they study to be like engineers and like government officials. Like I just feel like the culture of America is just like you were saying, it's just so inherently predatory. Like
It's the competition in China is also really bad. You'll have thousands of people in lines for just 10 jobs. It's like this kind of everywhere these days.
yeah, that is true. Like they have the lying flat phenomenon in China. Like
I don't blame them.
No, China's not doing much better. Like they too have like royal dynasties that rule their government, that they're spoiled Communist Party kids that drive around in Lamborghinis, and they have incel problems. They have people that are dropping out of like the labor market and trying to avoid it. Like they realize that they're doomed, so they're just gonna be homeless, or they try to like do the bare minimum.
yeah, I think I heard there's like 30 million excess males in China because there's so many like selective abortions against women historically.
It's the same in India too. They killed so many girls. There's a lot more men.
Yeah, it might be even worse in India. Like,
Well, India is like hell on earth because you can't even really sustain a real community because the women you encounter, they were probably raped. They're probably They've probably become deranged, and the men are all insane. And the only like human life is completely worthless, even more so than America or China. It's the perfect incubator for slaves, which is why they get brought over to the West. Iran just hit an American boat with a missile, and the American boat was completely staffed with Indians. They're also replacing truckers with Indians because Indians are basically slaves for the capitalist class because it's just a giant hell pit. When you're in a giant individualist hell pit, it's pretty much everybody's looking out for themselves and hustling and justifying the exploitation because they want to do it. Even if they're a slave, they expect in themselves to be able to do it one day.
I don't know how true this is, but I've heard that in the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, there's a lot of like Indian migrants that are basically treated like slaves. Like they're not allowed to leave. But I don't know enough detail about that like story to verify it. But
Yeah, I heard about that too. They bring him in, they like basically put him in shitty housing and have him work to death, and then they don't pay him sometimes even.
these oil-rich Arab states, they're insanely like corrupt.
Capitalists should not be driving society and dictating policy like that because then it just turns into literally they will literally import infinity slaves for a short-term profit. That's why the southern plantation owners were no different. They just wanted more profit than they would get from dealing with white people that are used to things like, better living conditions and have some level of ideals introduced to them through culture. You can't treat me this way, I'm a person. But then if you import like an African slave or an Indian slave, they're like an animal. They're like livestock that you can collar. And like they'll just look at you with like wide scared eyes as you like order them around.
India and Africa still practice slavery on a far greater scale than 100 years ago even. So it's just natural to them. They don't know any difference.
Do you guys remember like near the beginning of Trump's presidency? Like there was this big debate on Twitter about like H-1B migrants on like right-wing Twitter because you had people that were saying like, oh, you're just afraid of competition if you don't want to import like infinity migrants. Like they're trying to like basically shame people for wanting like white-collar job security by saying that like you're basically like a pussy unless you want to compete with the entire world for like these wage cut jobs.
The children of boomers need to compete with slave labor to be, to operate on a world stage.
Yeah, just to have like the same status, economic position as boomers. Yeah. It looks like Vivek Ramaswamy, or whatever you pronounce his last name. It was looking like he's gonna like lose the Ohio Senate election because he's like this unlikable G. But even though like he should be winning because like Ohio's like a really like red state, but
like the fact that it's like a coin flip whether he could lose or not is fucking pathetic. So
yeah, that's a block.
That boomers literally whenever he speaks, it's all boomers. It's all white boomers that like cheer for him.
Yeah, dude.
It's all white boomers that are gonna get their property values increased. They're gonna get cheap slave labor. They're gonna get. This is another thing. Capitalists want immigration. Like anybody that doesn't like unlimited immigration, your number one enemy is literally the capitalists because they want to oversaturate labor, increase consumption, increase demand.
Yeah, I feel like
He wants to bring manufacturing back to the United States by devaluing the dollar and bringing in tons of immigrants.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But to your point, Dags, I feel like most leftists they never acknowledge the immigration thing. They just they just associate being anti-immigration with like the far right, and like I don't know, they just can't get over.
Bernie Sanders recently started talking about how immigration oversaturates the labor market and undermines like worker leverage. He started saying shit this year that I've been saying for like 10 years. And that's probably where the wind's blowing. I mean, that's obvious, but you're literally dealing with the average retard cattle that think they want worker leverage to be devalued, even though they are a worker, because they think they're going to be an owner eventually.
Yep.
A lot of boomers are definitely stuck in that old mindset of if you work at the factory long enough, you can become the manager of the factory. But that's not how it works.
You don't even get to be the owner. You get to be a fucking manager that will get thrown under the bus if anything goes wrong. And only one person gets to be the manager, and the other are his terrified area supervisor underlings. Yeah, fucking thousands of people work at the factory. Only one gets to be a manager. Just be the manager.
Yeah. I feel like I'm conflicted because I also feel like those manufacturing jobs, they probably sucked, but also the jobs that replaced them, like the service economy jobs, those also suck in my opinion.
Well, these things either way, they do suck. You wouldn't want to work in a steel mill. I would not want to. Working in a steel mill or working at UPS, they're both fucking shit. And the problem is, these things do generate a fuckload of money that people could be paid twice as much as they do now. It wouldn't be that bad if you only had to work like part-time. I mean, it would still be bad. Time still slows to a still, even if you're working there for 4 hours.
I think any work is worth working if you're getting paid enough. If your currency isn't being devalued and your labor being disenfranchised, then it's fine. Like, at least you're being compensated fairly, but no one's getting compensated fairly anymore.
Work isn't treated as something that we begrudgingly have to do. Capitalists lie to you and say that it's fulfilling and you should want to do this thing. It's actually great. You're just a communist that can't appreciate it. You're entitled. Because what should actually be happening is we should treat it as, something that we're forced to do. It's like, it's a horrible, shitty, unfortunate circumstance that we have to do these things, and it should be made more manageable for the people that have to do it. Like, you should feel sorry and kind of respect people that are coal miners and box stackers and house cleaners. Like, they're doing the absolute bad shit that people save up money and do desperately try to avoid having to do ever in their entire lives.
Yeah, that's true.
This is kind of a little bit unrelated, but I don't really understand. Like, I feel like the U.S. government's policy regarding like immigration and foreign policy is super like bipolar and contradictory. Because, like, for instance, Trump wants to be super aggressive towards China. He wants to compete with them economically. He wants to have like tariff walls, support industry in the United States. But at the same time, he's saying stuff like, "Oh, I want 800,000 Chinese students coming to our universities every single year," and obviously they steal trade secrets, and
Yeah.
I just don't understand it. Like,
Well,
How many Chinese nationals and students have been caught doing espionage and stealing shit at this point?
yeah,
They-
and I don't like.
they obviously don't care because Trump obviously doesn't care because he's part of like it's just a bunch of thieves and cartels just plundering us and then leaving before the consequences hit, and then the next people have their turn. They obviously want the Chinese students because they want to oversaturate labor. The universities are themselves a self-propelling industry, basically, where they will want to make more money. They want more admissions. They,
Dude, I feel like
now you go ahead.
the U.S. government has been getting worse and worse at propaganda. Because I feel like during the Iraq War, like although that was kind of a low IQ war and the propaganda was kind of shitty, I feel like it was better, much better than the propaganda that's being displayed for this Iran war. Like I feel like they haven't done a good job justifying the attacks on Iran at all.
Well,
The United States after the Cold War was so much more aesthetically pleasing and like better in every way than it is now. Like the military now is full of welfare queens. That's mostly what it is now. Most people there are not doing anything actually productive.
Have you guys ever seen the Caleb Hammer show?
no.
So he's basically like this guy who like goes over people's financial situations on YouTube, and he like ruthlessly criticizes them. And it turns out like most of the veterans that are on his show like have fake disability. So it's really apparently it's really easy to get like to fake a disability and get like paid for life with like VA paychecks. So I think that's a big reason why people joined. It's like you were saying, it's like a welfare program.
It really is. I've known a lot of people that go into National Guard and they only go there for like 2 months or something and they get paid off pretty good, even their college debt.
No, it's true. They don't do anything at all. It's like college for poor people. It's a giant welfare scam. Like even if you don't get disability, you literally get free money for life, and that you can stack it up by doing another tour. And you did absolutely. You like drove a truck. You cleaned a kitchen, and you went through. Going through boot camp is not even like a big deal if you know you're going to be heavily rewarded in the end. Like it pretty much invalidates the suffering.
Yeah.
Like would you all you gotta do is you gotta go through like some physical exercise for 3 months, and then for the rest of your life you get like $1,600 a month. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I went through an ROTC program thing, and yeah, it's mostly just physical exercise, getting yelled at. That's most of it. It's really not that bad.
Yeah, if we have like millions of soldiers, then it can't be like that brutal. Like millions of people are able to get through it. Like
Yeah, but you know how fucking cattle are, where they will cling to whatever little thing they have to prove themselves. So if they're making any money or if they endured anything, they will amp that up infinitely, saying like they demanding your respect, that they get free money from the government for doing basically the same amount of work that wage cucks do. Except wage cucks don't even get that payoff in the end where they get free money for life. I didn't get thanked for my service at UPS.
They have greatly reduced the benefits in the military. Like serving for 20 years, you don't get the same pension you used to get before. And the VA is just getting worse and worse every year, I hear.
I believe that too. I boomers are absolutely going to be cutting everything, pulling up the ladder behind them.
Boomers may not suffer and die horribly, but I think Gen X is going to. And they're even more prideful in a lot of ways than boomers because they're a bunch of crackheads. Gen X has like a lot of opioid problems, I've noticed.
The only people I've heard speak positively about the VA is my boomer grandpa who fought in Vietnam.
Yeah, I have a step grandfather, and he's the same way about the VA. He's like, well, at least it's free. That's what he tells me.
He goes in there, gets a catheter put in his wrist like every 3 or 4 months or whatever.
He has access. he has access to healthcare that millennials and Zoomers and shit. Typical to boomers. Even like I said, my dad has healthcare that went away 5 years after he got it, working for the power company. It's healthcare where they will literally cure your cancer if it's stage 3.
Whoa.
And for free. It will cost. It's like $2 million, and they will literally cure your cancer.
I heard recently the CIA was getting a lot of backlash because they were covering up the ivermectin. Apparently has some kind of positive results with cancer. It like helps.
I don't know much about it. Honestly, I kind of distrust the any like alternative medicines. I don't trust Pfizer. I'm not vaxxed, but I don't trust people the other way either. So I don't know much about it.
That's wise. I wouldn't trust it immediately either.
I don't doubt the system covers things up, and like it really is truly the healthcare industry, the health insurance industry. They're both like, trillion-dollar industries that propel themselves and dictate policy. So and social engineering. So.
Well, I recently read a book that was basically saying that like most medical interventions are basically bullshit, and most medical interventions barely work, and most of the studies that purport to find evidence of most medical interventions working are kind of like heavily biased. For instance, like there's this thing called publication bias where like like when you do like an experiment, if like there's a positive result, it's more likely to be like published in a journal. And so that's like part of the public evidence for the medicine working. But like for all the medical trials that don't end up working, they don't end up getting published in medical journals. So when you do like a meta-analysis, which is basically doing studies of a bunch of different studies, you're getting a biased result because you're mostly getting studies that were published, and those studies are most likely to have positive results. So that makes it seem like most drugs and stuff are way more effective than they actually are.
Depends also who's paying them.
Yeah, that's also true. Like, there's a lot of corruption with DA and pharma companies.
They really should publish what doesn't work as well. That helps a lot. If anything.
There's just less incentive to publish stuff that doesn't work.
I think my great-grandmother, she kept drinking this weird kelp juice stuff, and then her kidneys died, and then she died because Facebook told her it was healthy. It was going to detox her, but she kept drinking it until she died.
Yeah, like Jags, I don't trust mainstream medical science. I also don't trust alternative medical stuff as well.
It's true about pretty much everything. You have to have balance and not place your faith in false absolutes. Like one way or the other. Like I can't even talk to people on Reddit about not trusting Pfizer. I'm like, well, there literally were things wrong with the vaccine. Like people were having all kinds of problems that it was definitely worth not getting it if you could avoid it.
A lot of heart failure because the vaccine, specifically with Pfizer, causes heart inflammation in most people, and that causes micro scars, and then it just kill you randomly at some point in your life. There's nothing you can do about it.
I remember a lot of young athletes dying, like right after the vaccines were ruled out. Like,
But Dr. Fauci said I should take it.
Yeah,
I was forced to get it, so my days are numbered more than likely.
brutal.
I would have gotten it.
Took it.
If I was trying to get a job at a post office, and if I did get that job, I would have had to have been vaxxed.
I remember this factory I worked at, and they fired me eventually, but they had like this weird in between stage. It was like late 2021, and the vaccines are coming out and all that, and they're like, well, you have to wear a mask if you're not vaccinated, but if you're vaxxed, you don't have to wear the mask. And then also too, they're like, well, you'll get this little star on your badge if you are vaxxed, so you have to wear a mask. It is a literal fucking Star of David, dude.
If you are vaxxed or not vaxxed.
If you were vaxxed, you got the little Jew star.
Nah, that's not in Revelations or anything.
Yeah, dude, like, they, on your badge, it basically had like a little signature that you were one of their top goyim. Like,
the months...
didn't Trump promise he was going to deal with the tyranny that happened during COVID? Like the people, he was going to hold them accountable.
No.
For firing people.
Operation Warp Speed was a huge success because he fucking launched it.
But he was proud of it, bro.
Yeah.
Well, he said the first thing when he got elected was...
I wonder if he got the vax. I bet he didn't.
I mean, who knows? Like, probably. I bet he did. I bet he didn't. I mean, he's full of shit. Clearly, he definitely doesn't have faith in his own projects beyond like hustling people for money.
Yeah, the first thing he did when he got elected was pull a crypto rug pull. That was so funny.
Yeah, and then Trump phone, how he told people he was gonna sell them these like $800 phones that were gold, and they were actually just dressed up model of another phone that was like half the price. It was like some normal Samsung phone, and then all the people that ordered these phones didn't get them. Oh yeah, and then he used our military to sell like $500 million of oil for himself, and then all the insider trading that he keeps doing.
He is so much richer than back in 2016. It has been the best, like, venture capital thing he's ever done, was becoming president.
His son, Barron, is already has over $100 million just from his dad telling him what to buy. Because his dad's an insider trader. He dictates policy.
Oh my god.
He knows like the impact it's gonna have. Barron just bought $20 million of oil because his dad probably told him like oil's gonna shoot up when we start bombing Iran.
My god.
Did you see the guy on Polymarket that like predicted that Maduro would be kidnapped on the day he was kidnapped?
Really?
Like, yeah, it's sussy as fuck.
That website, that is a Peter Thiel fucking Israel tech cartel website. It's partly social engineering. It's also basically a way to get free money from the dumb goyim that gamble. Because, yeah, the guy who put that up, he's probably an insider too. Trump probably told him when it was going to happen.
Oh, definitely.
So he just got free money from all the retards.
If you're not taking advantage of the system in every single way you can, then you need to start finding ways to do so. Like, put your license plate on a shittier car that's the same type of car to pay less insurance. Do whatever you have to, because the system is unfair. And if you're not taking advantage of it, you're being taken advantage of.
You are justified saying that. And at the same time, the reason that everything's fucked up is because everybody thinks the same way. Normies will attack you if you criticize the system. They're like, "Oh, you're a loser. You're just mad because you're a failure. You're poor because you're stupid." And then at the same time,
oh, go ahead.
At the same time, they know that everything's fucked, and they do everything in their power to exploit the system and undermine society too for their own benefit.
Dude, the thing that annoys me most about normie shaming is basically they do therapy speak, they do like psychology reductionism, so anything you complain about can just be reduced to your own like mental issues. Like, oh, you're just resentful, you're just jealous, like you need to get over your insecurity, like as if there's no collective political issues that substantially matter.
Have you ever had like stoicism weaponized to you too? Where it's like,
yeah.
they tell you, like, listen, it's beyond your control, you know, you should accept that you just, like, can't control it and just get over it. You need to, like, learn to... It's also infused with, like, making you feel guilty and blame yourself, so, just get over it. Just, like, attain inner... They frame it as, like, spiritual enlightenment to accept... To accept what's being done upon you.
How dare you care about the state of your life and the society you're in?
What gets me is the active is as if you can just be normal and like just touch grass and not think about like politics. But the fact that everyone else thinks about politics means that you have to also think about politics. Like people aren't normal anymore. Everyone's radicalized. If you go outside and touch grass, you're gonna meet people saying some crazy shit that's gonna piss you off. You can't just like ignore like politics.
Everybody's on the internet. I don't know who isn't. Yeah. Everybody fucking, even wage cocks that turn their brains off for 12 hours a day, any chance they get, they pull out their phone and look at fucking social media and immediately download a thought.
Yeah, an update.
Yeah, they just go, what's the rage bait for today?
It's always fucking rage
I need...
bait.
Please, Netanyahu, what do I need to be angry about today?
Waste all your energy and spirit on something that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, never listen to a video of a woman like ranting in her car, because that's guaranteed rage bait.
A woman speaks and I don't listen.
It's good to be informed, but don't allow the internet to rule your life. You have to be productive, and you need times of the day where nothing's going on so that you can orient your life correctly.
Yeah.
Well, you need balance. You need to balance everything. You need to balance your behavior and what you think, what you do, because there's plenty of forces in the world that don't care about your well-being and just want to infinitely pull you into a place where they can exploit you. Even like all the things that you're looking at, it's like marketing to infinitely pull you in. They don't care what happens to you as long as like they turn you into a pay pig and a pair of eyes.
As long as they can grift you until you die, that's pretty much all society right now.
You know what's stupid is like they are a lot of the people that say, go out and touch grass, they're the ones that were saying insane political bullshit. And then they act like they're above it all whenever you confront them about it.
They just active as though their insane opinions are just like normative. Like they try to it's like a bizarre trick. They try to act like their extreme views are actually just normal, and if you're not adapting to their views, like something's wrong with you.
Yeah, and then their argumentation for why that is, it's like I make some money, and they also normies lie so much about what they actually achieve and do in life. They act like they have much more of a social life than they actually do. I used to do this because I was insecure the same way. I would like lie about what I did and act like I do more than I actually did. Act like I had more money than I did. You have to, if people can just lie to become more than they are, they will, because it takes no effort. So
honestly, I still lie. I lie because not to feel better about myself, but because like I used to think that if I was just honest and authentic about being like a loner, it would like sort of garner some sort of sympathy, but not really. They'll just use that as like ammunition to target you at the most opportune time. Like never be like open.
You do have. This is partly the reason why normies are so manipulative and insecure. It's because they do that to each other. They literally abuse each other. You're not supposed to be honest with them. That's why they're not honest people, is because the only people they interact with is each other. They have to constantly hide or else they will be attacked. So when you're dealing with a normie, normies are also really good at pretending to be somebody that you can trust, a cool person. So you also have to watch out for that. That's the one thing they can do is mimic. They'll try to adapt to maximize any situation. And a lot of them are a lot of them are still so stupid that they can't do it, but when you're dealing with normie cattle, you have to keep your hand of cards close to your chest and not let them see anything. Don't volunteer information.
There is a massive psyop going on in society I've noticed lately, and it's mostly a lot of the Jew hate stuff going on major platforms that they're just allowing to spread, and they're building a shit ton of new prisons. And I think the reasoning why is they're trying to rage bait people into saying illegal shit so that they can imprison them when they start pressing charges around next year to the year after.
It is possible. Like,
Definitely on Twitter, that's like the most like. This is
Instagram too. I saw 500 million likes or something. This one post that was just Jew hate stuff. I was like, they do scummy things, but that doesn't happen on major platforms. That's not supposed to happen on major platforms. So
I'm willing to bet with Trump's presidency and people feel a lot more free to say far more right-wing extremist stuff online because of it. I think once the next president gets in, which is probably going to be Gavin Newsom, I'm willing to bet, and they're just going to round up everybody who's saying all this right-wing stuff and put them in prison over something.
Yeah, leftists go pretty hard on basically fighting for the ADL, the Mossad operation, masquerading itself as a social justice organization. They do go pretty hard on that. The thing is, we've been speculating that Trump would do that eventually. I was pretty sure he was going to do it this term at some point.
They're going to turn ICE against the American people for sure.
He very well could, but it would also make a lot of sense for them to say that for the next presidency. Because obviously, like, the puppet they're going to put in place the next term is going to be a Democrat.
To me, it really seemed like the elite started favoring Trump during, like, late 2024. Like, he had all these tech billionaires suddenly, like, endorsing Trump. And also the media seemed far less critical of him than they previously had been during, like, his first term. I feel like, did you guys notice that as well?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the thing is, like, I don't understand that Trump is already unpopular. He's doing, like, the maximum unpopular thing, even though he still has support of 40% of retards in this country. And he could do it, and they would just defend it. Normies defend whatever system they still think they're benefiting from. And he still has, he's got Twitter, he's got Fox News, he's got the Mossad operatives on his side, the ones that control, you know, TikTok and everything. So he could definitely get away with it if he just went with, let's just start imprisoning people for anti-Semitism.
You're
That's
totally
exactly
right.
what I'm saying.
Like the far right people on Zitter, on Twitter and Instagram, like complaining about like Trump's invasion of Iran and his betrayal of America First values and his support of Israel. Like that's a small minority. Like
you get buried.
According
if you
yeah, like most magatards still are fine with the attacks on Iran. They love Israel. Like,
dude, millennials are turning into the next boomers too. Like this is how like cynical this world really is that I keep saying the Mossad and stuff. It's, you know, it's capitalist and everything, but specifically the Mossad, Israel, they realized that their influence over the young was slipping, and they know that all they have to do is just coerce through state and market all companies and organizations to give up positions to Mossad operatives, and then they can change the algorithm and the engineering that's happening. And eventually, over time, in the next 5 years, there will be just as many Zionists.
I think 80% of the American public are against the war in Iran.
oh really?
So there's that. Yeah, it's overwhelmingly negative.
Oh, I just saw like a poll of Republicans saying they supported it, but okay, gotcha.
I still think that, yeah, but when they don't support it, it's like it doesn't really matter by itself because like what do you think of the Iran war? I mean, I wish he wasn't doing it, but it's kind of like that.
A lot of money for nothing, for the most part.
They don't even care about expenses. Like, if you go and argue with normie cattle about the war, these people that complain about communism and spending, they don't have a problem with this war now. They'll defend her. They'll break down your argument, and be like, "Oh, it's not even going to be that long. It's not a war. It's a special military operation." They're just like they don't care about anything. They don't. You can't even judge any ideology or group by the normies in it because normies corrupt everything. They don't care about anything. They don't care about spending. They don't care about the state or social programs. They don't care about religion. They don't care about ideologies. They straight up don't care. You're dealing with animals.
Their ideology is mostly self-interest and whatever works for them and what makes them feel morally correct on their own like perception.
Yeah, like it's just to them, it's just a string of words. It's like a rote that they've discovered that realizes themselves. Like they don't care what it is. It's like it's the same as like if I was like a wizard in medieval times, I'm giving people like this charm will keep bad spirits away. Just wear it. Like they don't understand it. They just wear it because they think it'll realize them. They don't. They're just. It's just what a rote is. It's just like an abstract string of behaviors and things that they just realized will maximize their existence, basically. They don't really understand it or care.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why does an animal reproduce? Because it rubbed its genitals on things and eventually found the mating hole. Like, that's it. It didn't think about reproduction. That is always what you're going to be tangling with every time. The reason why these evil systems even thrive and come into existence in the first place is because that's more immediate to the animal existence than anything else. This is what's more easy to understand. This is what's better at controlling us, better at dictating reality than like socialists trying to do these revolutions and figure out how to do these like 4D chess manipulations of the masses. It's like it's more perceptive to our animal existence.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of hope that Iran does better than the U.S. in this war. To be honest, I just want to see Zog embarrassed.
I think with how decentralized their governments become, I don't think we're going to beat them through an air war, but I don't think Trump is committed enough either to keep this up for more than like maybe a year.
He's going to
I don't think the U.S. even had like clearly defined goals. Like you don't have objective victory conditions. Like can you win? Like I just don't get it.
Trump is a lot of talk, but he never really has an actual plan, it seems.
Yeah.
Well, they wanted to do the same thing as with Venezuela, and now Iran is making it difficult enough that the number is starting to go down for capitalists, which is immediately rug-pulling the entire war effort.
That's true. As soon as the economic incentive disappears, that's probably going to be the end of it.
Yeah, once it starts threatening the existence of the rich people and the average person, like it's over. The capitalist system will betray it. That's like you want to know why nothing ever happens. It's because capitalists don't want total war. They don't want economy-destroying wars. They want this quiet, gentle, indiscreet plundering of you while you slave away. And Iran did a phenomenal call, really, just bombing fucking everybody. Like, they knew what to attack, to their credit. They knew to attack our economy.
Saudi Arabia was somewhat defending them on social media until they got bombed by them. So now Iran almost has no friends.
Abrahamism is such a fucking joke in general, and Islam is too by extension. Just like look at this pathetic shit. They're all just standing by and going along with the Zog, while Iran is like doing a last stand, trying to just blow up like our economies to try to stop us from invading them. And all the Saudis and everything, they're going along with like trying to stop them. They're literally, you know what's even more fucked up is not only are they betraying their own religion, they're betraying their own group. We're doing all of this for the sake of Israel and some bullshit religion that was made up after Zoroastrianism, which started in Persia anyway. So we're blowing up the wrong place for several reasons.
Dude, a lot of this is motivated by crazy religious reasoning. Like Netanyahu, like he attacked Iran during Purim, which is like some Jewish holiday. And also Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, he's like a crazy Third Templist Christian. Like, I find evangelical Zionists are like some of the craziest people on the planet.
Judeo-Christians are the co-religionists of insane death cult Satanists for the most part.
For sure.
Their primary goal is self-destruction, and
Yeah,
they
they
want to
wanna,
take everyone with them because they think the world has to be remade.
I question how much they actually care about that, because I think they're just doing a big grift, because if you can be emotional and crazy about something, then people will give you more attention. People will be more stimulated by your performance. They're just like Christianity is a giant fucking grift, really. I found that, I mean, obviously normie cattle, don't judge anything by the normies in it, but whenever you talk to the leadership, it's genuinely people that are just callous and cynical and want to close everyone's eyes and siphon them for money.
So some woman pastor talk about wherever she goes becomes holy, and she went and saw Trump and said that he was God or something, and she has like a shit ton of followers, and she was there in a room full of pastors, and they were all like putting their hands on Trump as like they were praying. It was real cult shit.
Save me, Donald Trump. Save me, Donald. You remember that video of that guy in the car?
Donald Trump, save me.
That's unironically how they view Trump. That's unironically.
I like the Chinese version of that. Like, oh, Jade Emperor, please save me with the mandate of heaven or something.
That makes more sense than what that is.
And Xi Jinping is like thousands of times more competent than Trump.
Yeah, he's a true mobster.
They do a few things right, but it's still like a corrupt shithole that sucks to live in.
Yeah. The Chinese leadership over there is like constant, like fish eating bigger fish kind of shit.
And the only thing they've got going for them is they have a better philosophy and they have like an actual plan for the future, because they're kind of attached to their government and have to go down with the ship if it fails. But at the same time, their kids are literally a bunch of spoiled brat international tourists and college people that they're just the same kind of like gay liberal student that you can find in America and Europe. The same people like born and raised in gated communities and part of these royal dynasties predetermined to succeed in life.
Yeah.
All these people too, they just try to be like, oh, we're just like a normal goyim like the rest of y'all. My dad raised us on a pretty small six-figure salary since he was a corporate lawyer or some shit.
Small loan of $1 million.
We grew up in rural Ohio. On a small
On a-
multi-million-dollar ranch.
My dad had a meager stockholding in an emerald mine that used black slaves.
It was hard growing up. We only had 2 Bugattis and 3 Lamborghinis and 1 Ferrari.
I'm sitting here.
Isn't corporate?
I go through my
corporate
dad's
America
food whenever.
after- Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I go through my dad's like food whenever it expires and eat it. That's how I save money. They don't do that. What were you saying?
Expiration doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, but yeah. Corporate America is after private farmland. They don't like multi-generational wealth in any way, in any place.
I think Bill Gates owns a majority of the farmland in America.
I think you're right. Gotta put GMOs and everything. Can't let no one just live
Well,
off
he
the
can't
land
go-
and please.
Well, he can't go back to India and start sterilizing them, unfortunately.
The Indian government has tried more than once to sterilize its own people, and it failed every time it tried.
That might be why the other capitalists like Elon Musk and everybody threw Bill Gates under the bus, and they allowed right-wing thought to drift more into like the Q-tard sphere to legitimize the next round of thievery they were going to do. Because Bill Gates is trying to sterilize their future slave labor anyway. We can't have Ball Gates going to India and wiping it clean.
I think categorizing forms of thought as pills is kind of funny. Someone brought it up in your comments.
Yeah, I don't know anybody who's. It's still like, it's fitting a bit. Like when you rewatch The Matrix, it's like it's such basic shit, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, there is a clear difference between a red-pilled person and a blue-pilled person. But then there's like divisions of red pill that are different. Like black pill is definitely different from a MGTOW person or whatever. Just knowing that there's like things that predetermine your experience in life.
Yeah. Well, people use the red pill and like black pill, and like they use different definitions in different contexts. Like sometimes for politics, people just use red pill to mean like far right Nazi or whatever, or sometimes for like dating stuff, red pill just means like pickup artist or like using game or whatever. Like,
Yeah, you're like an Andrew Tate kind of person. You're basically part of the evil contributing to the decline of everything, making the world a worse place. Like even though you know, oh, like everything's like a joke, normies are retarded, these conventions are, you know, not absolute. We're being engineered by things. It still matters like what you do with that information and like how much more you develop after that. Because you still have a long way of going beyond being like a hustler.
Andrew
Yeah, I
Tate
can't-
has the most like mid build and the most ugly face ever. It's amazing that he can be a grifter in the first place.
to me, like he's not original at all. Like he just says stuff that was being said on the internet like 10 years before his time. Like he has no originality.
He looks like a mole.
True Snook. Also, his accent is really awful to listen to. Like,
Yeah.
like I can't stand it.
It's really
He sounds
unwarranted arrogance.
He sounds like an insult.
Yeah.
I think then there's a bunch of, they went overboard with all the pills. Like the other pills don't matter. I remember the pink pill, which was to be gay or trans or something.
Oh, just transvax. Yeah.
That's so funny. I'm cancer awareness pilled.
I like how eventually you just abandon the colors in general, and then like anything, the prefix to pill can just be abstracted as literally anything.
Yeah.
Really hard to have a conversation with someone who's older and not talk about money.
Red pill and blue pill, it's honestly not enough because, like, I call very intelligent people as also cattle. Like, I look at Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and Andrew Tate as cattle. Because,
They're
there's like, there's like 0.00001% of humans that I consider to not be cattle.
There was a time I liked Jordan Peterson way back when he was just on YouTube and wasn't that big yet. And he was really legitimate like back then. He was cool. And then at some point he went completely insane and became part of the establishment.
Well, he was always part of the establishment. We just thought he was cool because he owned trans people whenever it was, trendy. It was like 2014 or something.
I thought he was really helpful, like, in how to deal with the problems of your life is to deal with the small things and to slowly build up confidence and repetition. He was pretty helpful for me in that regard.
To me, he seemed like he wasn't like a bullshitter like most psychologists are. Like, he was kind of real with you. Like, he mentioned he was like an IQ realist before it was like super big on the internet. Like,
Yeah, he always said like 20% of the American population isn't going to be able to get a job in 10 years. And that's what he said back in the day. And he said that we need to artificially keep society in a certain way so that we can appeal to people who aren't going to be able to compete in a higher, like, automated kind of society.
I think what made him famous was that there was this like bill in Canada, C-16, which forced you to call trans people by their pronouns. And then, like, he said, I refused to, like, be forced to do this. So he wasn't, like, grifting initially. Like, he was just, like, taking a stand. And then he just organically blew up and then eventually became, like, a weird grifter over time. I don't think that was the original intent.
It wasn't even...
I got his first book. It was a good book.
Nothing he really says to me was even that profound. Like, he would basically just talk about Jung, which you can just... read Jung yourself. All he would do is just make up these analogies like, oh, the problems in your life are like a dragon and you have to slay it, and that's it. Like, metaphors and analogies are not deep, really. Just analogizing very basic things.
I was still in high school and, kind of directionalist, so he was helpful for me at that time.
I can believe that was helpful in the past. Like, there are people that, eventually you have to move past them. Like, I really enjoyed Alan Watts when I was, after I did psychedelics, because he put things into perspective that nobody else was saying. But then, like, eventually you just move beyond him.
Yeah.
And you find out, like, where they stopped, and then it's like... Jordan Peterson, like, where you are now, you realize that, like, he stopped developing and stopped caring at a very low point, relatively speaking.
After you've cleaned your room and washed your penis, you've kind of had enough of Peterson's advice.
When you get bored of saying, my problems are like a dragon that I'm trying to slay... Or analogizing.
Now what?
We're like lobsters, and lobsters mate based on testosterone. It's like, okay, now what?
Peterson takes off his skin suit. He is a lobster.
Yeah, you tell us like lobster incels have no serotonin.
Did you see a debate with that atheist guy? He was like, do you believe in God? And I feel like Peterson was kind of evasive during the conversation. Like, he just didn't go out there and state his theological beliefs. I don't know.
It was grifter as hell, because it's a very easy answer. It's like people drag down Xavier Renegade Angel by posting that clip and comparing it to Jordan Peterson. Because Xavier in that show, he gets asked, do you believe in God? And he's like, well, it depends on what you mean by God. Like, if people ask me that, I'll be like, no, because I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I don't believe in the bearded man in the sky that hates when I masturbate.
right.
Like, when people ask you that, you have to remember that normies, deep down, they know there is no afterlife, and that scares them. But whenever they're like being performative and talking to people about how much their life sucks, they act like there's a cloud dimension, and they're gonna ride the Tom and Jerry gold escalator up to it when they die. Like they think that they'll tell you that they're gonna become a transparent version of themselves and like rise up from their body like in a cartoon and look down at
Yeah, most
themselves.
people are only nominally Christian in America, at least. Like people just say they're Christian, but I don't think they actually like believe in the Bible, or else they would like spend their
I
time trying to convince people, trying to save people from hell.
don't think they read their Bible because there isn't really anywhere in the Bible that talks about heaven. That's not really a thing. There is like a
It
day when
mentions
Jesus was
it,
to come back
but
and like bring everyone back that and all that and judge them, but it doesn't really talk about heaven the way people talk about it these days.
Well, the thing is that people are basically there are these stories, this medium that wanted to depict like supernatural stuff because it would be crazy. Like imagine back then in like 1970 or something. I'm making this cartoon show. Wouldn't it be crazy if like God and heaven and shit was actually real? Like wouldn't that would be funny? And
Christianity in America is definitely more like formed by movies and TV than any actual church.
it's literally formed by shit like Tom and Jerry. I'm not even joking.
Hmm. You remember
Whenever
that movie This Is the End?
people
oh, the one with the James Franco
They
and
go to
Seth
heaven and
Rogen.
it's full of roller coasters and hookers.
Yeah, and they're smoking weed.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
remember seeing that dog shit ass movie back in the day.
It's so bad.
like my dad broke his toe, so he started whining at people about how he doesn't want to live anymore. And he's like, I don't want to be here. I want to be in heaven talking to my family members he didn't even talk to that much. I'm
Which
like,
one of his toes broke?
you're not even that's not gonna happen. You're just not gonna exist anymore. You shouldn't even be entertaining this idea. Like
Was
it's
it his piggy toe?
he broke his big toe riding his e-bike, and anytime something bad happens, he immediately just like starts crying and forcing other people to listen to him. It's like
Not a good mentality.
he'll just start like the only reason that I complain about things is because I am streaming and actually talking to people that want to hear it. But he will just performatively threaten suicide to people repeatedly,
That's really bad, man.
and it's just I hate that it's even in his head that yeah, deep down he knows this is not true, but it's stupid that he's even performatively talking about like heaven like this.
There is something greater than us that's going to determine what happens to us after this. Like, our intelligence and our experiences don't just die and vanish. It's probably not going to be anything that we're particularly thinking worldly. It's going to be
I mean,
very
I
different.
believe in reincarnation. Like that makes sense to me.
I have not
We'll
seen
find out when we get there.
I haven't seen anything like honestly I actually kind of like the perspective I get. It puts everything into everything becomes clearer when I view like oh we're basically just matter. We're like the emergent thing from matter, and whenever like Discord doesn't go to heaven when you turn off your computer,
Yeah.
it just doesn't exist. Your arm, if your arm gets chopped off, that doesn't go to heaven either, and your arm might be as conscious as some living beings. It's like it's as complex. like amoebas and shit. Do amoebas go to another dimension when they die? Because the way that I look at it is that like consciousness or the spirit is a continuum of complexity, and if you have no information that culminates into you, then you functionally don't exist.
A friend of mine believes a lot of people are probably just going to get deleted when they die. They just have nothing of actual substance and basically are not alive, like on even a physical level.
I can see why people think that, and I've entertained reincarnation and the afterlife, but I've come to realize that all of this spiritual, supernatural stuff is an expression of like something that's really mundane. Like ghosts are an expression of the memory of people after they're dead. It's basically like the impression that they leave. That's pretty much like how a spirit can persist after death, is basically the information about it that continues after it dies.
It's like their ego persisting for some kind of reason.
It's like when you go to a haunted house, not even just, it's both the memory of somebody, but even when you go to a haunted house, the way that that person was living there, the way they have everything set up, the smell, the way that they basically led to the creation of this room that you're in, that imparts their spirit on you. And the reason that ghosts have sacred items like journals and stuff, you open the journal and like you're just getting hit by the spirit of a person after they're dead. But it's like, it's not actually supernatural to me. And the spirit is just consciousness, and then the world of forms, the collective unconscious, the Gnosticism that you see in media, where there's like a spirit world where there's concepts that live as creatures. That's all like just completely... That's all just like spiraled out of control from like Plato's world of forms, where he was just referring to thinking and thoughts.
Yeah, it's conceptualizing what is perfection. And like... Yeah. I don't really know how to put it. I like how he puts it though.
You're saying they're just mental constructs, like the world of forms isn't actually a real thing?
Yeah, when you...
Or is it...
Media and its trappings have basically brain-rotted people a lot. Even paintings and creative sermons and storytelling have honestly brain-rotted people, because when you like magic and visual storytelling usually has to be flashy and colorful to make your work more distinguishable. And to entertain spirit dynamics, you have to literally represent it as actual things. And like I've gone through a lot of media that explores the spirit world, and it is interesting. Especially, you find out what's the same about our existence, even if that is literally real. If magic is real, if the spirit world is real, and it's full of living ideas, you find out that with all the changing laws of physics, you find metaphysics, which continues to be the same. You talk to spirits and you deal with magic, you find out, oh, magic's basically just more physical bullshit like science. And spirits, you find out...
much agree with you. Like, I'm pretty skeptical of, like, Platonism and, like, metaphysical things and, like, supernatural stuff. But I guess the one, like, Platonist, like, topic that I kind of have the most trouble with is, like, mathematics, because, like, mathematical truths are like these constructs that seem to not be physical at all, but also seem to like hold some kind of truth value, even though they're sort of abstract. But they're not like, they don't seem like mathematical like truth statements. Don't seem like as woo-woo as like the supposed existence of like ghosts or angels, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I was thinking about this for a while, and I was just figuring it out, writing about it, if math is abstract or not, and it is actually both. That seems to be what that is describing as. Math is both abstract and physical because numbers. Basically, the example that I use is try to imagine two people, and you imagine like two bodies. But what if I tell you that we're in like, hypothetically, we're in some other law of physics where people are actually two bodies inhabited by one mind? So those two people are actually one thing. They're still, you could technically consider them two bodies, but that's actually one person. So the image of how we represent one person is actually two people in that example.
Yeah, that's kind of trippy to think about, for sure.
That's how numbers are abstract. There's physical numbers in mathematics, and then there's abstract versions of that. Because quantity is abstract. Quantity is like a very core abstract that can be like as it's like any number, any quantity.
Yeah.
There's in terms of memetics, there's a lot of symbolism in our society. I think a lot of it is designed to demoralize us, and I think it's a very spiritual kind of demoralization because these people are cultists.
That's the thing about, like, I was obsessed with symbols and trying to find universal symbols, like what's the perfect symbol to represent this concept, but then I found out that there isn't any, because these are physical, circumstantial things that don't absolutely represent the idea behind them. And basically, this symbolism in society, it's like with anything else, we come to associate. You discover the apple, and it nourishes you, so you associate the apple with good. But I could throw apples at you every day. I could throw rotten apples at you, and then you would associate it with bad.
When it comes to proportions and numbers and architecture and in things around you in general, those things are all things that nourish you or destroy you, because that is your world. You're surrounded by ugly, uneven things, and all your things in media are all memetically meant to attack you, because it's all like it's off in a way that your lizard brain interprets, but you don't quite interpret. That can really bring a lot of unbalance in your life.
Well, like, culture and symbolism does have an impact on you. Language affects us in a way that people don't realize it. But, our spirits, our consciousness, we can pretty much fill out into any reality. Like, you actually can be fine living on a computer if you're somehow sustained by it, or if you don't care about dying. Because that's, the abstract of that dichotomy you're using, it's reality versus negation, and what realizes one person can negate another. And life and death, we associate life and death as absolute, as like life is positive, death is negative. That's not actually true, because there are fates worse than death, and there are deaths worth dying, like for a cause, self-sacrifice. And there's definitely impacts that these memes and stuff have on us, but it's also it's not entirely a big deal. It's just that you can be tricked to believe, good things that are good for you are bad, and vice versa. And this is why pretty much it's kind of the core of why everything's fucked up is because we can just believe anything as long as if our material forms are sustained long enough for us to continue perceiving things, we can pretty much become anything. We can believe anything. That's what you'll keep running into, and then psychology is basically your hardware remembering all these determinations you made and how it is arranged, your pathology. And then like there can be bad arrangements for how things are set up, but at the same time it doesn't like we can also pretty much just be anything.
Yeah.
This is just like you're getting into the same thing that I've been wondering about for a long time, and pretty much the answer was abstraction in the spirit. That was the only way to reconcile everything: symbolism, psychology, and culture, and everything.
You mentioned something about like how language impacts like your thought, and I've always wondered like the extent to which language you end up learning, like whatever your native language is, like how much does it impact your like your thought patterns and even your ideology? Like I wonder if I would have had a substantial different ideology if I had like grown up speaking Russian or something. Like I wonder how much power like just language alone like has on like how you think about the world.
There's little difference between like the Latin languages. There's not a big difference between English and French or Italian, for example. There's a much more noticeable difference in Chinese, from what people tell me, because Chinese, even just the characters that you use, I believe that the Latin alphabet is way better because it's more technologically compatible and abstract, where we can use fewer characters to do more things, whereas Chinese, you have countless fucking characters to deal with. That's so much harder to get into. That's harder to, like... I'm not even entirely sure how their keyboards work. Whenever they
look this up.
Whenever they use actual kanji or whatever it's called.
Chinese comes from a lot of history, a lot of tradition, and the way it works is it gives a lot of people actually brain damage. There's studies into this because it is extremely confusing. It's not intuitive.
A language that literally makes you retarded. That's what you're telling me.
It's Chinese specifically. Japanese is different. They have an alphabet that they work with. They have like 3 different ways of writing, and one of them's an alphabet. Pretty sure.
But in Chinese, like you could have the same word, but if you like pronounce it with a different accent, like you can mean something totally different. So
also, Chinese isn't a unified thing. There are multiple different cultures and ways of doing things and different languages in China. That's something a lot of people get wrong about China.
Like the idea that there's like one unified Han ethnicity is kind of bunk. Like...
There's no such thing. There's Manchuria, which is the cultural heart of what you think of as Chinese, and then there's the rest of China. Linguistically, though, yeah, it's a huge part of how we think and how we come to conclusions. The more words and ways you have to describe things, the more variety of thought you can have.
Yeah, like, I know a little bit of other languages, and it's obviously easy to... You can kind of read French and Spanish. I wouldn't want to watch an entire movie, but, like, if I had to read a sign or make sense and I could dwindle on it, I could understand it because they're not that different. But languages kind of help you reflect on how you take this thing for granted, how you overlook how you use this very material thing to make sense of the world and communicate. Like, you literally think through it. It frames how your mind works whenever you string thoughts together. And I've speculated with people about China a lot. Like, I think that it probably hinders their ability to get into computation. It's just really different from their language. It might even speculating. It might even have an impact on like why they've been so submissive and centralized for most of their history. Why giant central governments constantly emerge and dominate everybody. It might also have something to do with their geography. It's vast, flat, fertile land with a lot of rivers, honestly, but it's just and then you compare it to Europe, which is full of a bunch of geographical obstructions and all these cultures that were allowed to emerge and distinguish themselves. And I guess it was harder to live in northern Germany too. There's all these things that subtly affect humanity over time that and affect you on a daily basis that people often overlook. It's good for self-reflection.
Someone in the comments said it's a tonal language. I think that's kind of true for any language, but I'm not sure if that's true for Chinese. Like, the way you say things is definitely very important, especially when you're talking to a woman. The way you say things can completely change how she views you. And a lot of politicians kind of understand how to do that too as an orator. Like, how you say something is going to change how everyone feels.
Yeah, I don't think that's good for a language that I think English has a lot of problems. It's been so refined and developed, and one word and one letter can mean countless things. It doesn't matter how you tonally say it.
I've heard some foreign people say they like English because it's so like flexible. I've heard some people say that's a positive thing, but I'm sure it's a negative thing in some respects.
The most complicated language in the world because we just have so many words and ways of writing things and explaining things.
Well, the biggest problem is that it's all these languages that converged. So we have like all these words that have exceptions to how they're handled and spelled and grammar. And it's like it's a lot of really arbitrary shit that like being a grammar Nazi or spelling Nazi is it's like kind of redundant. It's like I before E except after C except for like 100 different words.
Well, a friend English Times, he's a YouTuber too, and his whole project is to like purify the English language, just have it have Anglo-Saxon words. He wants to sort of his whole project is getting rid of Norman and Latin influence to just have a.
He wants to make it Old English.
Yeah, I don't know if Go ahead.
It's basically it's not really Old English, just English without all the like French or Latin origin words. Like if you go watch his content where he speaks in that form of English, you'll understand him just fine.
That's neat.
I think that English just needs to be more phonetic. It just needs to look like how words need to look how they sound. For the most part.
Probably words that they're doing that.
Yeah, we just need to be careful who does it, because I don't want it to become Ebonics.
Yeah, English is just innately a globo homo language.
But dude, if I look at like writing from like 1800s, it seems like the English language used to be written more phonetically. Maybe like that's mistaken, but like from like if I look at really old PDFs of like old books, it seems like English, the way people spell things, made a bit more sense.
Yeah, there's like all these lame literary conventions in academia that meddled with it, and there's also there's tons of stuff from philosophy where there's like there's this new word to describe this specific thing that another language didn't have, so we just lifted that.
I like how young people invent words that already exist, but they make simplified versions of those deeper meaning words.
Well, what's the most egregious example to you?
I don't know. What would be a good one?
Mog.
What are kids saying these days?
Mog. And aura, and there's a bunch of them.
Discombobulated.
I can't think off the top of my head, but
I think Mog is like to boast, kind of.
Rage bait is one. Grifter is actually a new term for like that's actually something that millennials came up with on the internet.
Really, that's a good word. That sounds pretty legitimate.
Yeah, but grifter, because like sometimes I'll say that word at people and no one knows what that means. I realize that's like an internet millennial thing.
An artist, but grifter is like a little more catchy sounding.
How old are you, Falco?
I'm almost 30.
I'm closer to 30 than I am 20.
Same. I feel like you hit unk status as soon as you're like 24. That's my take.
23 might be unk status, to be honest.
Yeah.
Any of your siblings have children, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I've been an unk by that measure since I was like 14.
I mean, I've got a half sister. She'd be. I don't even know. She's probably got a boyfriend or something. I ain't seen or spoken to her or anybody with mom's side family in like 3 years. She'd be 19, I think. I don't know if she has any kids or not. I doubt it. I probably would have heard about it. All my step siblings have multiple children with multiple people.
I mean, I have like 10 nephews and nieces or something.
I've never really visited my extended family that much. Like, I've always just hung out with my immediate family. Like, just a very...
My
I
family.
think the old people are more about keeping family connections as they grow old and die. It's just getting worse and worse when it comes to maintaining all that.
Oh, yeah.
People's lives are getting worse, and they're becoming worse people, so people don't want to associate with each other. And people are also too busy.
It's also just kind of awkward. Like, I was introduced to many of my cousins when I was already an adult. And so I was like, you're supposed to be, like, close with these people, but, like, you don't know them, and it's just kind of, I don't know. Like, you feel compelled to, be super close, but you don't really know them that well, and it's just, I don't know. Just a weird expectation.
We're just randomly supposed to be on good terms because of some arbitrary material bullshit.
Or even know each other's phone numbers or social media.
I remember go to family events and be like, "Oh, Celtic cat, here's Jilly Bo Bob III." I'm like, "Well, who's this? I've never seen or met this person.
He doesn't even look like
my
me.
entire life." And they're like, "Oh, they're like your third cousins, like neighbors, dogs, former roommate." I'm like, okay.
I hate family gatherings.
He's just a stranger to me, like.
Dude, my least favorite
change anything
is when like your parents try to like make you seem more impressive than you actually are. Like, I cringe my fucking balls off when that happens. Like, oh, my son does this, but it's like they're coping hard.
I don't know why people have to define themselves based on their profession. I get that's like what you mostly do in your life, but I don't feel like that should totally define you. You should have some hobbies.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, people don't. Well, when people ask what you do, what they're looking for is like, "What's your job?"
your money so I can get in on that.
I need to know how much you make so I know if I status smug you or not, basically.
Yeah, I need to know like, how to treat you. Should I look at you condescendingly or not? Like,
Yeah, should I look down on you or do I look up to you?
Are you
'Cause I'm a
useful to
fucking
me?
imp.
Like, it's so fake and opportunistic. That's another reason it's failing. And also, especially since culture is becoming more busy, exploited, hustling, it's even more fake, which removes the people's desire to participate in it. It's like, I stopped hanging out with my family. I stopped going to Thanksgiving and Christmas because it was just women staring at their phones and gossiping. Like, it was, did not warrant the drive up the mountain for that.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
made
just
the
find
mistake.
it's exhausting. Like,
When I was younger, I made the mistake of asking people, like, "Oh, what do you do?" It's like it's not a nice thing in general. It's because that actually does upset some people, because then they're thinking, "Oh, you're gonna judge me."
yeah,
I feel like it's an impolite thing.
yeah. Like people, in my opinion, like there's this really famous like normie self-improvement book. Well, it's like an advice book called like How to Win Friends and Influence People. And one thing I think that does work is asking people about themselves. I don't know about asking them about their job. Like maybe asking them about their hobbies and then they'll like you more, but like what do they do? Like some people just don't want to divulge that.
I had a teacher in high school that had to teach me how to like socialize, and she just said to the whole class, "All you have to do is just ask like, how many siblings do you have? Ask personal questions, basically, and just get to know the actual person." I was like, "Oh, really? You can just do that?"
A lot of times conversations like when I try to like be pro-social, they just become asymmetrical because I'm just asking this person about themselves. They're not asking me about myself. It's like, oh, okay. It's like my
Also,
female coworker. Like I just asked her about herself, and she can talk about for hours about how she like goes to concerts and likes Harry Styles and Taylor Swift, and that's pretty much all the conversation is going to be.
So she's typical.
that's that's what I hate about like social interaction is when you're dealing with like normie cattle, you just have to like stimulate their narcissism and just let them talk about themselves. And it's like a trick to make people feel cared and listened to. Like you just reinforce their ego and just and then you might be the only person or one of the few people they feel like they can receive that stimulation from. So you
They just go
just
to you every time. Yeah,
you just like walk up. It doesn't feel real. You're just
yeah.
you're just
Wait,
absolutely artificially like manipulating them.
the only non-narcissistic thing they talk about like is sports, but like I just can't do it. Like I just can't force myself to be interested in like the NFL
Sports
just
ball.
to be better at like normally social conversations.
I don't get how anyone still watches sports ball. It's it doesn't even appeal to boomers anymore with what they do. I don't know why they
So
still watch it.
like if you're gonna watch anything, maybe watch like combat sports. I don't know. But like football, I just can't do it, dude.
MMA is pretty cool, but it's
Yeah, I
about
think
sports.
it's the only sport I like watching, to be honest.
I think hockey's cool. That's like you have to be actually intelligent to play hockey, I've noticed.
Yeah. A lot of sports, they're only fun to watch if like you've played them.
Or you're
I feel
gambling.
That's true.
like wrestling, or people that like watching wrestling, like or any kind of grappling, usually just have had to have grappled. Like,
A lot of people are fucking gambling on sports, which is why they're so engaged in it.
oh, that's half the reason
True.
they're watching. You're right. Yeah.
Like I don't. Tyrone DeMarcus made the touchdown and beat his wife 5 times in celebration. Like I don't care.
During the mid game, he beat his wife. It was pretty cool. I bet on that.
They start
Don't
talking
look up
about like UFC.
Shit, what do you mean I got a fair?
I'm gonna go beat my white bitch's ass. He just like they start talking about it like it's UFC. It's like, dude, his elbow takedown on his wife when he slammed her into the water cooler table where they had the Gatorade. That was so technical. Like, you could tell he trained in high school. That was definitely like the influence of his personal coach. Like when he threw that elbow in his wife's face.
That was a foul. That was a. Damn, her bruises are starting to heal. Gotta go beat her again.
Yeah,
angrier like sports ball than they do about like mass immigration or like wars for Israel. Like, it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, as they say, bread and circuses.
Sometimes they have the military do some cool shit at the football games. That's like the coolest part, and then everything else is kind of like lame.
Oh, the military is so awesome. Now that I've seen them do that, I don't care that the Pentagon has hundreds of billions of dollars unaccounted for now.
I totally forgot. Yeah, I see that. I just like, yep, that was worth it.
I completely forget about, like, when you see that air show happening, the fighter jets fly over. It's like you forget about how light bulbs in the military cost 5 times as much as a light bulb at the dollar store.
Well, Doge, they couldn't touch the military.
The mil spec of those light bulbs is pretty good.
A light bulb.
Also,
in,
too, we
the
charge
kitchen.
them more because the taxpayers are paying for it. Like, money doesn't exist in the government.
Now, that 3 to 4 times more that you're paying for it may be going to some wealthy millionaire or billionaire who got the contract, but that doesn't matter. What matters is Israel is defended.
That's the price of freedom, and that's a price I'm willing to pay for.
Those little girls, that little girls' school in Iran, that's the price of freedom right there.
Yeah,
When
we
they
need
get
to
exploded.
put walls over there so we don't have to fight them on our front door. Like,
Yeah, those little girls were going to grow up to become jihadists. We had to bomb them.
You would be speaking Persian right now if it wasn't for Israel.
I love that old meme of us. It was Zelensky goes, "Dear Biden, it's Zelensky. I need more missiles to bomb children in the Donbass."
$2 billion.
You know what's hilarious? How when Ukraine repeatedly discovers how it's lower in the pecking order than Israel, because Trump is lowering the sanctions on oil from Russia in order to soften the blow from the Iran like bombing all the oil fields and tankers. So we're back to like now helping Russia a bit more because Israel's wars are more important. Also, Hungary, I think Hungary stole like $1 billion or something and like aid meant for Ukraine. But Hungary, I think, has Orban or whatever, that right-wing Zionist, allegedly nationalist guy. Nationalist for Israel, but
I've heard the dumbest shit out of Hungary. They say if women have more children, they're going to make it where they don't have to pay income tax. But if women are having children, they're not working in the first place. So how does that equate? And how is that going to improve the lives of men enough to actually keep their wives and get married in the first place? It doesn't matter. These right-wingers.
Well, I think I think if they have a certain amount, the man they're married to doesn't pay income tax. Like,
really?
yeah, yeah, that's the law there.
But what about like quality control? Like, how do you know? Shouldn't you like have some say in which women are gonna be doing this? Like, based upon like intelligence and.
I feel like governments will do anything except improve the lives of men specifically, where they can actually make a living, where they can attract a woman in the first place. It's all about appealing to women first.
Yeah.
That's how they get the votes.
yeah, women are a big chunk of who they have to pander to, along with capitalists are on top. Women are definitely a big chunk. Men are so disorganized and retarded, they don't know what they want.
The women are like the
Yeah.
commissars.
Women all want the same thing. They want free money they want protection from the men. They want
They want a lot of insurances and safety nets so that they can basically have the freedom to do whatever they want.
like they do, especially since society is crumbling and it's just animals and they just get knocked up and then the man runs away or doesn't make enough money, so they have to push for more safety nets for themselves. Obviously, like, social programs get cut for single people, but single mothers, Shaniqua's still getting her like
My
2,000 a
10
month.
keys aren't going to be able to eat because they can't afford chips. Can't afford chips and grape Kool-Aid.
I remember that Murdoch episode. It's like, I need money for my 6. The baby.
5.
No, it was like 7. And one kid gets shot. He goes 6. And another baby pops out. He goes 7 kids. And that's why I vote Democrat.
I love that video so much. Murdoch with a gem.
Republicans don't fucking stop that shit either. Like, they want the woman vote.
Dude, Doge gave up. Elon Musk gave up on cutting government expenses.
It was
Voting's
he
fake and
gave
gay, but I think like more women vote than men in America.
I don't think a lot of men have the time to vote.
women work a lot too in America. Fucking, they stack boxes and do house cleaning and nursing. But
I think most men probably just don't give a fuck who's president. It's
I
probably
think-
what it is.
Statistically, I think the elderly and the boomers are the main voting bloc because they just know when the votes are going to happen and they're more on top of it.
women know
I
that
don't find out we're having the presidential election until literally the night of. I'm like, oh wait, it's election night?
I'm the same way. But then there's like your local elections too, which are even more important. And the elderly mostly make up those votes because they're going to open up on a Tuesday and you got to get there by 12 and that close by 2. And you don't have time for that. You got to take off work if you want to go vote. You could do the mail ballot shit, but you know, you could have to go to the DMV and sign up for that, I'm pretty sure.
I
It's
feel
just
like
all rigged.
women are more confident that they're going to get what they want because people will pander to them because women pretty much all want the same thing.
Yeah. Women have a lot more friends than men do, so they are definitely more confident and more organized and doing things in general, like voting.
Men are
What?
still more varied. That, you know, some of them, you know, they need help, or other ones think that, you know, think life's working for them, so fuck everybody else. You should die if you're poor.
Dude, I think that women have so much cultural power because they're more similar to each other than men are. So that's why that's why they make friends so easily because they're like more similar. Like men are more variant in
Well,
nature.
a woman looks at another woman, she's not going to be scared of that woman. There's no fear there for the most part.
Well,
gonna
a white
immediately-
woman and a
they have
black
an
woman and a
understanding.
Chinese woman have more in common just on the fact of being a woman than two random white guys do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they're going to be able to help each other. That's why women do a little better in school because it's kind of oriented that way. You know, they can help each other. They're willing to ask questions. A lot of men aren't willing to ask questions.
I think
They just
women,
ask
Well,
more
even then, if a
questions
guy
and try
does
a
have a
little harder.
question, most guys are just gonna be like, "Fuck off, dude."
Yeah.
You know, who are you?
They're going to help each other.
why are you asking a question, you loser? You wouldn't be asking
What, you
that if you weren't a
retarded?
loser.
Yeah.
You don't make money by asking questions.
Figure it out.
Women do hate each other, but they do, yeah, they universally, like, want the same thing.
Yeah, they have the same goals.
Well, it's like men obviously have an in-group bias, but voids obviously have an out-group bias. The only time they have an in-group bias is just along womanhood.
Yeah, men don't have like universal in-group bias towards the whole like gender. Just like particular like ethnicity. There's like ethnic nationalism. There's like religious allegiance, but there's no like general male in-group bias really.
I don't know.
Men
how much...
only really have an in-group bias towards like people they would consider their friends or like maybe their family. That's about it.
Like, I don't know how much women can spiritualize or intellectualize like their gender as a cause, but I think it's more of just a coincidence where through material circumstances their wants are met more consistently and they could feel that that's happening. Because they're all pretty much unified by, you know, bearing children. Like all mothers want the same thing. They want free shit. They want safety and assurances for their kids. So they're coincidentally unified by that without talking to each other.
I'm ready to settle down at the age of 52.
I feel like the male biological clock is like not so much about reproduction, but hey, like I gotta like crash out or kill something.
I think male value only goes up as you get older, so long as you're accumulating resources and knowledge and like getting stronger and healthier and all that.
But you're getting like less attractive though.
The female attraction to men is a lot more strange than male attraction to women. They don't really, if you could be ugly as shit, but if you have like, what is it called, status, if you have like a lot of status, that's extremely attractive.
Yeah, that can definitely help.
You could be a bald, ugly piece of shit.
I think male attractiveness peaks at about 18 years old.
At least physical attractiveness for sure, like your peak collagen in your face, like.
Yeah, it's the same as women. Like younger people are more attractive, period.
Yeah, it's just that the younger men don't have their muscle cars yet, so young women can hop in a car and get dicked around.
Seen dudes who are like alcoholics and complete losers, and they have like 6 baby mamas still. It's clearly, as long as you're masculine and you're not like, because women don't forgive you if you're too nice. You can be a lot of things, they'll forgive you, but you can't be too nice. You gotta have claws. You can't be declawed.
Now, this is actually something I forgot I wanted to say earlier on. In regards to dealing with normies and how to like, you have to hide things from them. You have to be like mysterious. You have to keep your finances mysterious. You can't let people know what you're really doing. It doesn't matter what you are doing. Just don't volunteer information. Even in regards to women, you should be mysterious because they will quickly get bored if they know exactly what you're doing. No matter what it is, really.
The illusion of what she thinks you are is far more attractive than what you actually are, no matter how exceptional you are. That is so true.
Even with literally normie friends, males will get bored of you if you're not even romantic with them. You have to be mysterious, and you have to be nuanced too. You can't just be a nice guy. Like, you also have to be bad the right way, because there's a right way and a wrong way to choke someone. There's a way they like it, and then there's other ways. You have to... They have to look at you like you're just like a bunch of vague, constant motions happening that you're hard to pin down.
Yeah, you're a Batman at night sometimes. Who knows what you're doing?
Assumptions don't occur at all. Women aren't attracted to cars.
What'd you say?
I said your possessions and your wealth don't matter at all. Women are not producing cars. Like, they don't care if you have a nice car.
Those things definitely, like a man who is attractive, who has a nice car, will absolutely like destroy you if you don't have a nice car.
Yeah, but if you're attractive, you don't have a nice car, you would destroy someone who's unattractive with a nice car. The car is not the deciding factor.
These days, when it comes to hookup culture, not being fat seems to be the main thing, which is kind of crazy, but it is true.
I mean, being fat only hurts you. Nobody's looks better being fat.
Being a skinny weirdo definitely gets you further, but you don't really want to be part of hookup culture in general. You're going to get an STD.
It's never appealed to me. I can never sleep with a woman that I don't know.
It's just a giant nightmare to me that it doesn't seem like it's worth the time. It wouldn't matter if you fucked them because you don't even care about them. It's not even that good. Like the effort wasn't worth it at all. Hearing their voice and I can only imagine how bad the post-nut clarity is. Like every time
it can be pretty bad.
Like every time I've jacked off, I've not regretted it because it's like I'm glad that the person isn't here. I'm glad I didn't do anything to like drag a person that I now have to deal with in here. The only thing that I would regret it is if I would regret fucking up my brain chemistry and my incentives to work on things.
Men and women back in the day, like back then, they had a lot more in common with each other than they do now. These days, the divide is very extreme. So when you get that post-nut clarity, there's really nothing there. Like there was initial attraction, but now there's nothing, and now it's just a stranger in your house.
Even if you try to make it work, it doesn't. You get bored of each other. You're in that slump that everybody finds out about. Where like how do you keep excitement in the bedroom, and there pretty much is no way. There's like it's pretty much like how you deal with like whenever you get sick of anything you like, you pretty much just have to reduce it and then replace it with something else.
You already have a lot of problems in your life, and then a woman becomes another problem on top of that. She takes a lot of your time. It's extremely aggravating.
I really value my freedom. It would have to be like a really exceptional person because I do not want to be interrupted with like being on the computer. This is literally the best thing that's happening. I really hate talking to people when I don't want to talk to them. Like it's so tedious. Conversations are so fucking painful. Being forced to interact with people.
Yeah. These younger women these days, they like to film their boyfriends and then post it on the internet. And it's like a new form of shaming. I feel like that's scared a lot of people out of the dating scene.
And it's just getting harder to have resources to even care, to not be stressed. Like it's it's just getting worse all around. I mean, life in every aspect is getting worse. Like, that's just one way. That's one consequence of wages stagnating, the dollar devaluing, goods costing more while being shittier. Like, that's you're just seeing like the total breakdown of everything. Splitting culture, everybody becoming individualist and predatory and insecure. The incels, the love they desire isn't real. Like Marble Tomb is saying, that's what I've been telling people for years now. It's like what I just discovered, what I wanted just didn't exist. I was just like playing video games and like watching media that gave me like unrealistic expectation of not being cheated on. Because every time I'd go in real life, it's just people cheating and lying and just tedious interactions, and then the sex isn't even, it's just mediocre or completely boring. Like, even jerking off to porn feels amazing if you can curate it. It's
You
just,
get comfortable enough to that lifestyle. Eventually, you're more comfortable with that than actual sex.
Brave New World.
did you ask if we read Brave New World? I've read it. Brave New World is honestly better in a lot of ways. It's not the society I would want, but like it's still, it's like, no, it's really hellish in a lot of ways, especially the caste system they have. That's like a utopia that normies would make up. I mean, I guess it would be nice living on the incel island with other philosophers. But no, that's just, no, this is bad, if not worse than bad in some other way. Like, no, because the goal, the thing which is driving society is to benefit the richest people, and it's all driven by like animalistic impulses to be realized not just through sex but through like money and power. And all the animals want that, so they submit to the animals that already have it, and those animals leverage the then resulting power they have acquired by consent of the masses to make everyone's lives worse, and then the masses defend it as they suffer and attack anybody that tries to change it.
Just NPCs doing what they're told to do because they think they're benefiting in some way to it.
Yeah, and then
You get to retire one day, even though you're statistically not going to live long enough to retire. You got to defend this.
it's just no fictional dystopia really covers what's happening now. This is something that is far beyond books. I don't think anybody was ever like smart enough to really conceive of this entire system. Just like bribing us with money that we will pay off all the masses becoming insane and predatory, and they fantasize about being the landlords that are exploiting them, so they attack anybody who attacks those landlords because they think they'll be those landlords, and everybody knows that everything's getting worse, but they'll still attack you if you point it out, so everybody's buying up property so they can make more money by exploiting people that are suffering under the system, having to be renters. And because property keeps increasing, everything keeps increasing, wages stagnate, food is more inedible, hardware is shittier, cars break down more even though they cost 10 times or twice as much. Like, it's, and then it festers in every other aspect of society. Everybody's insecure and deranged and becomes more materialistic and women. There's no women that are not cheating on their spouses. Everybody, like men are cheating on women. Everybody's cheating on each other. Everybody hates each other. But then they also act like everything's fine because it maximizes their social standing to pretend everything's fine because feigning strength allows you to appear more than what you are. Whereas having a problem with society indicates that you are not succeeding and therefore weaker, which means you can be attacked. No dystopia really covers this one. No fiction.
We're all a bunch of frogs being slowly boiled alive, and the frogs that are pretending like, oh, I'm handling it fine, all is good. So they're looking at him like, oh, he must be doing pretty good. I guess we're all fine. We'll have to pretend like it's okay.
Do you think an ideal society is possible, or do you think it's inevitable that it has to be this way?
I don't know how we would emerge out of this. Because a lot of sci-fi is turning out to be bullshit too. And any benefits of it are pretty much funneled to the top of society.
Sci-fi of the optimistic kind of like 1970s view of the world was that everyone was going to get richer and richer and work less and less, and that everything was going to be automated. We're going to live in one of those cartoons where we have robots doing all the jobs for us. And that was the optimism back then. That's why horror movies didn't necessarily do that great back then. They had a direction. Now we live in a directionless, hyper-materialistic, global homo society where everyone's being undercutted and the debt just gets worse and worse, and we're expected to work harder and harder for less.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that everything sucks is because the evil system is more real to people, whereas better systems are more complex and harder to understand, which gives a massive advantage to the evil system. So you're always going to be in an uphill battle. You're going to be fighting animals themselves, animal nature, to overturn it. Like, a guy with a lot of money who signs your paychecks telling you what to think has way more influence than, like, a guy that's some like minority of intellectuals and losers that know that it's all bullshit. That's why, like, I mean, it probably this probably is just gonna get worse for. I don't know when, because it's turning out that AI is a lot of bullshit too.
It's a bubble, but it's being artificially kept afloat by guaranteed taxpayer money because Trump is flooding money into it.
Like, we're not going to get saved by post-scarcity sci-fi society. It's just going to be like this. They're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. There's going to be rotations of thieves that control everything, that somehow elude all consequence, and the cattle masses are incapable of even perceiving those people and how they actually make money.
The way they have kind of castrated human beings into like living in this kind of artificially miserable world where they're not even having children because they've been so mind-fucked is people are saying that there's only going to be North Koreans and Africans in the future because they're the only ones that are having kids.
Well, you see, the thing is that birth rates have been stagnating. They level out at a certain point. Because Africa has been stabilizing. This is another factor of it, is that there isn't infinite growth. And as, like, in modernity, the birth rates flatten. And that's partly because...
and contraception and general education and shit like that. That's usually how it works out. But the average age in the United States, I think, is like late 40s. So society is getting older, especially where modernity is more extreme, like South Korea. People are not having children. There's too much enmity between the sexes.
the system you need to put in place to ensure people continue reproducing is very complex and requires a lot of maturity and objectification of everything to make society to make people think that it's worth it and to care about society enough that like you would have to live in a society where you feel bad if you don't pay taxes in order
There
to
are a lot of places in America that should have died a long time ago, but are artificially kept alive. They're just like, oh, we just need a little more gentrification. We just need to build another community center. But the reality is the city just needs to die and restart. Because you do need renewal, and that's how you truly create a sustainable system, is where you have lots of companies being created and lots of companies dying. Bailing out companies when they, make huge amounts of debt is not how you create a good economy.
they need like a cycle of life and death. They need to let the
You
wheel
do.
of fate turn.
Yes. You can't bail them out. You gotta let them die. That's just how it works. To be rebuilt, it's fine.
Honestly, everybody should just be... We should let a lot of places die, and people should be funneled into giant megacities where you just don't even need cars anymore. And
The centralization of urbanization across the world has been a big part of the reason why there's an artificial scarcity of jobs and places to live. They're like concentrating all the mega corporations in one place, so that's all the only place you get money, because they've made money so inflated. It's the only place you can get money. Can't live in the countryside anymore.
You can't
I do
really
like-
afford to live in any region in the U.S.
That's because we're at the extreme end of it now. I do like the idea of walkable cities, though. I think Europe got that right, and we just didn't go that direction.
well,
But the centralization is not helping.
These-
Ours are kind of
this whole like car economy is like doomed to fail at some point. If it wasn't obvious from like the rising gas prices how much that causes everything to triple. Like
Dude,
the
driving.
amount... You can go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, like I've noticed over the past 5 years or so, like drivers have gotten worse and worse. Partially it's because like I think it's more like illegal immigrants on the road, but partially because everyone's older in America, and so like you only have to take a driver's test once in your life, and then you're good.
Well, driving, just going out and driving really just shows you the demographical average of your area.
It's always terrifying to me. So many morons
Yeah,
on the road.
I
I can't
almost
trust
got in
anybody.
like 10 wrecks today due to other people.
I keep a rule of 10 car spaces if possible. You just never know what's gonna happen.
Well, you sit here, you turn your blinker on, and then there's a car like 6 or 7, 7 car spaces behind you, and you turn your turn signal, and then eventually, like 3 seconds later, you start easing on your brakes, and they are not slowing down. And so you have to just like veer off into your turn as quickly as you can to keep them from rear-ending you.
Someone's
you have
cat's having a
to-
fit.
You gotta drive defensively. It's part of surviving on the road because everyone around you is a retard. There's really like, I think the only time I almost got hit recently was like some old bitch. Some like 85-year-old woman was driving her fucking car for some reason, and she ignored her stop sign.
I don't even trust green lights. I kind of slow down when I come up to green lights, making sure no one's gonna run it, because that happens.
Well, guys, I gotta get off now, but
Your cat's
let's
crying.
get to talk to you guys for a bit. Thanks for having me on, Dags.
No, anytime. Yeah, I mean, I hate driving, and the thing I hate most about it is how much it costs. Every time I drive my car, I can feel the timer ticking down to when I'll have to replace parts and eventually buy a new car. I hate cars. I hate it.
Cars are built well, and they used to be built better. And,
Relative.
maintenance was
Go ahead.
he's saying they used to be built better. Well, yeah, that is true, but that's still everything used to be better. Things are getting worse over time, and even then, we are too poor to be driving cars. I no longer experience comfort in a car, just knowing that I am accumulating wear and tear on it.
A car is the biggest expense every American has these days, other than health expenses, I feel. You just never know what could happen.
Yeah, I hate being dependent on them. I hate that you can't live without it. I'm not looking forward to the next fucking $1,000 to replace all the tires. There's also something wrong with it. I got to replace the fuel valve or something because it sputters every time I fill it up.
It's not good. Is it leaking?
No, it needs a new gas valve or something. I don't know what. I don't actually. I know the part that's wrong with it. I don't know what's wrong with it. I just know I need a new one. It's just I hate it. I would rather live in a city and live in an apartment above the place that I work or a few blocks away.
Was a time when it was incredibly easy to actually live that way.
It's like I'm against company pods because that's going to be how capitalists are going to be able to micromanage your private life in addition to having more leverage to exploit you.
When I used to work at the warehouse, I knew a lot of people who lost most of the money they earned every day. Not most of it, a huge chunk of it, from buying at the indoor restaurant in the warehouse, and a bunch of other stuff that just tack on. Like, you want water bottle, it's gonna cost you a lot more than if you go to the Come and Go. Or even DoorDash. Yeah, I know some people are losing half their paycheck in retail to DoorDash every day. They're making like maybe $40 a day, and then they're spending $20 on DoorDash.
Are they
Need something to cope with.
Are they stupid or do they have to do that?
They're just actually retarded. They don't know how to do anything.
Yeah, They go to fucking restaurants and spend like $50 on food after work, and when they get paid like $400 a week.
They cannot afford it. I don't know how they could do it.
Well, they can't. They're retarded. They're fucking
credit card debt until they die.
You should be living as ascetically as possible to avoid having to work more. You should be doing everything in your power to avoid working.
I am glad I learned from a young age how to cook, and I've only gotten better at it over the years. It's a big part of my daily joy.
I used to be a retard and go to restaurants a lot, but the last few years of poverty really broke me and changed my behaviors. So now
I'll buy a chicken sandwich once every week or two, and that's it. It's the only fast food I eat.
Like, I drink water now. I did waste a lot of money on fast food. It's like, even though that's why, people are animals. So whenever you're just whenever you don't have to care, you won't as much as possible. So if you have some money and what would be the most real thing right now? Well, it'd be going to Wendy's and spending
pretty good.
$20. Well, they are good because that's the point. They're supposed to be good so that you get addicted to them and waste your money.
Yeah. I haven't eaten at McDonald's in like 2 or 3 years, I don't think. Not even good food. I don't get it. Like, some places are pretty good, most places are super mid, and you're paying way too much.
I fundamentally just hate fast food because you're just having the middleman of the company get between you and the food. I can't. Buying McDonald's breakfast is fucking retarded to me because it takes less than 5 minutes to make that food.
So it's just like some scrambled eggs and 2 biscuits.
Bread, egg, and cheese, and maybe meat.
You can buy those, I think, at like grocer section of Brahms even. They're pretty much everywhere. That's pretty simple food.
Fast food, honestly, is a giant bloated leech on the economy that needs to just be closed down. That's like something we can actually do without. It just causes unnecessary burden on the entire on society. Really, we should like
Looking
just
for a good pancake mix. And I went to a bunch of different stores looking for something that was like healthy. I just looked at all of them. All of them had phosphates and crazy shit in them. And I was like, well, shit, I just have to do it from scratch, I guess, if I want to avoid that.
I can't afford to really care about being healthy much. It's like pretty much everything I do is driven by saving money now.
I eat an extremely primitive diet. Like eggs and chicken and rice.
I was probably gonna start looking at frozen chicken to see how cheap it is, because I thought eggs were cheapest.
You get a, like for $20, a big bag with like 10 or 12 breasts, I think. It's pretty cheap.
I was gonna start trying to just eat chicken and rice. Like chicken and white rice.
Get some chicken stock and add to it with some pepper. It's pretty good. I like to make a big bowl of anything normally, so I'm fed for at least 2 dinners, so I don't have to cook for the next day.
That's pretty much how people should be thinking. Food should be, or hunger should be treated as something that is insatiable.
Yeah.
Well,
I go oh, go ahead.
well, yeah, Dags, how long have you been out of work for?
Counting the Renaissance Festival, might be like 3 or 4 years.
Damn, so you've basically spent like 3 or 4 years of like just in poverty and like not eating like that much. I guess trying to like conserve or whatever you have, basically.
Yeah, well, food stamps kind of made food not a worry, but then I did have to learn how to make the food at home because you can't buy fast food and shit. So then, food stamps started getting tighter. So by the time they just cut food stamps completely, they well, now I'm already in the mindset of clinging to everything I had. Like, the reason I even have food stamps still is because I was just that good at not spending money that I still have food stamps saved up.
Yeah. When it comes to giving on the government, you don't want to have too much money in your bank account. So doing a lot of things in cash makes you look a lot better.
Yeah, which I really didn't have to do that. I was always broke as shit. But I just naturally, it's like I would get like $2.92 a month or something for food stamps, and that's
pretty good. You can live on that.
That's the maximum you can get for an individual. That's honestly decadent to me, because I can actually live on half of that. Hence why I have stamps saved up.
You like pesto? It's pretty basic thing you can do any kind of stir fry with.
No, I actually don't do that much cooking from scratch.
It's I do a lot of stir fry stuff and anything I can do with a pan in general. That way you can't mess it up.
Lone Hiker is asking what I did at the Renaissance Festival. I mostly pushed people on the rides. I just pushed like the giant swing rides. And I also had to manage money, and I had to attract people to come get on the rides. Which means I had to like fuck with them and, you know, make them laugh and convince them to get on the ride.
You're wearing a giant cloak while doing it. You're like a wizard.
Yeah, I was always wearing the hooded monk robe.
Remember that AK video where you were shooting guns wearing your robe?
Yeah, like it also happened to be a really good outfit for being in the sun.
The heat off you.
The sun was the biggest threat more than anything.
Yeah.
But
you're also looking for work again, right? I think you mentioned.
yeah, but there isn't shit.
No,
You're
like
going
fast food places or anything like that, or
I'm trying to avoid that, honestly. Like I would honestly like rather struggle and be homeless than wash dishes and work in a restaurant or stack boxes again.
You get yelled at and live in hell. I feel
just
that.
like I just like refuse to believe that like this can't be it. There has to be like there has to be like a job where you can drive a vehicle for money or like be a maintenance worker or something. Not a janitor, but like
You can always do field technician, but it's hard work.
I saw a job that I would actually take if it was closer, which was to be a maintenance technician for a storage unit place where you basically just manage yourself. Pretty much have to maintain the place and clean it and set things up and occasionally do like building projects. And that was
Sounds like a fun job, honestly.
that was for $22 an hour also.
That's nice.
But that was like 30 minutes away, so
well, I mean, you can always work a garbage job like fast food or like staff boxes for like as a part timer, like 2 or 3 days a week maybe, just to like save some money until you find something better.
honestly, like, well, these fast food places honestly don't even pay enough to justify driving out to them anymore. They also, this is a very. I would probably be better off if I was just dropped into a new area completely, because this is just a really bad area of people that all hate each other and randomly abuse each other, and people recognize you from elementary school. They hate you.
You are also in that region of America that's just not been growing at all for like 100 years.
It's like an actual wasteland that everybody
Just
hates living in.
depopulating.
It's just, which has an effect on the minds of everybody in it. It makes everybody hostile and insecure, which they direct on everyone else around them, of course.
You think there's any free housing in the nearest major city?
I don't know. That would have to be Pittsburgh. Still half an hour away.
You and Wolf Slumber should be roommates.
Well, I think about this a lot. I keep pitching this idea. Is like, what if we all, people in this circle, all move into one building and just like take it over and be roommates because we can trust each other. We're not annoying or irresponsible. And that would probably work better. Because like Wolf's living by himself, which that takes over half of his fucking income.
There isn't a lot of practicality to living by yourself these days. It's too expensive.
Living with roommates is also hell because normie cattle are retarded. Even if they're not in the same apartment as you, they're still loud and cause problems to living around you. So if there was like a destination, like it would have to probably be in a city where there's more opportunities. Because there is affordable housing in cities. Because that's where the wage cucks live.
I do hate cities. It is kind of where things are going. Just people are forced to live in these giant cities because that's just where all the money is. All the small businesses are like snuffed out by the big corporations, and so you're forced to if you want to make money.
Yeah, I do question why my family even settled here, because since nobody owns any property, we gained nothing from moving here. You should have just stayed in New York City or Philadelphia or something and made it work, and it would have been better.
Would have been more jobs.
You might have a house in the suburbs near where all the opportunities are.
What is your family background?
Well, it's like they're just mutts of Scottish, Irish, or Scottish, German, Italian, and I guess they just migrated out here into the Rust Belts because a long time ago they were like steel mill workers, and I think like my grandfather and some other relative, they were 33rd degree Masons, which has no impact on me, of course. That benefits me in no way. They don't own any
Also
property.
have Masonic family members that are no longer around.
Yeah.
Some areas, the Mason Lodge would help your chances a bit.
It was nepotism. It was helpful.
Yeah, they don't have that much power nowadays. At least not like they used to.
In some shitholes, like if a cop is a Mason, they will let you off the hook. They'll look the other way. Like when I say that, I mean like if you're speeding and the cop can, it's basically the cop's discretion if they can fine you or not. Then they'll let you go if you're a Mason.
I would say they still have a pretty good power base in America. It's just not as obvious anymore.
I mean, it's nothing like, certain other groups that, control finance and media and politics, but it's still, it doesn't hurt to have a connection to the Masonic Lodge.
Sometimes I think about joining the Latter-day Saints Church because there's a lot of really rich people that go there just to get in on that. But then I'd be pretty dishonest for doing that.
Well, normies are dishonest retards that are all evil, really. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, lying to them and deceiving them, really. Like, you need to just use them and manipulate them, and you can create a better situation for everybody when possible, but since we're all like 1 foot in the grave, you might as well just be manipulative and deceive them and not care about integrity, because they sure as fuck don't.
Yeah.
Like,
Went
I
to
mean,
Mega Baptist Church recently, and I was not impressed at all. It was purely theatrics.
well, that is what all organized religion is going to be, honestly. Anything that the normies touch will be corrupted and ruined. Like, it's just...
Whatever feels good, I guess. That's what they're all about.
Are you still going to those church meetings, Degs?
No, doing that last year was enough for me to... There was nothing to benefit from it, and they were just liars. They genuinely were just deceiving people, and they viewed philosophy as like a sin. They couldn't tell you outright, but they would always cringe and grimace whenever you bring up, like, abstraction. Because it's like you're getting into thoughts that is not helping them run their church hustle.
Heard a lot of people call King Solomon a Satan worshiper just for telling the truth in his book. Even as part of the Bible, I've heard a lot of people criticize him, even though he's saying the same things Jesus said.
Well, that's... Anything that the cattle are touching, just accept that it's doomed. If it's not bad right now, it will be, or you just don't realize how it is bad. That's pretty much how you have to go through life. That's how I'm writing. I'm writing like a non-fiction manifesto, and whenever I talk about the cattle, I'm like, just accept that anything they touch is doomed. Like, everything, and I list off everything that they've ruined, and that's just the way that they are. Rationality and compassion and things, these are like faces that they will temporarily put on, but they're basically just random. They're capable of like good things and also depravity, and they may do both in a very short amount of time to you. So, that's just how you have to view people and treat them. Like, you can turn over a rock and normies are like raping their kids and robbing each other and bullying each other, and it's like, yeah, I'm not even surprised, really. Like, that's to be expected.
Might be a symptom of just mass democracy in general. There's just no there's no exceptionalism. It's just whatever appeals to the lowest common denominator.
It would be the same if they have any say in any other government. Dictatorships, socialism, monarchies, it's all just going to be the same because they're all corrupting it. Like, I'm at the same point as Plato trying to draft the perfect society, where you realize that you need like a selection process for spiritually enlightened people to run everything.
Plato's Republic.
Yeah, basically. Because that's literally, like, the masses will just corrupt and ruin everything.
Yeah. But how do you find those spiritually enlightened people to run society?
Let's see, that's a very... I've already written like 20 pages just describing like what that looks like and how you select for them. It's not something that you can easily say in a few sentences, because it's basically you have to find people that have objectified subjectivity, where they realize that their subjective experience is just, one of many, and they don't hold false absolutes based on where they come from. They basically have like a cold, rational outlook, objectifying everything. And
I think deductive reasoning is a very powerful trait that a lot of people don't have.
people have deductive reasoning, and a lot of cattle are very intelligent, and they're very good at mimicking. Like, I think that doctors are cattle too. I think that presidents and executives are cattle. Like, cattle can be in leader positions and be skilled in things. But, an engineer is still going to be a crazy, stupid person beyond his skills. All these rich people are stupid, naive, immature, ignorant. Whenever you leave whatever expertise they have.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So this is something that I think would work, but I think it's not possible. It's not going to be attainable because like material conditions have to allow it. The material world isn't going to reward you just for being the most truthful and aware. Because a guy with infinity power can just walk over and kill you and rape your skull, and he's just like an animal.
There's a lot of level of being truthful that just kind of gets you killed and ostracized.
Yeah, this is basically just a concept that I'm exploring to see how far I can take it and prove that it's absolutely right. Because it is still correct. Pretty much every time I talk to people, I'm developing my paradigm based on how I form my thoughts in this book, and it just consistently gets positive feedback. That's why I just call people cattle now, because that's what I call them in the book, and everything I say about it is correct.
There's a certain group of people that use the word cattle quite a bit.
I also think Abrahamics and any subgroup of that are also cattle, even though they would refer to other people as cattle. Because that's the thing about cattle is they form like these secret clubs and societies where they refer to other people as like the masses and cattle. But all that their groups are, it's basically just business cartels and like sex circles. And to be initiated, you have to like pay your way in, or it's like a fraternity where you have to like all the men come on a cookie and the initiate has to eat it, and then they'll be part of like this group that gives them connections. That's pretty much like those are cattle groups.
A lot of humiliation rituals in these modern cults.
Like I'm not even allowed to talk about how one group is really stupid. The Jays are exceptionally fucking stupid. They just have this set of rules for building a community and rituals, which is so painfully obvious and trivial. Like they don't even.
It's not a real religion is the problem. They're extremely materialistic, and everything about it has to be in this world. There's nothing about the spirit or growing as a person. It's repetitive ritual.
It's rituals for like building communities and bonds and fabricating significance. And it's very basic. And so what that MGTOW cowboy, he was like, we need to emulate the Jews, like as if they're like this mystical thing. It's like they're so boring and small-minded. It's like, okay, they basically learned how to form a community and work against out groups. All right.
Yeah, extremely strong in-group preferences.
That's not impressive. Like a real cabal of like wizards and shit should be even further beyond that. Where like you don't even really like if you secure wealth, you secure enough to like pursue your sense of duty or make life worth living, which is still very ascetic.
The wizards always go up into the mountains on a tall tower to do their wizard things. They're not very, like, they're half and half material, you know? The wizard's not as concerned about this world as modern religions.
Well, I heard they have like the power of like storytelling apparently, and they kind of just use like more of like a slave morality to like kind of enforce that will in a way. Like
That's
like
to make
art,
you feel sorry for them. That's
or
what
art,
that's
or
all
music,
about.
or like movies, you know, right?
If you feel sorry for a group of people who are exploiting you, then you're going to just bow down. You're not going to form an effective resistance to whatever they're doing.
You're going to permit them to create laws that makes it illegal to criticize them or even mention them.
Yeah. Never again. Never again.
Now they're I believe in the magic order society ran by a council of mages, an enlightened caste of mages that have or people that attained enlightenment, and they get vetted by other mages, and various Abrahamic faiths and their subgroups or would be cattle under that system, along with almost all people on the planet.
Yep.
And then you have like a rotation of initiates that they're like questing people. They're like people that you would run into on the internet. They're like some of them would be like libertarians or neo-Nazis or communists, or they're just whatever. They're just playing with ideas, but they've clearly crossed the threshold where they can't go back to normal society. They're still figuring things out.
I've dabbled in probably every kind of cult circle and political kind of circle, right wing and left wing, and everyone is just kind of universally poor and being exploited, is what I've noticed, and everyone's just kind of confused what to do.
And like it's a lot of it really. It's actually this could be really constructive, because the fact that normies self-impose a Gnostic prison of lies and abuse actually produces enlightened people who, like, the mages would not be responsible for the exploitation and abuses. That's actually like you break out of the matrix and you run into the mage council. You're like, why did you all do this? Everyone's living in a lie. It's like they did that to themselves. That's literally how they have to exist. All we do is like steer how it goes. Like we make sure that there's like better government and like no wars and better standard of living. That's pretty much it. But all the bullying and like the molestation and the lying and shit that normies do, that's you can't stop them. That's a product of ignorance. Which also leads you to want to transcend that. You discover injustice, so you want to like find out what is justice and what is true.
Yeah. And also, Falco, a lot of people in those like alt political circles are like super young too. I don't think you should probably get like you don't really.
There's always one old dude, and then a few 30-year-olds, and then the rest are all like, I don't know, in high school.
Yeah, like most people don't form their like political opinions, their actual true ones, until like 25 to 30 is usually like the age range.
There's always one old wizard of politics, and then there's a few mages, and then the rest of them are like imps.
Yeah, but then those old people are dumb as fuck too, because it's like it'll be some old dude that still worships like capitalism and can't really explain what it is to you, and he just tells you to go be a trucker.
Oh God.
Regardless
I
of
remember
the
I used to be an
politics,
ANCAP.
the boomers are always the same way. They're always like, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And there's some truth to that. There's always you can always work a little harder and whatever, but there's a point to it where it's like ridiculous. Not getting a third job.
Yeah, it's like I think there can be cattle leaders, but it's like those cattle leaders should be occasionally reviewed and probably terminated by a higher caste of people. Because managing cattle is really tedious labor. And if you're like a mage, then you want to just kind of like relax a lot. You don't really care. You're honestly ready to. A lot of them would probably be ready to die, to be honest, because they would just be bored of this.
Yeah. I like to think of the United States like late stage Soviet Union and what happened to it. If the United States collapses in a similar way, it's just going to reset the system and then bring about a new wave of slavery, like what's going on in Russia.
Yeah. Well, America, the thing is that it never collapses. It just persists. It just like a new rotation of thieves move in, take over, bullshit everybody, and you just keep bribing the masses enough for them to like be at a stable level of suffering that they're able to still delude themselves.
Yeah.
While your money is being devalued and you're being robbed by inflation.
Your benefits are getting worse or being cut, your wages aren't increasing, goods cost more, services cost more, both are lower quality.
When the Soviet Union collapsed, I've heard stories about people who had like lots of savings, they had a lot of money, and when the Soviet Union collapsed, their money was just worth nothing overnight. $20,000, and their money just became like $500. And anyone who did have a ton of money, they just immediately left. They just went to a different country and took all their money with them. And that's probably what's going to happen to America when it's finally bled dry by these vampires. They're just going to take all their money and leave. And we'll be all stuck with like worthless money.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the United States, it has a pretty good geography, and the demographic structure is actually pretty good, at least compared to like the rest of the West. So that's why it might take a little longer for it to collapse. So
I don't think the collapse is coming. It's just going to be like a perpetual decline. Like
yeah.
Because of how the United States is structured, they can drag this out for a lot longer than the Soviet Union could. But there will be an end point to it. This cannot continue infinity. Eventually, too many people are just going to be fed up and just living on welfare, which is kind of where it's going. America is slowly turning to a welfare state. People need to be subsidized by their tax money to live. Even if Trump is talking like, we got this many people, food stamps and whatever, like, look, things are getting better, GDP number go up. That doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't mean the quality of life is increasing, and it's just getting perpetually worse.
A lot of that's just from them building fucking data centers and investing in fake random noise generators.
Money is moving around, but it's being exchanged into the hands of the wealthy from the average middle class. Like, as the boomers just spend their money on their cruises and their vacations and buying more homes, that's not helping anyone. These younger people who are completely economically illiterate, when the boomers die and they get a little bit of that money, they're going to blow it. They're going to lose it immediately.
The few that get the money anyway.
I was at a gun show last year and I met this old dude, and he was talking about how he had like enough to buy a house worth of like antique guns and shit. And he just, I don't know, we just talked a little bit, and he just brought it up, and he said, my grandkids, they said they're going to sell it as soon as I die, so I'm going to sell it. I'm going to go on a cruise. He literally said that. He's like, fuck them. I'm going to sell it and go on a cruise. How dare you sell my shit after I die?
I mean, I fucking would. I have no use for fucking that many guns unless I'm arming a terrorist group.
Antique firearms.
Antiques too. Now, I see it happen all around me. Like fucking dudes would inherit several $1,000,000 and immediately go into coke and shacking up with the local drug addict whores. And I just keep telling my dad, I'm like you see how I eat. Like I drink water. Like anything you give to me, I'm either gonna turn it into more money or just going into my like survival as much as possible.
That's what one of my relatives tells me. Like, I know how you live. I may as well give all my shit to you when I die, because I know you're not just gonna spend it all. Because I don't live a materialist life at all.
Yeah, I'm chronically ascetic. Like if I had a fuckload of money, I guess like the worst thing I could do was like once in a while drink like something ridiculous like a Kahlua milkshake. But
Never heard of that before. What's that?
You know what coffee liquor is?
Kinda.
Well, Kahlua is like this chocolatey coffee alcoholic beverage that
Or tried putting alcohol in my coffee before. It sounds like a good idea.
it is good. It's just booze is expensive, so I would not avoid it if you don't have money. I'm just saying hypothetically, if I had way too much money, once in a while, very occasionally, I would drink something like a chocolate booze shake.
I had a ton of money. Probably like move to Montana or something and buy a nice plot of land and then do everything by hand and just build like something I would want to live in for the rest of my life.
Just try to remove yourself from infrastructure as much as possible, because the moment that you rely on utilities, that means you're going to have to submit to the system and probably stack boxes.
Yeah, get a battery bank going and some wind generation, whatever. Dig your own well.
I just moved to the city, somewhere in Europe, probably, and just embrace the pain.
Yeah, I would too. I would love to. I would move to fucking New York, probably.
New York's very beautiful.
I would move to like the most affordable housing I can get. Like you have a lot of money, so like here's my fucking account. Clearly, I can afford it. And then just live in a studio apartment. Just you're close to hospitals if you need it in your old age.
Yeah. Although cities are kind of rough nowadays, though. There's a lot of like drug addicts. There's some crime too. So
Where are there not drug addicts, honestly?
yeah, but if you go in the city, you see like guys just bending down on Fent. You know,
That's fine.
I
Like,
got no
that might
trouble.
be me. That might be me in the future. So like they can do that all they want.
I got nothing against crack addicts and drug addicts. It's just criminals is what I have trouble with. People are gonna stab you for fun.
Yeah, like I got no
But
problem.
even then, it's not a big deal to live around those kinds of people, because the other option is you have to live in a yuppie neighborhood where they have trans kids and makes you go insane having to look at that every day with their signs.
yeah. It's still not nice to see, though, right? You know, their asses are, they take dumps on the street. I've seen it. It's
Like
not
metropolitan area that's in somewhat decline is far more preferable than the demoralizing suburbs that America is filled with.
Yeah,
Or
suburbs
rural
suck.
areas. Like there's just no reason. The only reason not to live in a major city is just cost, which they do have affordable housing, so whatever. If you're okay living in a studio apartment, I mean you're pretty much good.
Having a car in a city is the only thing that's kind of shitty if you don't have your own personal parking.
I mean, fuck. If I'm moving to the city, I mean I'm probably throwing away the car. You know, you can actually have an e-bike and they fold up so that you can take.
They're free too.
E-bikes are great. I have one.
Yeah, if I lived in a city, I would just be on an e-bike. Like, fuck cars. I would be done with cars forever. That's another plus.
They have dedicated biking lanes, so that's kind of cool.
You know how much money? Like, if you live in an affordable studio apartment in a major city, that's like the rent is like less than $1,200 a month, and you're not even spending any money on a car. You're saving way more than living in some rural shithole. Plus, you have more ways to make money.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
get a bunch of Costco plastic boxes to put most of your shit in. Have your bike by the door. Have just minimalistically everything you need to live. Not a big deal.
You can literally like fold your e-bike and carry it up into your apartment if you want. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Not a lot of apartments for that price though in the city.
I've seen Chinese people end in very horrible ways to their e-bikes and mopeds because the batteries explode.
Well, just don't buy from their companies.
Don't buy a Chinese one.
Like the e-bike my dad has is actually phenomenal. It lasts a really long time. You can ride it for like I don't even know. Like you could probably ride it for over 12 hours straight on full speed. And then if you have it on partial power, which is what I do, where it uses a little bit of battery power, but you're still pedaling, so you kind of divvy up your exertion with the battery.
Makes it easier.
It saves even more power. Yeah, and it makes it easier too.
It's cool.
$1,200 for a studio in New York City. I was looking up apartments in New York City. There was, I don't know, it wasn't on Manhattan Island, but it was in the Bronx, and it was like $800 a month.
That's about how much it costs where I live. 850 to 800.
Oh, you Americans, so cheap housing, cheap apartments.
That's what I'm saying. Is that apartment in the Bronx costs the same as one in the Rust Belt? So, what is the point of living here?
You should see the prices in Maple Leaf land.
I know Canada's all manners of fucked.
They are land rich, but at the same time, they flooded the country too quickly, and now there's just nothing.
You let the capitalists and the social justice warriors flood the country with Indians, so
I own 1,000 single-family homes, and I rent them all out at exorbitant prices.
It's $3,000 for a fucking like one-bedroom apartment here.
$3,000.
Right. Yeah.
And the nightmare is that you have no leverage to refuse that either. You have
So
to
how much
suck that dick.
how much does it cost to live in your car or live in a box?
$2,000.
Oh shit! Well, at least that's
I
a
don't
deal.
I'm just guessing, but that's probably not far. It's probably accurate, actually, if I had to guess.
Is
Go
the
ahead.
Bronx a neighborhood I can handle? The chat Lone Hiker's asking. Yeah, I can handle black people. I do not care. I've been around the shittiest white people you can fucking imagine. Drug addicts, liars, bullies, pedophiles, sex predators. Like, I can deal with black people. I don't care.
Living around blacks is not as bad as most people think. It's just you don't want to stick out too much, and you'll be fine.
I could deal with. I'm done with whites, honestly. Like, I think whites are the most aesthetic, and people would want to be whites, but clearly we're all doomed, and I don't care what. Like, we're all just going to become nothing when we die. So, Like, I'm just gonna... All that matters is, like, life being affordable and somewhat enjoyable before the end. So, I don't care. I have no idea what it's like to live near ghetto blacks. We have ghettos out here. I do not care. I know what they're like. I do not care. I will take that over the Rust Belt.
Did your car get broken into once while you were at the park?
Our car got broken into by bumpkins while we were exploring an abandoned steel mill once.
I remember that. You said some hillbillies did it or something?
There might have been multiple instances, but that's the only one I remember. But, I mean, our house has been broken into by a white person looking for drugs.
Looking for drugs, not even money. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Can't say much about it, but, yeah, that's why he was here. Well, he was going to sell he wanted to sell drugs for money. He wanted weed.
The thing about the Rust Belt is, like, the more impoverished and desperate it is, you're gonna have shitty people. People are only as honest as their options, and if they have no options, they're gonna be very dishonest.
Yeah, I'm pretty self-aware that I'm pretty nice right now because I don't have to fight people for food. But that can change in the future.
Got to bash Grug in the head to get his piece of the meat.
Yeah, your dad seems pretty generous, so Dag, to let you like live, I guess, without paying bills and shit.
Yeah, because he's pretty aware that everything's fucked too. It's like, that's also good whenever I talk to him, and he tells me that the world is as bad as I suspected, which proves that like my intuition is correct.
Yeah.
He's not he's pretty
only,
stupid,
like,
but he's not
city.
delusional.
Like one city in America, I think that's like doing relatively good and that's actually getting better. I can't remember which one it was though. You know how in a corporation or a company, if it's on the downhill, they'll just keep firing people until there's nothing but managers left? That's kind of how a lot of countries work. They'll let things get worse and worse until there's only managers left.
Well, I mean, that's what happens whenever everything's to the benefit of the top few. Like everybody else gets sacrificed. Not how you're supposed to run a society. Well, I mean, if they were mages, then yes, you could sacrifice cattle, but cattle don't know what's worth sacrificing over or how to do it.
I think most people are doomed to be cattle-like. It's just, oh no, it's the selfishness and individualism that can be very toxic, like selfish individualism. Not the kind where you think for others or think more deeply about things. You're just taking and taking and trying to get a better position all the time by being lying.
You're just like an animal that has these vague sense of what realizes or negates you, and you just latch on to whatever, and you don't care, and you're lazy and unserious, and whatever's working is good, and that's it. You don't care about anything else.
The thing that really kills me is living the life of a cow person.
Yeah.
Which I guess is what they're currently living right now.
Extremely mundane life. You just vape all day and eat fast food and, I don't know, live a shitty life.
Especially being forced to be a wage cuck, getting herded around and forced to do repetitive actions, being a trained monkey for them.
Like a caged animal in a zoo with drugs.
Masturbating, doing drugs, because you're like, it's just, everything's just like pain and hopelessness.
A lot of younger men do live that way. It's just masturbation, drugs, and video games, and shitty food, and then do it all over again the next day.
There's nothing else to do. Like that's
That's
it.
what I do.
I mean, I do relate to it too.
I mean, I don't do drugs, but I jerk off a lot. Like whenever I feel like it.
Drugs are expensive. I don't know how people can do that.
People smoke cigarettes, like fucking. That's fucking.
Cigarettes
insane.
aren't cheap either.
That's super
Cigarettes
expensive.
are horribly expensive.
That's super expensive for how little impact it has. Like basically, it's because weed shows up on drug tests and shit.
Yeah.
And then alcohol and cigarettes cost so fucking much for how little they do.
Buy one bottle of whiskey a month for $17, and slowly go through that throughout the month.
Like there's like my one friend, he does all the drugs, he does weed and smokes cigarettes, and he has no fucking money, and he just works at Safe a lot, and he has like he's spending like hundreds on cigarettes a week.
I was working as an electrician. I had this one guy who would ask me every day, multiple times, "Hey, you got any cigarettes? Hey, you have any money for cigarettes?" Because he was going through like 2 or 3 packs every day. And I was just shocked like that kind of human being existed.
People don't choose to stay asleep, by the way. You're forced into an awakening, and you can't come back from it. No matter how comfortable my life is, I can't go back to sleep. Like, I'm gonna die this way. Like, it's none of us chose this life. You're forced into this. People, by nature, want to do as little as possible. And if you're comfortable and you're allowed to do as little as possible, you just won't care. You're forced by going through tribulations on like every aspect of life. Physical labor, trying to understand why things are, not being able to trust anybody, exploring all these ideas and having them proven wrong or misunderstanding them and having to go deeper into them. Like you eventually, like that's something you're forced into doing, into becoming, and then you can't ever turn it off.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Once you start thinking critically, it doesn't stop.
Yeah. Especially when you're like wage cooking and you're still like thinking constantly. Ugh.
Oh, that's torturous. That's so fucking torturous.
That's like part of it is like you wouldn't even want to be a mage because you have like the burden of existence. You're standing on like the edge of being, where like you pretty much perceive everything and there's nothing left. And it's just like boring, and you basically have to narrow your mind and indulge, but you still can't turn off your awareness. You just like, you can play games and shit and enjoy things, but you can't forget the greater reality the game is happening within.
Oh god. Ugh.
Bring yourself off to do a job that's hard for hours and hours, but your brain is still going. It's like twice the hurdle. It's terrible.
Yeah, that's especially torturous to me, to like the fact that I have literally stacked millions of boxes. Like I did the math, it's over 6 million boxes that I stacked.
That's crazy. I was at the warehouse. They made us take open all the boxes and then count everything and scan everything, and then refold them and repackage them and then repeat.
That's literally jobs that only cattle should be doing. Like I've seen some coworkers where their will is destroyed and completely subsumed by the company. they're not even a person anymore. They have figured out that they should just stop thinking, and they did. They're just there's nothing behind their eyes. They're just quietly speculating like how to casually make more money, and they just stand there for hours just wage slaving. Like that's who should be doing these jobs if anybody.
Yeah.
It's good to do it for a little while to experience that hell of nobody caring about you and just being trapped in the eternity where time isn't moving forward and you just keep doing physical exertions.
You just start to time travel after that. Like a week can just become a month and you just didn't realize it.
God, like, imagine being like 45 in your like fucking Walmart uniform, just staring in the mirror. Oh.
Some people eventually stop time traveling and they look around like, oh shit, this is my life. I was 20 yesterday and I'm still wage slaving and I have nothing. And yeah, a lot of people give up after that.
They accept the wage slavery as their life. Like that's it. There's no I just gotta get through this to start my real life. They're living their life.
Never starts. That is the life.
Yet you make the wage slavery into your life, even if it's just stacking boxes repeatedly.
I will say doing any kind of trade job is significantly better than any kind of repetitive box job or retail job, or especially fast food. That's at the very bottom. Worst job ever. Most meaningless shit ever.
Would you like fries with that?
Like fries with your misery.
Oh, God.
Dip into your suicide sauce.
It's funny how every restaurant worker, you can ask them, like, they probably don't even have, they've probably had this happen once where they had like a parent say, do good in school so you won't turn out like this person. They point at the wage cock. So you also have to deal with shit like that.
City worker has an infinitely better job than most people. He's doing minimal work, and he has free healthcare and shit, and he's gonna get a good pension when he gets old. It's like getting a union job. You get the best jobs, and you get the most protections, the most pay, and they'll pay you 5 times more for the same work. And you get like one person to like kind of like wrangle you if you break any of the safety laws.
Well, that's how you're supposed to. If you have to wage cock, that's the job you're supposed to get. Is you're not supposed to get these jobs where you work the entire time. That's not how you survive the hours or get hours. You have to have a job where you spend some of it like sitting in the back of a truck or sitting in your company vehicle.
Yeah.
Which is not
City
what
jobs
I
are
had.
pretty hard to get, though.
They are, yeah. Or they
mean,
don't pay anything.
I probably applied to like 100 city jobs, and I have a degree, and I didn't get anything.
Yeah, a degree doesn't mean anything anymore. You have to have like a master's, but even then they're like, oh, you're overqualified. So the best thing is to just literally go to one of these scam churches and talk to people, especially older people, and try and get one of them to get you a job. And that's how I have gotten opportunities in the past, like good jobs. You literally have to find old people and just talk to them, be fake friends with them. These 90-year-olds are still employed and they will never stop working until they're dead.
They don't have any fucking hobbies or anything that drives them except gambling.
If they go home, their wife is still alive somehow and she'll just make his life hell, so he's still working.
Mm-hmm.
He has nothing.
These people literally have no hobbies except gambling. Like I have an entire world of like so many possibilities of things that I can be doing right now. And then you find these wage cucks, you find these old boomers where the only thing that they do is gamble and do drugs. if any, if
Casino
that.
for the first time in my life went to casino earlier this year, and it was an eye opener what kind of people I saw on there. It was horrifying.
Yeah, I've been to a casino a couple of times, and it's just like old fuckers, pretty much.
So many Gen Xers who like look like they're on meth. It was crazy. Their eyes were like bugging out, and there's like fat people like shuffling with their eyes crossed. It was amazingly insane.
Yeah, I mean, Gen Xers are heavy drinkers. Whew.
I don't understand how they were smiling like that too. Everyone was like had these psychopath smiles. It was really crazy. I'd rather like eat mud all day than go to casino every day.
And it works on them every time. Like that's, they literally like the flashing colors and the oxygen being pumped into the room, clocks being hidden so that they can't tell what time it is.
So dark in there, you wouldn't know.
It's literally like I'm compiling a list of how like cattle are actually controlled, and a big part of that is how casinos manipulate them. Because they really elaborate on how basic they are, how easily they are controlled, and how they submit to it.
Someone made an interesting video recently where they're talking about how every year, or like, I don't know, every few years, the national IQ goes up like 2 points or something like that on average since like whenever they started taking track of that. And people were saying like, yeah, the boomers are just stupid because they have a lower IQ because they have lead in their brain and stuff. They had a more base diet, so their brain didn't form right.
Plus, their background just didn't help either. They're more animalistic. They just come from sitting on their porch, throwing rocks at cars.
Yeah, they did come from that generation where as long as they got home before the sun set, that was fine, whatever they did. You ever listened to the Sean Ryan show before?
No.
He has a lot of veterans that get on, and some of them are just full of shit, but a lot of them talk about their childhoods, and half of them talk about how they got raped or something back in like the 80s. Or how like all their friends were like, yeah, we didn't talk about how we were all getting raped because no one wanted to like stick out.
This is to be expected from cattle. Like, you walk out to you're a farmer and you walk over to the pig pen and they're like raping each other, like the parents are eating their kids, and it's like you should just not even be fazed by that. It's like, yep, this is what cattle do. I mean you're free to, you're free to, if a mage wants to like stop that, I mean, you're free to try, but you're just going to discover that this is how cattle are. They don't care about anything. Any kindness or depravity is basically just like a random event in their behavior.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I find like veterans to be kind of annoying. You know, they have their hats with their American flag on them. They have their like sleeve tattoos, their T-shirts just jacked. Like
Gen X.
I don't know.
I've seen Gen Xers that have a trend. They're talking about how they're the strongest generation. They've endured the most. They're saying they're the next greatest generation.
Or like Iraq, Afghanistan war veterans too. I guess millennials, that would be sometimes older millennials. There's something about them. I just don't know what it is. Their beards and shit. Like I don't know.
It's just pride all the way.
Yeah.
So much pride.
People can
They're
make
like, oh,
something out of
80s were the
anything.
best, man. The 80s were the best. You guys don't know how good it was.
Whatever they have, they will hype that up infinitely to be more than they actually are in society. They'll do that with anything.
They'll put on the boomer glasses and be like, you ain't tough enough. And we're the tough generation. They're very, very prideful and have a lot of attitude. You can't talk to a lot of Gen Xers. They just get mad at you and tell you, oh, the only reason why you're talking about that is because you're not working enough. You don't have enough time. You have too much time on your hands. You're asking the wrong questions. You need to work more.
You don't make money by asking questions.
It's true. That is
Say,
true.
yes, sir, I will work for $8 an hour.
I will work for free for experience.
You want to be the manager, work for break at UPS. They really appreciate that.
They're getting worse too. They're not getting better. Like since COVID, the older people are going more and more insane.
Yeah, because, I mean, death is coming. Nothingness is coming. The end that they refuse to believe in is coming one way or another, so... That's one thing I take solace in, is that at least death comes for everybody.
You came from nothing, you returned to nothing. So what did you lose? A garden hose? That's funny. I drink from a garden hose too. Does that make me a real man? I got amoebas in my brain. Does that make me a real man?
Millennials.
Pretty sure Gen X had a lot of time on their hands when they were younger.
Yeah, but nothing to spend it on. Imagine if, like, instead of playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you were just sitting on a porch and staring at the street. That's how real men were made.
Not very mentally challenging.
Like, things are just happening more with faster speed and in newer generations. That's why we turn to technology, because it's more real, because more things are happening on it with less effort on our part.
It is the path of least resistance. For better or worse.
Yeah. I think things are kind of going back to the way they were like before the Second World War. If that makes any sense.
Well, in what way?
People are pushing for that kind of traditionalism. It's like,
It's hard. Yeah.
I don't know, neo-feudalism almost.
Kind of like that. It's more like industrial. It's kind of hard to explain. Boomers are kind of like an anomaly. Also Gen X, you know.
Gen X probably at the best music. I'm listening to some 90s trance music. That's better. A lot of their music fucking sucked, honestly. I listen to Ozzy and Metallica and shit sometimes, but the world would be so dead and empty if that's all there was. Like, if I had to choose between dad rock or vaporwave, I'll take vaporwave.
Yeah, Vaporwave's pretty good. Sometimes I'll listen to Leonard Skinner or Rush, but, you know, only sometimes. Riding a motorcycle is almost a death sentence, especially these days.
Boomers can't even fucking handle motorcycles right. They make motorcycles into gas guzzlers, defeating the fucking purpose.
I've known like maybe 6 people in my whole life that ride motorcycles, and more than half of them died, and one of them's a vegetable right now.
Yeah, I mean, you still gotta drive defensively, and you're dealing with cattle that kind of hate you a little bit more than other drivers because you're on a motorcycle and you're different, and you're also weaker. They respect you less because they can smear you on the road.
Yeah.
That's how cattle think.
Coming in a big F-150, like, oh, this motorcycle guy, he's a little puny man. He's in front of me. I think I'll turn him into a road stain.
I'm gonna ram him into the wall and drive off and not face consequences.
Yeah. Turn him into a puddle.
I want all these people in F-150s to really suffer from supporting Trump, driving up gas prices.
Yeah. They probably don't even look at the price. They just fill up because they're like in so much debt, even though they have a nice house and have a lot of nice things and a good job. They don't even look at their credit card and they don't care.
Where's my money going? It's Somalians and Mexicans and Haitians.
I'm gonna be mad about that for one day and then do nothing and not even write my governor or anything. I'm not even gonna do anything. Just gonna be mad and post something on Facebook.
Just watch Fox News and drink beer and yell at the TV.
I have a phone number to one of my governors. Like, I've been politically active since high school. He came and visited my high school and I talked to him.
I was politically active for a little bit too. I met some like guys who are running for like parliament a couple times. So it's an interesting thing to do, but
You're Canadian, right?
Yep.
All right, bud.
Hey.
Lucky for you, Canada isn't real. Your provinces can just ignore their government, so that's cool.
Yeah, we're not really a country. Like, our provinces have more power than states here, so.
Yeah, they could pass a law and then provinces can choose to actually follow it or not. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Here in the States, you're like, oh, you're an insurrectionist. You don't want to follow the banned all white men law.
Yeah. I mean, like 90% of our population like lives on the southern border, so we just have huge swaths of land. So it doesn't really matter.
I've noticed people have some serious road rage. I've noticed. Like, I've never had very bad road rage. Like, people are doing crazy shit. I just pray before I drive and avoid everyone. I'm usually fine. But most people are like, I gotta get to the store in less than 2 minutes and kill everyone along the way.
I gotta get back to my labor exploitation factory in 2 minutes. This is the only time I can get groceries during my 15-minute break.
And when I'm done, I gotta go donate plasma to get a little more money. I got a little blood in me to get out of me. I don't know how anyone can afford an F-150 these days. If they're like in their 20s, I don't see how they can afford it.
Definitely a loan or parents. Like a UPS, these fucking retards would take out big ass loans to buy a Camaro. Shit. Like, you're just okay. You have a cooler vehicle. You are literally a slave. And you cannot stop being a slave or you will lose everything.
They don't even have a job that would require a big truck. They just drive a big truck for commute, for basic shit, to get bread at Walmart, which just shocks me.
Because they get that one day off where they can drive around and burn rubber in the Walmart parking lot in front of people that don't even care or won't remember them the day after.
I remember when I got my first job, I had to ride my bike for like 15 minutes to get there. I didn't have a car. And I did that for a while, and I had a lot of people that would drive past me and like rev their engine as if that was supposed to impress me.
I still have people that will drive up alongside me at a traffic light and rev their engine as if I'm gonna race them. I don't even look at them. I literally just ignore them. Like I have complete disinterest in them.
I have bigger problems, man. I don't give a shit.
Like it's not even forced at all. Like when I don't care about something, I genuinely don't. I don't even have the energy.
Yeah. I hate it when like fucking Zoomers stick their head and scream at you from their car. I don't know if you guys have ever had happen to you before.
I got people honking at me. One guy one time, he was so pissed off at me for no reason. He stopped in the middle of the road and he just flipped me off for like 5 minutes. And he just sat there and I wasn't even upset about it. I was just like, okay. Like, he's like, I don't have road rage very badly. So I was just like, okay. And then he finally drove. I was like, what was that about?
He probably worked a shitty job, hates his life, so he's trying to take out on someone.
He was so fucking pissed off at me for no reason. I don't know why.
This is why Americans are good slaves. They get exploited and then they take it out on their peers.
I'm sure he had somewhere to be, too. I don't get it. People are always so upset, like, not getting to their destinations as quick as possible. Like, any red lights, and enough of an inconvenience to ruin their whole day.
I only get pissed off by something reasonable, like somebody's blocking a road that I have to use and they don't move after several minutes, or an old lady ignores a stop sign, or somebody keeps changing lanes multiple times in front of me. They keep, and there's two lines of traffic, and they keep changing lanes, and I'm just watching them do it over and over.
Yeah.
We're not using turn signals.
See a lot of people never use their turn signal, changing in the lanes, and I'm like, you could do that, but that's not safe, and there's not enough car spaces between all of us in the first place. So I'm like, what the fuck?
You know, this really encapsulates like how cattle behave. Like, why do cattle scream out their window at somebody who's walking or riding a bike? It's because they can get away with it. It would be a rush to be able to scream at somebody and drive past them before they can react. To be able to fuck with somebody else's life like that with no consequences. Cattle can do that, so they do it. That's how they think.
You ever worked with the homeless before, or been around homeless people?
On the street. Like, I walked around the homeless tents in Pittsburgh and shit.
I've worked with the homeless a few times, and I've noticed the thing that most of them are just very mentally ill, but I've seen a form of thought in them that I've seen even in myself, and it kind of scares me because they're very disorganized and kind of insane. I think a lot of them took drugs until they formed some kind of schizophrenia. It's very easy to become mentally insane, and society will do that to you.
Yeah. I wonder what caused them to turn to like hard drugs for like a lot of those guys. I see these guys just like they're fucked on the street. Like how did that happen? I wonder.
If you do not want to let your mind go under, you might not come back.
Yeah, you can, Larry Silverstein bought the big tower in Los Angeles, okay.
Probably one of her friends sold it to her and gave her a deal.
Now, Larry Silverstein, so that means that a plane's probably going to hit that building, too. He's lucky
the
Larry.
crisis actor guy. I know what you mean.
He's lucky Larry.
Oh my god.
Gonna have a
Guys, I got
dentist
breaking news
appointment.
here. Troops are being deployed to Iran.
Right
Really?
now.
Ground troops.
Oh, well, Trump lied about that too, but you talk to the average retard, they'll still say, oh, well, it's not a real war, and okay, so yeah, there's troops there, but, you know, you're a loser, and why do you care about this? Even though I'm the one that brought it up, you're a loser for caring about it, even though I brought it up.
There was a plane crash in Iraq and everyone aboard died. That's cool.
Thanks to
spending
I in the
enough.
comment section for bringing that up, by the way.
We're not spending enough trillions on the military, guys. We gotta work a fourth job. We gotta work even when we're asleep to pay off the deficit. They can rent our brains while we're asleep to run Amazon servers.
Now that you have even less leverage, we're going to install these implants that monitor your brain waves for unproductivity. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. You'll have like spiders crawling all over you and your brain if you stop being productive. Speaking of the 60s, there was actually a lot of positive movements when it came to the hippies. A lot of people just didn't want to be slaves and work themselves to death. And so they became hippies and like super Christians, but they were becoming too Christian. The CIA started doing shit and like planting serial killers to make them look bad, and they got psyoped into becoming what they were.
Well, good luck forming your own, any kind of community that goes against the social order. I mean, where do you think all the militia movements went? They all got fucking infiltrated by fads. The hippies got infiltrated by fads.
Yep. And any kind of, I don't know, right-wing stuff is usually fads as well. They're either grifters or feds. I think that's the thing. If you're real, you're not gonna be picked up on the algorithm because everything on the internet's artificial at this point. If you're real, you're gonna be underlooked. But if you're a fed, you're gonna get all that algorithm and that high production value.
Well, only people that get promotion are seen. You have to be promoted by something. And it's kind of like a bidding war where people that pay the most to get promoted get seen the most. So you're only going to be seen if you're being promoted by the biggest entities, and the biggest entities are the system itself. And then you look at who that system is promoting. You have Asmongold, and you have...
Asmongold literally just goes, yep, that's reasonable. Yep, that's true.
Kill Israel's enemies. Yep, kill Israel's enemies.
Yeah, he's a bad man. Yeah, that's morally wrong.
Kill him.
I agree.
Kill him. Take him out. Hassan got kicked off Twitch for saying anything similar to that, and then, but you know, no problem. Like, kill Israel's enemies. Yep. All Muslims are savages. Yep. Kill them all. Yep. Kill them all.
Isn't it crazy?
Kill all of Israel's enemies.
The right-wing stuff is completely allowable now, while it was not before, but only so long as it is supporting the current system and the current grifters. All the leftist stuff is now being suppressed because this leftist stuff is anti-Israel. But now the coin is going to flip the other way, and then you'll probably have grifter leftists when the pendulum swings around, and then they'll be doing the same shit.
Yeah, and then the Anti-Defamation League will still be steering the ship.
Yeah. I missed that brief moment from like 2021 to 2024 where there was kind of like more freedom of speech and stuff. You could say what you want. That was a good time.
The most mundane shit possible is always what's on top.
Well, the more people you appeal to, the more, like, you're going to be appealing to villagers in India and a wage cuck at Walmart.
Asmik will be like, guys, if you want to be a great influencer, you have to have a $10,000 microphone. You have to be supported by the Twitch platform to be on the top.
You have to be supported by Peter Thiel and the State of Israel to be on top.
Video game temple.
You have to be like Elon Musk, where your entire existence is hinging on how much you please the American-Israeli tech cartel, who can ruin your entire life, seize all your assets, and leak your sex tapes the moment you stop playing ball. You just have to let them take you on a tour through all the Holocaust museums. And, you can allow right-wing thought, but you have to promote Zog accounts at all times. You have to make sure that's the first thing they see.
Yeah. The Chinese do the same thing. It's the same kind of grift. They'll take you on a tour throughout China and see all the cool shit they've done to, get you mesmerized before they start doing business with you. And then Israel does the same thing. Got to go over there, look at all the feel bad for me shit, kiss the wall, so forth.
It's so absurd that kiss the wall is like the new, like, kiss my boot, kiss my ring, the new humiliating thing that everybody should be mentioning.
You have to thrust. You gotta thrust a little too. You gotta kiss it and thrust a little. Gotta sway those hips. Sway it for Zog.
It would have been nice if Iran blew up that fucking wall.
I don't think they... I mean, they have good enough drones to do shit like that, but I don't think they will.
No, their missiles are too inaccurate.
Their drones are very accurate, though.
Yeah, but they always get shot down. Israel's air defense is way too advanced.
Some of the Houthi drones went along the coast, and they just thought it was like regular planes, and they just went all the way around, and then struck strategic positions in Tel Aviv. The Iron Dome is kind of a joke. It works most of the time, but it's overly expensive for what it does.
Well, that's what the military fundamentally is like it's a giant scam, really overpriced, and we saw with the first missile attacks, the Patriot missile system is like a joke, where they couldn't chase these Iranian missiles striking Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
And you're just seeing in real time how America, the military-industrial complex, it's all just a giant scam to funnel money into rich pedophiles' pockets. They use the grain of truth, they have a product to sell, and then it's 90% bullshit, marked up price.
Yeah. I gotta spend trillions of dollars on shit that's not gonna perform even correctly. A lot of that stuff malfunctions, I've seen. Made in America doesn't really mean anything anymore.
This giant free-for-all of thieves. It's just... And people can't even admit it because a lot of it's capitalism, which requires marketing, which is lying. People have to lie. People have to artificially inflate themselves into social status and pretend everything's fine because hating the system means weakness.
I'm not saying that this isn't all controlled opposition and everything's fake and gay, but the way the United States is set up as this imperial force to maintain global order and make sure nukes don't fall into the rogue states' hands is not sustainable in any way, even if it wasn't all just the elites on the top not really giving a shit.
Well, we wouldn't have to. People that acquire nuclear weapons don't even use them. Like Pakistan and India would have nuked each other already because they hate each other plenty. We wouldn't have to worry about terrorists if we weren't bombing countries to give money to rich Israeli pedophiles to build real estate in the desert. On the
India
ashes
and
of dead
Pakistan,
kids.
they'll airstrike each other and artillery strike each other, but they're not gonna threaten each other enough where they might nuke one another if their integrity was to fall, because they know they'll do it. Like, they're not very smart people to begin with, and they don't have a lot of reason in the most extreme scenario not to do it. So they're just gonna be too cowardly to go all out against one another.
Well, at the end of the day, the rich fuckers want to stay alive so that they can bang more kids on yachts. So you can't do that if everybody's dead.
We can make money bombing each other and firing artillery across the border, but we can't make money if all our slaves have been nuked and we're also getting irradiated.
The threat of war and some plundering is profitable, but not an actual total war.
Yeah, exactly. Buying new jets and new weapons, that's profitable.
Clearly a fucking multi-trillion-dollar industry, the defense industry, so yeah, it turns out that dictates society, including enslaving all of us, along with the other things, the other trillion-dollar industries, including healthcare and insurance.
Countries without nukes, though, are free game. It is completely profitable to destroy them at will. What are they gonna do?
Well, that's most countries, though, right? I think only like nine countries have nuclear weapons, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's a surprising number.
Yeah.
Like, it's this whole world police and fighting evil and shit. It's just amp up defense contractors, and so political people can, they can't fight corruption. Whenever you can't fight corruption, you have to babble about fucking being tough on crime and fighting wars, fighting the bad guys, and scapegoating to distract people.
Isn't it crazy that it still says in our Constitution that we can have the militias, but they're banned in all 50 states?
Yeah, and even you don't even want to be part of the ones that are still around. They're either fed or they're so gimp that they serve no purpose.
Probably just shoot you if they get angry because they're crazy poor people.
I bet not. I bet like 99% of them don't want to overthrow Trump.
Oh, definitely not. They're the true proud patriots.
Like they're probably more. It's probably more of a community, like church or Masonic lodge thing, where it's just bullshit. It's just something for them to do and say that they're a part of it. But in reality, they're never gonna do shit. The militia movement,
it's the equivalent of a gun club.
Their equivalent of when they gather up and act tough and act like a militia. You're not gonna hear them say about how they gotta fight Trump. The same people who, like, years ago, they would say, all these anybody on the Epstein list, we gotta kill them all, gotta overthrow them and clean up the country. But the only people they're gonna talk about killing now is like imaginary communists in Somalia.
A lot of these boomers are just as bad. A lot of them go to like Southeast Asia and shitty countries on vacation to have sex with prostitutes, and a lot of them are probably underage.
I don't doubt that at all. Animals.
I mean, it's no different. The rich people do the same thing, just on like a little more of a yuppie scale.
Yeah, the average multimillionaires can go to like the third world and predate on children. I mean, they literally would talk about that in like child porn networks. Like that's how they would make child porn.
It's so fucked.
That's how they would make child porn. Like they were like raping Filipino kids and torturing them.
You see that video, the Epstein files? I think it was the Epstein files. It was like a bunch of rich people, and they were talking about, so where do you get the kids? Oh, Southeast Asia, the Philippines. They were like, someone was reporting secretly.
The parents will give up the kids eagerly, or the communities just won't miss them. You can just go to Africa and you can just steal a child. Obviously, they want white children more, but I mean, they're fine with third worlders or little Asian kids. And that's
Ukraine was since the end of the Soviet Union the like world's largest distributor of that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's a lot of them were brought into Israel and fought like human traffic that way from that area. Ukraine's been such a center of like scum and just illegal evil shit going on for so long, and now this war has just swept all that under the rug. All that corruption, any evidence that could have been used against them is just gone now. There's this podcast I was listening to when I was in high school, and it was around the early 2000s, and they were talking about the shit going on in Ukraine, and just no one cared.
Yeah. I do think it's better for society if Ukraine wins, though, in my personal opinion.
I don't think it matters whether either side wins. It's just literally a nothing war where they're just getting as many people killed as possible to clear out. I mean,
Russia's not a good place, though, dude. Like,
Russia is
like they already have the territory they want. It's pretty much over. Like they might get more, and that's it. That's the war. Ukraine's fucking lost. Honestly,
they got all the land with the natural gas and oil, and that's all they wanted. So it doesn't matter.
I mean, their goal is to take the entire country, which they didn't do, though.
They would like if that happened, but they still took the territory they mainly wanted. Like they basically won.
I don't think so. Go ahead.
They were going to build oil infrastructure in Ukraine, and that was kind of the big no-no for Russia because that's where they get all their money. And that's probably the main reason why the war started, other than the ethnic conflict that was already going on.
They have the east half in Crimea. Like, that's all that matters in Ukraine.
But they always had that, though, in a way. Like, the Luhansk and Donetsk, like, republics are already, like, majority Russian. And kind of, like, splinter states already. So, like...
Europe started buying Ukrainian gas at a cheaper price than Russia and undercutting their profit margins. That would have been a big problem for their oligarchies, which are a bunch of Hasidic Jews. And then Ukraine, of course, is just a giant pedo state that has no laws, and kids are just constantly being funneled in and out.
Well, I don't know if you've seen, like, the Russian army recently. They're, like, Africans now. Because there's a recruit from Africa or, like, Asia and, like, India. So that's where the Ukrainians are fighting, basically.
They're fighting to get replaced and killed, and then the Russians are just being used as cattle to be slaughtered for money.
Yeah, this is pretty much... You have pretty much the right outlook on this war. It's good to... When somebody just objectifies the entire thing, you don't have any emotional attachment. You just comprehend that it's like a jaded, cynical nightmare that, like, honestly doesn't even matter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, all the economic factors propelling it, there's no idealism. Any idealists are just disposable retards.
I guess they just got tired of Ukrainian little girls, and they're going to move on to Baltic girls next because there's no men there anymore.
Well, do you guys know?
Blonde.
Go ahead.
The Baltics, they're just as blonde.
Well, you guys know that Russia is set to be like half Muslim by like 2050, right?
I mean, Russia's fucked. all the right wingers pushing like all the trad, cath, Russian nationalism. That's
Trad
I always thought that was
Poles,
a joke.
trad Russians. Look how trad these people are, even though their
Hey.
birth rates are in the toilet or they're getting replaced by Muslims. They're
Russia
being
is the same as
used
the Rust
cannon
Belt.
fodder.
Like
Yeah.
Russia, everything I've seen, heard, read about Russia, it's like it seems the same as the Rust Belt. It's just another shithole, another oligarchy. Even has Zionists dominated shithole, another degenerate shithole with like reactionary fear mongering at best.
Forget the number, but most properties in Moscow are owned by Jewish oligarchies. Hasidic Jewish.
And I believe it.
Like every motel, every hotel, every gas station is overwhelmingly controlled by them. It's just the nepotism and how deep it goes. It's like, oh, he's based. He's protecting the new Rome, you know, because of Byzantium. But it's not the truth. He's sold his people out like everyone else. He's literally, he came from the New World, the World Economic Forum's New World Leaders. That's where he came from. That's where he was trained. You know, he's part of the whole thing. Just because he says a few base things, it doesn't mean he's doing anything. What you say versus what you do is very different.
Like when people... That fucking MGTOW NCAP retard was talking about how Pinochet was based. There's literally like a puppet that brought in a bunch of Rockefellers and Jews to control his country and sell it out. And he also had an Epstein kind of palace where they found out he was raping and killing kids. Like,
Yeah.
it's a joke. There's no
do you
based people. There's no based world leaders. There's no based billionaires.
The only countries that are based are the highly impoverished ones that are actually looking out for themselves and only themselves. They're not accepting global homo or getting in debt for infrastructure projects by China. But there's very few, if any. So
Well, if they're like that and they have anything of value, they're getting Libya'd. They're getting Gaddafi'd and strung up.
doing something within the self-interest of the nation and not basically giving your nation's wealth to a bunch of foreign billionaires for their slice of the pie to improve your country, to make it more metropolitan. It really is the most ideal state of being, to be like a bunch of poor villagers that have strong borders and like a renewable population birth rate.
You have a community where it actually does good things for its people, where like just imagine living in a society where you actually feel guilt for not paying taxes. Like,
That is a false morality in every sense.
anybody who feels guilt from not paying taxes is obviously insane and retarded. But just imagine if like you were part of a society like that where there's like universal health care and like paid education and strong borders. There's not billionaire pedophiles trying to import the third world to bring down labor value and drive up consumption. And you think about, oh, I'm taken away from like a society that actually doesn't suck.
God.
I think there
That
is
money's
a
just-
chance. I think there is a chance that these death cultists at the very top of the pyramid might betray their average co-religionists at the lower part of the pyramid, the millionaires and stuff. I think they might betray them and start a crazy war if they feel like it might achieve some kind of spiritual goal of theirs.
I think that if you mean like Netanyahu types, he doesn't actually care about the religion. Is the thing.
Like
He doesn't actually believe that shit.
I think people like Netanyahu are gonna get his own people wiped out, like as a sacrificial lamb kind of thing, because he is setting up his country to be destroyed in the long term.
Yeah, but he's not doing it for spiritual reasons. The thing about him is that he does not give a shit. He is completely manipulative to the point that he will have Israelis be killed. He will, like, it is possible that October 7th or whatever, that he allowed that to happen in order to...
100% he did. That was... How could such a powerful military that has a 24/7 surveillance system set up across this whole the Gaza district, how can that happen? There's no way that could have happened unless he allowed it. And he did allow it because it was so perfect timing.
And it's not for spiritual reasons. It's like pure materialism. It benefits himself. Like, he doesn't... He probably knows that he's just going to become nothing when he dies. He's just, like, trying to hoard power. Like, what else is there to do? He's just so immoral. Like, he's not just... Israel's
he is
in,
more
like...
than willing to sacrifice his own people for his own political agenda. That's the kind of man Netanyahu is.
Pretty much all the rich people are ready to sacrifice everybody else. But Israel is in a place where that sacrifice can be literal mass death. Whereas in the West, it's basically just mass exploitation and depression, demoralization, suicides.
Yeah. They do so much crazy shit to get as many Jews around the world to immigrate back to Israel, but most don't want to live there. Only the welfare state appeals to most of them to want to live in a shitty desert where everyone around you hates you.
Do you know about the Cars for Kids scam, charity scam?
I haven't heard of that.
I think it's Cars for Kids. Basically, it markets itself as a charity fund to give cars to kids or clothes for kids or something like that. And what actually happens is that it's a giant Zionist op that uses funnels it into the pockets of a couple billionaires, and it uses the money to import those kids into Israel, import Jewish kids into Israel to become Israeli.
Wow.
I think it's Cars
so like
for
most
Kids.
charities, it's a big scam.
Place your faith in anything in society and you're the idiot. That includes charities. Cash for clunkers. No, that's
Most
Obama.
charities are just a way for wealthy people to pay less taxes. And then that in itself, the charity itself, is just funneling money mostly into middlemen and then billionaires.
I guess this is what I mean, is just you should expect anything where cattle are involved. That if you turn it over and look inside, you're gonna look into like the Salvation Army, like, oh, that seems like a good cause or whatever, and then you find like drug addicts being treated like slaves and having their their like welfare money taken, and they're like being brainwashed to be part of a religion but run by people that don't even give a shit about it. It's a giant grift. Like, this is the kind of shit that you should expect looking into any entity at this point, because this is what cattle do.
Damn, I just read the comment there. They're buying old cars that are still working and reliable. So they force you to buy newer cars or just make it where it's completely unaffordable.
Cash for clunkers
That's
was like an
crazy.
Obama policy. It allegedly crashed the used car market, but right-wingers use that as a scapegoat, honestly, to explain why car costs are going up.
I don't think in a few centuries most of humanity is still going to be around.
I mean, well, after you die, there's no time, so basically nothing exists after you die. Like, everything will just be dust instantly. It doesn't even matter.
That's probably one of the better scenarios. If there is something beyond this and it isn't like merciful, it's going to be pretty bad. Like if there's a as above so below like philosophy to it, it might be pretty bad.
Yeah, I think there's something after death. I'm not sure what it is, but I think there's something.
I've heard men who are much smarter than me say that, you know, matter can't be created or destroyed, and so can this consciousness also, you know, just be destroyed? And they say no. So I'm like, okay, well, that's reasonable. So either there's nothing and it doesn't matter, because are you going to care? You're nothing. It doesn't matter. You're not going to think. You're not going to, oh no, I'm nothing. There's going to be nothing. But there is something. That's something to worry about.
Well, the thing about matter can't be destroyed or created, I mean, where the matter which leads to our creation can take other forms, which will mean the end of our consciousness. Our consciousness is basically like a temporary fleeting moment of that arrangement of material. So, like, even though matter can be reshaped and stuff, it doesn't ensure the perpetuation of us.
Yeah, but there's also then statistics of like what's the likelihood of us even existing, and how did DNA just spawn and like readable information like that become organic. Things like that is statistically pretty unlikely, but then again, it could just be in our natural aspect of the universe.
Well, this is like the one thing that this is like one of the few insightful things Neil deGrasse Tyson says, is that it only has to happen once at one point anywhere in eternity, and we're there. That's like, we feel like it's special, but if it happens, if consciousness happens, we're there. If there's one planet in eternity that can facilitate life, that's where we end up, and then we think it's that, and then we think it's like super special, as if we have a purpose of being here.
It's a bit weird how empty the universe is of any signs of anything intelligent, or how old it is.
Well, it's you get to look across eternity and see the conditions of what allows, you know, life to exist, and you find out how, like, unlikely it is.
If this is all that is, and humanity is all that is, maybe in this whole galaxy even per se, then we are truly wasting our potential of what we could be doing.
There's nothing we really can be doing. Like, there's no warp travel. There's nothing. Like, all we could do is have a pretty good society where everybody, if you're born into it, you're like, oh, this is pretty good. Like, you know, life is an existential nightmare and dread. But
you don't need a nice planet to set up a decent civilization. A star is infinite energy to draw from, and then there's infinite matter to play with. You can make decent societies anywhere there's a star.
Well, I feel like we've been regressing since like the 90s, I'd say. We did go to the moon, we did send space shuttles into space, but I feel like there hasn't like really been any good like technological advancements. Maybe besides like some like the internet or AI, really, but like I don't know.
I think that society and civilization is in a way inherently dysgenic and appeals to some of the worst aspects of humanity, and so that is what replicates itself the most. And so you just get more of that.
But something about this current society is particularly sick, though. There's something different about today than the past.
If merit was the main thing human beings valued universally, I think in general things would be much, much better. But that's just not the case. Liars and like people who target you for your empathy, like any kind of weakness, are the ones that are always getting on top. Like even sub 80 IQ people know how to take advantage of people who are overly empathetic.
Well, that's the merit that gets rewarded. It is a meritocracy, but there isn't any... Cattle don't care about morality. There isn't, like, an objective good that they believe in. Like, believing in goodness and morality, that's literally something that only, like, magical wizards can believe in. The cattle just do random shit that benefits themselves. They develop skills, and sometimes that skill happens to be deception and thievery and abuse.
Yeah. Boomers in general, I've noticed this about a lot of people, that they immediately don't believe anyone as their first reaction. And I think that's probably a good state of mind to have, that most people are probably full of shit and are going to try and scam you with their bullshit stories.
Well, normies are right about that because they're around each other, so that is true. They've
learned that, yeah.
They learned that from each other. See, you can be empathetic and intelligent and stuff. You shouldn't want to just be a normie cattle, but you just have to realize that, like when you're dealing with a pet dog or a cow, a bunch of livestock, like there's a certain way you have to behave. You have to. When you're dealing with cattle, you're dealing with a being that can mimic what you are and has its own rights to turn society against you. So you pretty much have to do like you do with cattle, where you subtly command respect. You do these manipulations so that they respect you, don't feel like they can attack you, they want to be around you. You don't trust them, you don't give them a chance to stab you in the back.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep a defensive barrier to avoid being scammed.
Like, you can smack your dog for shitting on the carpet. You have to scold your pet and tell it not to do things, but you don't have to be evil to do that. Yeah, you're basically just going through the motions. Like, oh, I have to drag my dog and shove its nose into its shit and then throw it outside and scream at it, and then do that every time it does that until it learns better. But, I'm still aware of the greater reality of the world and all that, and this is all part of, like, building a better world for myself and my dog. I have to do this shitty thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the key thing. That's one of the key distinguishing things about cattle, is that they can't maintain greater awareness while having to do certain things. Like, if I was a cowboy and I had to kill people to live, I'm not gonna tell you yeah, people should kill each other to live. It's like, this is just something I do to live. It's just the way things are. It's not what I think should happen. It's just what is happening.
I learned recently that what fueled England's industrialization when they started was they confiscated all the land from the peasants by the lords who kind of ruled over them, and they gave the land over to the rich prince. So they forced all the peasants into the cities, where then they enslaved all of them and made them into meat grinders, They crushed them all in factories. And yeah, I think that kind of goes into nationalism, and how that was one of the first big scams by an organized state to get everyone to be okay with becoming grinded into meat paste.
Yeah, nationalism does suck. It literally is that's like totalitarian kleptocracies 101, is using scapegoats and using these false identities to
patriotism and nationalism, so you'll kiss the boot of the state. And I used to like it when I was younger. When I first got into politics, I thought, oh, that's really aesthetically pleasing. I like this a lot. And then you go and more into it, and you find it was really just a scam to get the average peasant to give up their autonomy.
it sounds good on paper, like, oh, our country should care about itself, and then what actually happens is, well, first of all, we plunder vulnerable people in other countries and ruin their lives, which compels them to fuck with us, and at the same time, we're being fucked by an upper class that is swearing that it has our interest at heart, and it's using propaganda to ensure that everybody supports that we're being exploited, and it's still just a continuation of, like, basically just capitalists and nobility and politicians just plundering the state, but now it's illegal to criticize them.
It's a cycle of hatred is what it is. And I get it, it's like a superorganism what the state is, and it has to compete with all the other states around you, otherwise you become a vassal, so you have no choice. But to also become nationalistic and industrialize. But at the same time, it's just a scam on the individual.
It's like,
oh, we have to compete. Britain and France, they're nationalized and becoming colonial. Germany gets invaded by Napoleon, time to become nationalists and give up hundreds and hundreds of years of local tradition and, you know, living decently.
it's why I actually hate, you know, humanity, fuck yeah, sci-fi, where it's about, like, badass human empire destroys a bunch of aliens or enslaves them and rapes them.
Yeah. Weird power fantasy amongst the stars.
What that would actually look like is, it would look like today where you're being robbed by a bunch of capitalists and your housing prices are going up and you don't have health care and it's all because of corruption and you're working your entire life to not retire. And then the government's telling you the aliens are why you can't afford houses. And then that's basically nationalism and fascism in a nutshell.
You can't afford pods. You have to be vaporized every day and stored into a computer because you can't afford a coon pod.
That's what I go when I realize that. Like I hate that brand, that power fantasy, humanity first. I hate human centrism actually, just because of that. It's
because
just like
intelligent animals, I think we could be better stewards of the earth. Since we know better, we should act on knowing better, but instead we act selfishly and ruin everything.
yeah, it's because well, it goes against like the fundamental principle that like we are all one, and basically if there's a biology that allows other people to be sapient and rational, then you should, you know, treat them as such.
Yeah, a certain
Where-
level of dignity that everyone should be inclined to. It's not that you owe them anything, but a certain level of dignity and respect, I think, should come to the intelligent.
Because it shines the core flaw, which is that the people around you are still dehumanizing and scapegoating people and denying the reality of other people's existence based on what benefits the upper class, basically. They've been spurred to think in such a way.
Yeah.
Like
Remember
they'll
Trump
deem-
said he was a nationalist. I'm not a patriot, I'm a nationalist.
yeah, like
And then everything he's done has not exactly been to the interest of the average Americans.
he means he's an Israeli nationalist. Yeah, like I actually hate Nazi Germany. Like I thought the aesthetics are probably good for controlling cattle, but like wanting to like genocide Slavs, wanting to like amp up funds for your like your corporations and exploit the workers, and like just genocide Slavs and shit. Like
I think they had a hatred for certain Slavs because towards the end of the war they let in like a few million Slav refugees when retreating from the Russians. So they weren't that hateful of them necessarily.
Well, it was actually
At least-
it was part of their ideology, and Mein Kampf and Heinrich Himmler agreed that they wanted
Make
to
room for them. Yeah.
they wanted to remove the Slavs, which can be multiple things, genocide if that's what happens to happen. But like, I hate this shit because you realize, you come to a big mind-blowing revelation is that you don't actually have to be nationalist or racist to control your borders.
Yeah.
You don't have to do either of those things to prioritize your own citizens. Like, you can still, like, I don't hate you other countries. It's just that we have to build ourselves up. And maybe that can work out for you too, but, you know, we're not gonna fuck you over. We're just, you know, I'm the leader of this state. I have to make sure this whole chunk of land succeeds.
I don't think humans evolve for this level of society that we live in. It's too big and antisocial for us to, like, truly cooperate in a meaningful way. Like, other people just have to turn themselves off to, like, function when you get to this level of scale.
Yeah. I think there's too many people on planet Earth.
Well, not necessarily. It's just people are too compressed is the problem. Like, when the village is no longer a village, it's 40,000 people. How are you supposed to meaningfully give a shit about anything?
I mean, social media doesn't help either, too, right?
No, social media is inherently antisocial. It kills all the senses that you would get otherwise. Like, it's not that meaningful.
Technology doesn't have to be innately bad, but the wrong people are controlling it. Like, what's bad about this is that the systems of theft and exploitation are so vast and incomprehensible that normie cattle kind of default to, like, self-loathing and bullying each other and developing psychotic mentalities.
I can imagine when social media was being conceptualized before it ever even became a thing, because a lot of technology is just never truly mass-produced until like a decade or two later, once it's learned how to be controlled. And I bet a bunch of very wealthy people came together and, like, if we give these people the ability to communicate on a greater scale than ever before, they might form unions, they might start questioning the state of their living, and then we can't make it worse for them. So it's probably, the way it's designed is very much on purpose to avoid meaningful social reaction.
Like, the reason in the right hands, I think the technology is better, but everything else about society is garbage, so that social media is just becomes like a shallow marketing driven simulation of social interaction and a way to just download thoughts to delegate thinking that you can't do because you're being exploited. You don't have time or energy to care, and then the people driving thoughts are malicious people. Like, you have people opening fucking any social media, and you have, like, the Mossad operatives that are in powerful positions or owning the companies promoting, like, actual degeneracy, promoting psychotic objectivism and, like, wealth worship and Israel worship, and, like, denouncing anybody pointing out corruption in the system. And you have all the people obviously pushing everything towards their products. Fucking Elon Musk bought it because he bought or Twitter because he wanted to promote his products, and, you know, he posts some poll memes, and now he's Israel's slave. So he has to promote their accounts, and that's what people see when they open social media. You open Twitter, you see Zog accounts first and foremost. You see the Zog accounts and whatever is promoting Elon Musk's shitty products. And, like, it's just that maliciousness. Like, social media and the internet should be a utility that's controlled by the state, really. The state should also would need to be overhauled with new people, because it's just people are living in an alternate world that's just controlled by malicious deceivers that want to enslave and extort them. Which, that's like the real problem. I would be fine with everybody living on a computer. We could totally do that. That's clearly how we want to live. For the most part. With occasional breaks for going outside once in a while.
You go outside and you just kind of see hell and like nothing actually interesting to go do because it's gonna cost money. So what's the point?
Yeah, well, going outside especially sucks because nobody can afford to do anything and everybody's inside or working. Like, if this was some sort of utopia where everybody's just living on the computer, you would be able to go outside and get on a bus out of your city and then get in a kayak and go down a river as a way to experience reality different from living in virtual reality. That would be the ideal application of technology.
It's a good anime. Your commenters just ended their stream.
Code Geass. Yeah, I've seen the whole thing. Man, it was...
Not the anime where America becomes an empire.
Yeah, it was alright. Like, I watched the whole thing. It had my interest more than Naruto or Bleach did.
I could never really get into Naruto too much.
Nah, I just wasn't into it for whatever, or Bleach.
I haven't watched anime in a long time. A couple years.
Well, it mostly sucks anyway.
Any anime from the 90s is generally pretty good.
The last one I watched was what was it? Monster. That one. That was actually pretty good.
Oh, Monster. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Very realistic. I kind of like that part of it too. Like 1990s Europe. That was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Tenma. I remember that. It's a very slow burn. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, too. Yeah, that but the realism too. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Still watching Soul Bianca. It's pretty good. Every episode has a pretty cool theme.
Where do you watch anime, anyways?
9 Anime and WC Stream. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Okay.
It's like old fashioned.
WCOflix.tv, where I watch it.
I'll look that one up. Heard of that one. Oh, that's the same site I use actually.
I don't.
TV.
There isn't much anime I really care about. It's mostly rewatching old stuff. Like, I was watching Jujutsu Kaisen, which does have an amazing season 2. But then season 3 is like kind of losing my interest. Like, season 2 was pretty fucking wild and crazy, and it's a new anime. Like, there's just... Like, I like any show that explores the reality that human life is basically fucking worthless whenever there's just really powerful people walking around. And they actually contrast it with modern life. It's like... It's like hundreds of people just get annihilated. In like a really visceral, personal way.
Yeah. You ever heard of Ego Proxy?
No.
You'd
Maybe.
probably like it. It's a little bit nihilistic, but also highly philosophical.
I mean, yeah, every time, whenever I see it, I think it's Evanescence. Because it's clearly... I don't know which one came first, but one's clearly based on the other.
I'm sure you guys have seen Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion, or Evangelion.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
most of that, I think.
Some of
Bill
it.
when I saw all of it.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
like,
pretty-
I don't know, it's just a reflection on like young people and their lack of self-confidence.
It didn't really interest me much. Like, something's got to really pull me in with the premise. And then it's got to have good themes and explores cool topics along the way, but I'm just not really interested in the whole teenagers dealing with, like, insecurity bullshit.
Sad thing is, in the newer Evangelion stuff they made, like Shinji, he never even overcame anything. He's still in that escapism problem. So there was no progression. Everything was meaningless. I think a better anime for that same kind of plot is Welcome to the NHK, because the character in the end actually does improve and escapes of escapism.
I think that's probably the most relatable character for all three of us.
I was wage slaving
Yeah.
and a horrible job when I watched it. It was super relatable.
Yeah, especially you, Daggers. I'm sure you should watch it if you haven't already.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about it and I've seen some stuff about it, but it also doesn't really... That also doesn't interest me either too much. I'm like, yeah, that seems like it would be relatable, but that's not why I watch it. Like, I'm more... Like, I was playing Legacy of Kain, and I was playing as, like, a vampire knight, and then playing as, like, a fucking vampire that eats souls. And they were exploring, like, all these weird plots within plots, and all this weird time travel shit happening in a fantasy world, and just humans getting wiped out, like, over and over, just getting genocided and predated on. And it was exploring, like, cool new topics. It wasn't just exploring, oh, it's, like, about a teenager overcoming his lack of self-esteem. No, it's, like... It's like, actually, it's something new. Like, if you're in some insane... I'm up for exploring some entirely new premise that actually takes it seriously, and the character revolves around it. It's not like it's not just a normal coming of age story or something.
Yeah, that's interesting, but it's always nice to relate to your like current material conditions, which I guess for me, for you too, is like staying in your room most of the time and just doing nothing but browsing the internet, right?
The kind of media boomers look for and their relatability media is always extremely miserable. It's like the worst shit ever, full of fake friends being evil most of the time. It's like Seinfeld or Friends, just horrible people.
Yeah,
you look at it objectively, they're just horrible people, and they find that relatable. And then you look at, I don't know, anime, most stuff is like a little more interesting. There's more substance to it. People are just trying to do their best a lot of the time and hold on to their friends, which is relatable.
Yeah.
Sitcoms are fucking terrible. Boomer comedies pretty fucking bad.
It's always the worst people ever participating in hookup culture for the most part, getting new girlfriends every season. It's just lame.
Yeah, and then they actually start to copy that too into their real lives, and I'm sure they were already doing that to an extent before. Where they deliberately create problems and are terrible people because they think it's funny and quirky.
Yeah. I wonder how many boomers have ruined their lives just trying to mimic the media they watch.
I'm sure a lot of boomers killed themselves thinking that there was actually a heaven like Tom and Jerry, and they were gonna ride the escalator up to the Cloud Kingdom.
Or they're gonna get raptured or something.
I was like there's a lot of cool things to explore. Like that is kind of interesting. Welcome to NHK, because that makes me wonder, like, if he's just sitting on his computer.
He's literally only on his computer 90% of the time.
Then it's like, what could the show be about?
It explores a lot of different topics. He starts off, because he's been a NEET for several years, living off his mother's money, to like live in his room and have like he has trash everywhere. He only like eats microwavable shit, and he's extremely paranoid. He's been alone for so long that he thinks aliens have potentially kidnapped him, and he's in a simulation. The English dub is preferable over the sub, in my opinion. For that one, it's very funny.
Well, dubs are. I often prefer dubs. I don't like reading, and the English voice actors have way more range than Japanese. Like we have way more dialects and like manners of speaking.
The worst part about dubs is usually they don't translate it very good. They like add their own things to it instead of just going off what the translators already did, so it comes out as worse. Or they just get bad voice actors. But I usually like dubs. I'm a dub person. A lot of people might hate me for that, but I like it.
No, I think sub people are pretentious pussies. Like, they insult dubs that are way better than the subs. Like in a sub, every character just sounds like a Japanese teenager or a Japanese old man. There's like 2 or 3 male voices they have, and that's it. They can do like 2 or 3 characters. Everything's so fucking monotone.
There are a few shows I've liked more in sub, but usually I'm more cool with the dub. It's just, I don't know, it relates more to me, because I can hear it like, yeah, that's an English speaker.
Let's see, like Cowboy Bebop, Yu Yu Hakusho, Trigun, Attack on Titan, Jujutsu Kaisen, the Berserk original anime and the movie. Like
Trigun's a true gem. Love that one.
The dubs are way better. Even Dragon Ball Z, yeah, they butchered like a lot of the dialogue, but the voices are still way better than Japanese. Goku actually, Goku sounds better than the grandma that voices him in the sub. Same for One Piece. One Piece has way more range, way more diverse voices and characters. And Luffy sounds better because in the sub he sounds like Goku's voice actor, a shrieking grandma. Yeah, I can't even get my voice to go that high pitched. Like just Yahoo! Yeah, they sound like Mario as a grandma or something. Like that sounds like shit.
Japanese media in general is just much more entertaining and creative than Western media, and has been for a very long time.
Yeah, at least with like mainstream productions.
You know that joke, like, haha, African media is just first world country, and then white people is space stuff. But then it's like white people versus Japanese people, and the Japanese are like literally selling Gundams to fund their space program. They're doing actually interesting things, and in their media, they dream of shit that's way more interesting than Western media and Hollywood.
I feel like Western stuff has a higher peak than Japanese. but Japan, like, on average outperforms the West, like, with comics, and they actually care about exploring deeper subjects. They do want to. They like, whereas like Western media is becoming superficial. Like, compare the Fallout TV show with Attack on Titan. Compare these two popular things.
Can't compare it. One has a bigger budget. That's about it.
Attack on Titan genuinely introduces, like, an interesting new reality where they can't even. There's no peaceful resolution. It's like either
it's a cycle of hate and never ends.
There is a way to end it. It's to kill everyone else first.
Yeah.
If you don't kill everybody else, that continues the cycle.
There can only be one. Yeah, that was pretty much the lesson. Like, inevitably, they did get genocided in the end.
Yes, they did.
Hellfire of missiles.
Yeah, because Iren, because his friends got him to back off genociding humanity, they all died. Eventually.
Yep, inevitably.
Like, that's interesting. That's what I was looking for, because that's what I was into. Like, here's the premise. It's like they're in a big walled city and they do this crazy shit to fight these giants. I'm like, okay, cool premise. I'm in. And then it becomes so much more. And like, that's what I'm into.
I was super pleased with where Attack on Titan went. At first I thought, I was like, oh, it's just one of these normie animes. Scary concept, nothing much is happening. But I kept watching it, and it just kept getting better and better and better.
The last season was mind-blowing. Like, the amount of realism and lore.
Everything was connected. And
all the psychology, like, exploring the psychology of the, I forget what the name of their people was, but...
Eldians.
The Eldians, what it's like for them to live under a fucking regime that views them as subhumans, that hates them.
I think the creator, he was going off of, like, a mix between anti-white stuff and also Jews and their history of persecution. Kind of mixed the two. I really liked it.
He seemed to be exploring, like, just persecution in general and just racism, but he literally it became like a cycle of violence, but it's also legitimate. It's not just, oh, racism is bad. It's like, well, literally only one side can survive here. I mean,
the Eldians conquered Rome and did some shitty stuff, and then they got usurped and so on and so forth.
They were both bad people too. Like, it's not like how soy cuck Redditors, like, when they write the Fallout TV show, it's like, it's actually nuanced and there's realistic reactions and they take it seriously and it all adds up. It's like different laws of physics, but these people act like how they should. They treat it seriously and rationally how they would. Like, that's why it's good.
Yeah. I was very surprised. I didn't think that was going to end that way.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes does something similar. Like, that took sci-fi in a whole new interesting direction for the time.
That is by far the greatest show ever made, in my opinion.
Like, they explore all the sides, the rationality, what it's actually like to live in this setting. Like, they show you the war from both perspectives. They show the allies being the rebels being assholes who absolutely fucking deserve what comes to them.
Yeah, at first you're like, kind of like, oh, the democracy is first shown, especially as being corrupt. And, like, the right-wingers are just grifting everyone into killing themselves. And then you, like, later on you start supporting them more and more. The people are upholding the ideas of democracy. It's like, you know, it's like a very pure thing. The people are upholding it.
Yeah, fucking whatever his name, the main rebel guy, he was basically alone in his idealism. He only had a handful of friends that agreed with him, and everybody else was an idiot.
Yeah, like, oh, just become dictator. And he's like, no, that goes against my principles.
What show is this?
Admiral Yang.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes. You can, it's a very long anime, and it's only in subtitles, but it's very good.
It's super good. The book
And
is
honestly-
also the book is 1-to-1 almost with the anime too. That's what makes it so good.
It's also it's a faithful adaptation too. Like it's like pretty much perfect.
Actually, the anime is better than the book because they rearrange it in a way that makes more sense. Like the story is still the same, but they make parts happen before other parts sometimes.
Yeah, that's also there's a couple mini-series attached to it. There's like that they're like prequels. A prequel
Legend of Galactic
mini-series.
Heroes Gaiden is also very good. It's like an OVA, a very long OVA.
Yeah,
The newer ones where they remake it is a sham and it's ugly. I hate it.
Yeah, I didn't like it. Everybody looks like a Fujo
Twink. They make everyone look like a yaoi twink.
Yeah, no, that's not that is how Lohengram looks, but that's not how Yang should
Not
look.
everybody. No, yeah, he's a twink, sure, but not everyone's a twink.
Yang was like a normal guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was an average
Like-
build. He wasn't like only a few people are like very attractive twink men.
Which is like how real life is. Not everyone's a model, and Legend of Galactic Heroes draws people very realistically for the most part.
And actually, it even undermines like how Lohengram looks because like he's the only one who looks like that. Everyone around him is like a normal dude or a macho guy.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit! That anime went for like 10 years.
Vinland Saga is also pretty good. I liked it a lot.
I saw the first season of that. I did enjoy that. That was a pretty good Viking anime. I was surprised by how I thought it was going to be like fantasy or something. I didn't know it was actually going to be historically accurate.
It's not totally historically accurate.
It's a made-up
but
story.
It's,
Vikings-
it's in the time period. It's
It's
correct.
in the time period, the history, all the motivations, all like the time period is like really happened. All the Vikings, their armor, their weapons, their culture, their outlook is all very accurate.
Mm-hmm.
The characters are bullshit, of course, but it's still a very historically accurate Viking anime, despite being a fictional story.
Japanese care more about our history and culture more than we do, and they make better media about it.
Yeah, with the West, like mainstream media is going to be like cynical money grabs and like culture wars between two extreme retard sides.
Ugh.
Yeah. They don't see it as griftable if they give us a sense of identity, so we don't get to have that. We get to have Andrew Tate, and that's about it.
Ugh. Yuck.
You have to kiss my balls and give me $30 a month to be a part of my Discord so I can make fun of you.
It doesn't even take much. It doesn't take much to like say and do what would help, what improves the world. It just takes like a rational, elevated mind that has objectified things that you don't really care anymore. So you just say whatever is truthful and you don't care, and that's asking too much.
It's so fucking easy, honestly. As long as you're not mentally disabled, just put in like a little bit of time to exercise, try to eat right, don't eat fast food, when possible. And you're going to be a lot more driven as long as you have self-control. Don't let a bad woman ruin your life. It's easy shit.
You have to have balance between things. There's no false absolute to place your trust in. You just have to be balanced.
Yeah. Keeping balance. If you wouldn't let a toddler live a certain way, then you probably shouldn't let yourself live that way. That's good advice I've been given.
Are you generally against like substance use, like for alcohol or like weed?
Like letting your kids sit on the computer all day, or like doing something that's just bad for them all day in general.
Okay.
Yeah, like you can be on the computer all the time and make it work, but most people don't. And if a kid is doing that, I mean,
It destroys a lot of people.
well, they can't handle that. Like, and with a kid, you have to. They might not
Oh no,
be making themselves
you've had
survivable.
your hour of screen time. Time to do something else. Come on, come on. It's been an hour. Time to go. Time to go outside.
Ugh.
Except the fucking parents that they tried to stop screen time and like just go outside. They don't give you any direction. They don't actually. They negate things from you. They negate you, but they don't realize you. They don't introduce anything positive. They don't do anything
No, they're not.
constructive.
They're not being a positive example for you. You're just literally left to wander the wilderness by with knowing nothing and doing nothing, which is not what a parent's supposed to do.
You're not a parent, like, right, Falco?
I actually do have 2 kids,
Oh, you do? Oh, okay, okay.
but not particularly parenting over either of them.
Oh, okay.
Life's hard.
Well, I mean, at least you reproduced, I guess.
Yeah, and I can tell you
Yeah.
it's not particularly satisfying.
Better than us two
No.
virgins here.
I mean, I guess it's like it's something like, but I mean, I can live without it because like even as he's saying, I know it's not going to be that fulfilling. Like evidently, it's not. It must not have worked out too well. I don't know what happened, but if she's an ex, then I mean that kind of tells me a lot.
I tried very hard with women, and yeah, you can't be too honest in that. You have to be, I don't know, like a boomer. Boomers just kind of hate their wives, and that's not a bad state of being that'll actually last longer.
I've always
Yeah.
had trouble like connecting with women. Like I've been on a couple of dates before, maybe because I'm a zoomer, maybe, but it's just kind of hard to like. I just don't see myself living with one. Like if that makes sense.
That's most people suck. I mean, most women are gonna suck. Like you're just not gonna find many good ones. Like I'm sure there's like some women in the world that I would probably be able to connect with, and like I don't particularly want to. I don't like the whole relationship thing, but
I
I'm
like
sure.
to says in the Bible and the Book of Solomon that Solomon met 1,000 men and he met one righteous man out of all of them, and then he met 1,000 women and he did not meet one righteous woman out of all of them.
Yeah.
Women definitely are shit in a particular way, but I
They're
just
more of the world than men are, to more of an extreme, and the world is shit.
yeah, pretty much. But
I don't
like
blame women though. I don't have any hatred towards them or anything like that. It's just you gotta understand there's a certain nature to that, and if you behave poorly, you're gonna get burned.
well, yeah, there's they're in a particular way. Like it's humanity in general that sucks, but women have a particular quality to them that's different than men. Honestly, I said earlier in the stream, there's some things that like you have to be mysterious. Don't let them know everything you're doing. You have to do all these things that work on both sexes. Honestly, like
I've
because
got a lot of streams about it where all people are shit regardless of the gender.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I mean, that should be your foundation. But if you have to deal with men and women, yeah, there's like particular things about women you have to do. Material circumstances are real. Like it's not all just wishy-washy abstract. If you want to materialize, you have to abide by the rules of matter, whatever they are.
I think the best thing any man can do, especially if he's younger these days, is if you can control your lust, you get so much further in life and save so much money. That is the biggest expense by far any man will go through in life is not controlling your lust.
Yeah, I could definitely see that buying prostitutes or throwing everything at some woman and ruining your life.
Yeah, quite literally. You can have the world and it will be taken from you and you will be living in an apartment.
If you have weakness or vulnerability or misplaced trust, I mean, that's exactly what the world is waiting for to fuck you over. That's how the whole world spins, is waiting for you to let your guard down like that. And
Making
trust.
people emotionally isolated is the main way our society predicates against people. It makes you very vulnerable emotionally, and then it can take advantage of you, making products feel like they're your friend.
Yeah, that's pretty hard for guys in their 20s, though. When you're at your most
Oh,
youth, hormones are crazy.
oh, definitely. It's a miserable time. But you also are in the best position possible. Women aren't going to see you with any value and mistreat you, but that's not a big deal. You just want to appeal to those older men who can give you a decent job and then just work from there. Set up a
Yeah,
401k if you can, whatever, save money, invest. And as long as nothing bad happens to you, you'll have enough money and then you can move to Mexico and never have to work again for the rest of your life.
yeah,
Mexico, like you can have like the nicest dinner ever and it's going to only be $1. So cheap.
I do think you should experience it at least once in your life, though, right? At least in your 20s. I think that'd be a good life experience. So, like one, like a relationship with a woman or something.
I guess if you want to teach somebody else about how exactly it sucks, but
Yeah,
you could probably be fine telling a kid not to get involved in that, and then if it doesn't happen to them, they're probably better off. Unless
yeah.
they want to be a teacher of life.
I mean, I just see it in guys now. It just kills them. I know they're young, but like, yeah,
I think booby streamers and social media with women on them and pornography is robbing a lot from younger guys, especially making them like anxious and miserable.
yeah,
It's really hard to get control, but if you can just not look at that and not jerk off for at least 1 month, you're pretty much over it after that.
yeah. Well, daggers, is that something that ever bothered you when you were in your 20s? Not ever being in with women or anything like that?
I guess sometimes, I guess there was like a little bit of cope, but it was still a bit of awareness that I knew it would suck based on what I've seen. Because I had already observed how relationships are terrible, how like everybody's just cheating on each other, and it's just everybody gets bored of each other and starts hating each other, and it just seems pointless. But
Especially younger people can be some of the least empathetic types because they haven't experienced much and they will take advantage of you.
Yeah, especially
Well,
Zoomers. Oh,
when I was dating when I was younger, I had some horrific shit done to me that like was a wake up call. I was like, oh my god, people could be this cruel. Wow.
there is like no pit. There's no bottom of depravity that like the normie cattle will like refrain from. There's no. They will genuinely like rape if they can get away with it. They will break people, drive them insane, steal from them. Like if they've been the only thing that stops them from doing these things is like some vague sense of like, oh, I should keep pretending to be moral, or like they don't intellectualize it that much, but like, oh, I should act this way instead of torturing this person to death because like I think that'll be more rewarding right now. And that's pretty much what stops them from totally destroying you.
Yeah.
But if on a whim, like being at the mercy of cattle is like the most nightmarish thing because anything can happen. They can be nice to you, nothing can happen. They can destroy your mind, rape you, steal everything you have. Like on a whim. There is no conviction or principles that they have that direct them. There's nothing consistent about them. Like they will just you do not want to be at their mercy ever.
Not even in the workplace, really. I've had some really bad, like, I don't know what you call it, not quite the boss, but the sub boss. Those people make life hell.
And they don't even have to do it either. They're just
No, literally.
even cops just go around being worse than they have to. Like they have the power to do it, so they make life hell for everybody instead of enjoying some downtime. Just sit in your car, just chill, get paid too much money.
The fact cops have quotas is insane to me.
Well, yeah, they get pushed by corrupt politicians that need to act like they're doing something instead of taking care of corruption. And hysterical parents and busybodies that are like, oh, why are the cops doing stuff? They should be burning more of our tax dollars, doing constant patrols and bothering people.
Two ways cops make a lot of money is the towing company that they work with to tow your car. And another way they make a lot of money is stealing your guns because they have legal ways where they'll take your guns. And after a month, they're like, okay, you can come pick them up now. And after they have a holder's fee, so it's going to cost way more than the gun is worth to collect it. So then they're just going to sell your gun, make money.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
That happened to a buddy of mine. They took all his guns, and it costed way more than he could afford to get back after they raided his house for no reason.
That doesn't shock me a lot. I just didn't have that specific of an anecdote. Like, I know that they sell heroin out of their cars here. They sell heroin, and when they get caught, they get a slap on the wrist and a paid suspension and come back to the service.
There is no downsides of them ruining your life because it's completely profitable.
Yeah, like this is what cattle do.
And
if they can do it, they will.
The police are going to be even more militarized against the American people under Trump. And then by the next president, he's going to be the one who's going to be kind of blamed. But Trump's going to set it up where there's going to be a bunch of new prisons. The ICE and all the other agencies are going to start going after people because they're allowing them to Fed post. And then they're going to put all the Fed posters in prison and profit off it.
You're also going to have 40% of retards, wage cucks, plumbers, who all say, oh, they're doing nothing wrong, what are you afraid of? Only retards hate cops.
Wonder if I need to immigrate out of the country or something. I don't know if I'm on the list or not, but I feel like they're going to be coming for people like Gestapo style pretty soon.
Well, they flushed my Twitter because I kept arguing with Zionists too much.
You go on your any kind of social media, and your algorithm is recommending you things that are critical of the government right now, and not even necessarily lefty, but insurrectionist kind of like. You should be very careful because they're getting us ready for the harvest, I guess.
I don't even doubt it.
I mean, we already got 2% of the American population, I'm pretty sure, in prison right now and in some kind of incarceration. I don't think they're going to feel too bad about putting another 2% in industrial prisons and cramming you like sardines in a room meant for 4, but there's going to be 8 dudes. and half of them are going to rape you.
They've been bringing back slave labor too. Prison labor.
Yep. You got to pay for your existence while you're locked up and all your freedoms are gone. And then even when you get out of prison, you won't have a lot of those freedoms still.
When you leave prison, you'll have debt for your stay in prison.
Yeah, you'll pay that off like it's college for the rest of your life.
You'll be like $80,000 or like $200,000 in debt.
You were critical of Israel on Twitter, and now you have to pay for your debt, your 20-year service of prison. But you can't afford a good lawyer. I guess you're going in for 30 years. Oh, that's a shame.
I don't know how blatant they will be about it, because they can just ruin your life without imprisoning you. Like, capitalists and the state already have so much leverage that they can just ruin your life, like, on a whim and replace you.
Yeah.
But nobody would stop them if they did. If Trump started cracking down on anti-Semites and nobody would stop him, 40% of Americans would support it.
The boomers, which are the people with all the guns and all the money, so they have, therefore, all the power. Doesn't matter what the average person has.
Well, and also, anybody, like people around you, all the average retards, like the normies who convince themselves that any attack on their oppressors is an attack on them. Like, well, yeah, you should. You're just only losers complain about Israel. Only losers hate Jews or whatever.
Oh, you're just an incel. Oh, you're anti-Semite. You're being critical of our political establishment. What are you, some kind of hippie?
Yeah, so they'll totally support it. All the libertarians will support it too, like most of them, because they're a bunch of fucking retards
I've met
that support this war
libertarians that
too.
are. I've met libertarians that are straight up pedophiles.
Well, that's the only reason they're really libertarians is they want to pay less taxes and they're pedophiles. That's literally it. Yeah, there's like a minority of people that are trying on libertarianism. They're like, they want to be a safe, edgy revolutionaries. Like, I like gay people and I like weed and guns. And
Please
that's
tread
it.
on me. Let me lick that boot. They don't even follow the principles of libertarianism, and they call themselves that.
No, like I said earlier, fucking all the tradies deliberately regulate the market and make sure they artificially inflate their leverage they have.
The libertarian movement's kind of dead now, though, isn't it? Right? Now, at least nowadays.
Like a lot of ideas of libertarianism, like because it's more constitutional based, but so many people just fall so like far under what they're trying to preach.
It's just, well, libertarians, like, as a movement's, like, fucking irrelevant, but their sentiment is still used to defend and legitimize the system. It's like, they act like the system isn't a corrupt hellhole. They just frame anything they like as the free market, anything they don't like as communism. And then they can just justify anything like, the war is fine right now, obviously. You know, the Pentagon losing billions of dollars, that's fine. Because it's Trump, which makes it the free market.
Yeah, because he's a capitalist, and therefore whatever he does is you have to agree with it.
Yeah, and I would argue with libertarians who were trying to tell me that Zionism isn't collectivism, but like white nationalism is.
I mean, it's all identity politics at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, there are a bunch of goyim golems that are following the ideology of a bunch of Zionists that are perpetuating this ideology that sounds good on paper, low taxes, individual, and then it's basically a way to atomize and subvert society for the benefit of a few powerful groups.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, people have to do what's in their best interest, but you have to do it in a way that is long-term, actually, in your best interest, and is not going to destroy your own country and your society around you.
Well,
and most people can't understand that.
Well, like, a retard thinks in extremes as, like, oh, we have to either be individuals or a collective. It's like, that is beyond retarded that you should immediately already know that it's not a dichotomy like that. It's not one or the other.
That sounds like something Republicans would criticize the left of being like, oh, you're all a hive mind, but what are they doing? They're also being a hive mind.
Well,
two sides of the same coin.
With cattle society, words will lose their meaning as animals just shift everything around to benefit themselves. Like, nothing will mean anything.
Yeah.
You know, love in the name of hate, hate in the name of love, war is peace, peace is war, all that.
Yeah.
Anyone
Like-
who truly gets into all that and believes it, I don't see how they can't become mentally insane. See, I think Ron DeSantis, you see that speech he had recently? He's like, the whole room started booing him because he was talking about Israel. And he was like, oh, none of you are true Americans, none of you are true Christians.
None of those fuckers will do anything about it. They'll just take it. They'll forget they even booed him, and then they'll wake up the next day calling people losers for talking about the war. Talk about the war in a bad way.
Yeah, something like 90% of like Republicans or like Trump supporters support the Iran war currently. So that kind of tells you like, hey, they're basically like do whatever Trump says or believe whatever Trump says.
This is an old man's war, like most wars, sending off the young to die for nothing, just for dollars.
Yeah.
And in the end of the day, who wins? No one actually wins. Everyone's going to lose horribly in the end. America's going to be in a shit ton more debt. More people are going to be dead. Middle East is going to be more of a shit show. And Israel's probably just going to get wiped off the map at some point. Because that grift isn't going to last forever. And all the people they grifted into that country are also going to go with it.
Yeah.
That would be nice if that happened, but I think it's
kind of inevitable. Like, that whole region is completely unsustainable the way it is, and the American superpower is not going to last. The American society is going to get worse and worse. People are going to get dumber and dumber, and this technological state is not going to last.
Well, the thing about it is that we could just make things up now. Like, it doesn't matter anymore, and the poor will just shoulder the burden because they can't comprehend that it's even being passed down to them. They can't even perceive that they're being robbed anymore. So you just pass all the expenses on to them, and you can just keep carrying on. Like, eventually they'll find out, like, oh, you can't. Like, eventually, like, people will just be getting cancer from eating, like, plastic burgers, plastic microwave burgers and ramen noodles.
The kind of pollution they're going to reintroduce that back to America when they bring back manufacturing, and the pollution we already have in our food, and the plastic, the microplastics, and all that. That's just it's unsustainable. Like, human life is going to become so unbearable and impossible, and by the end of the century, that I don't think America will be able to maintain its hegemony over the world. No matter how many times they do fiscal reforms.
We deserve it, though. We deserve it. So,
It's, I mean, we did objectively make the world worse, spreading our mass media and our idea of what a decent society is, of our democracy, when we were a republic, and that we were meant to be a small government republic from the beginning, but we abandoned those principles.
And I think humanity overall deserves it, regardless of like whatever nation you come from.
Well, yeah, the other countries suck too. I mean,
yeah,
Europe is a better place, but they're currently in the process of ruining that. They will eventually destroy all their social programs. Like,
I see a lot of psyops on the internet right now. Like, oh, we need a United States of Europe. That is the worst idea I have ever heard. A United States of Europe, making a greater EU with more power. That's not going to help anybody. It's gonna destroy what's left of Europe. Let's be like America, where everyone's an economic unit and we can sell out our history and turn it into a capitalist hellhole. Ah, great idea. We don't need. Nothing is worth anything. Nothing has any actual worth beyond $1. Nothing can be valued just for beat what it is. No inherent value.
Yeah, like even before they even get to that point, like they're already looking at axing their social programs because they can't afford them anymore, and they're also burying themselves with immigration and corruption. So
Too many drags on society who are raping and killing and getting away with it.
the people that get sacrificed first are the people that have the least say in the government, which is all the fucking random poor people. Like, they're gonna get cut first before the rich people, because Europe is still controlled by a ruling class of people born and raised in gated, surveilled communities in Geneva. Like, it is all bullshit.
Their aristocracy and oligarchies are far older than ours. Kind of. I don't know, we kind of took theirs. But theirs have completely sold out their people. There used to be a motivation not to destroy your own people in the past, because that's what your kids were going to inherit. You know, the chickens in your chicken coop is how they viewed them. Like, oh, you don't want to kill all your chickens. You got to inherit those chickens one day. Now they're just selling the whole chicken coop and turning into a parking lot.
Yeah, and Europe's an even worse boomertocracy too than the U.S.
Well, everything's more abstract and giant and complex and unmanageable now, so that all you can do is like focus on how to, profit for yourself. And it's like, oh, people aren't having kids, just import 50 million third worlders that will have no downsides.
Yeah.
Best thing that can happen is renewal. Like, there needs to be death so things can reset and become better. These states, these countries need to more or less dissolve, particularly their governments. And the country can exist without a government. It's just you leave yourself open to foreign invaders and the surrounding. But if you have a self-sufficient enough society where men are actually men and allowed to be men, you don't have those problems in general.
Well, government pretty much always props back up and then it immediately gets corrupted again.
Yeah, but it's the cycle. Death and renewal. Start off small, we grow, we become unmanageably big and corrupt, die, renewal.
Well, the thing is that the death isn't gonna come. Like, I can confidently say there won't be a collapse. Like, America, I don't know about Europe because they're a bunch of little countries. America won't collapse for the foreseeable future, honestly. It will get worse in every possible way, but it won't collapse, even though it needs to die.
They'll do a lot of things. They'll make cryptocurrency our next, like, predominant currency, even if the dollar collapsed.
Yeah.
They'll just drain anyone of any use before they allow the whole system to collapse. We brain drained the world to prop up the United States. Anyone of any intelligence, we brought them over here because we paid more. And we basically hurt the whole world doing that and left a lot of third world countries suffer even more, because anyone who could have made any meaningful change came to America. And now we've just squandered all that talent to build McDonald's and ruin everyone's lives with shitty synthetic food with that intelligence. And now there's just no coming back from it. But you're definitely right. They're going to drag this out for a long time before it dies a slow, miserable death.
I don't even know.
Go ahead.
I don't even know if it will ever die. The only thing that, like, the sun would have to go out. There would have to be a meteor that wipes everything out, because that we could just print money forever. We could just pass expenses onto the poor forever. People could just work their entire lives. You could just take more money from the masses, and you can just keep controlling media to make them think whatever.
If America becomes enough like Idiocracy and the United States military becomes ineffective enough or run by a bunch of lunatics that would start attacking their own country, that is when America will truly be at its end. Because the military is the only thing propping anything up still right now. If there was no United States military, you'd have a lot of opportunistic people do some very violent things.
Hmm.
I wonder how badly the world would just explode as well without America. There's a lot of stuff that is being put on hold just because of America's existence.
Well, Europe and China will probably just carry on the capitalist legacy. China will probably just dominate at that point, and then honestly, not much will change. Because Chinese people are also extremely materialist, capitalist, jingoistic, hate foreigners.
At some point, I could see China doing mass immigration as well. They'll just put enough propaganda through and do the same thing America did. And then they'll become a new America in some way.
No, it's a completely different culture, different mindset. Like, look at Japan, who has like the worst demographics ever, and the oldest. I think it's the oldest country, and they still don't let in that many immigrants. So
They tried really hard. Their capitalists tried really, really hard to import a bazillion Indians, but there was so much backlash, and so many people got angry, and the Yakuza even got militant that they didn't have a choice. But in China, they're a totalitarian state. People don't get to have truly a say. And
even a lot of
propaganda over enough generations would just make them okay with doing that.
Yeah. But even a lot of their capitalists don't even want immigrants either, right? They still have that kind of like.
They do. They want it for us, but not for them. That's how it works.
Capitalists are the main driving force behind immigration.
Absolutely. They want cheaper labor. It's all about devaluing labor.
And
already devalued the dollar.
Increasing prices too. Filling up the real estate they invested in.
Yeah.
Like this is why like whenever I talk to like right wingers complaining about immigration, I always point out to them like you need to deal with the capitalist problem. That is literally
your greatest
most of it.
Threat to your existence and ideology of what you stand for is literally from within, not from without. I think a lot of people understand that, though.
Very few people understand it, that when I go around telling people about it, it seems to be a revolutionary idea still.
Yeah. Probably the reason why it doesn't catch on, that's too close to the truth.
Yeah, because you're going against people that control the methods of circulating ideas. Now, basically, capitalists are just animals that accumulate more wealth and then use that to accumulate more wealth, and then they undermine society, and everything revolves around them accumulating more wealth. And then they all do it together, and they all are this giant force that destroys society. Like, it's just something you have to deal with. And you also have to understand why they exist. You have to understand, like, the state of animals, the spirit. It's why they usually win. It's because the way that they control cattle is easier for cattle to understand.
Yeah.
How do you beat them, though? That was the question.
Well, they have to fuck up enough that it becomes painfully easy to piss everyone else off that, like, even capitalist forces can't shut down the truth, really.
If they mess up enough, like say they ended food stamps and EBT or whatever, that would cause a revolution by itself. When you make it impossible where people can even eat, and it is getting to that point. I know people who literally cannot afford to eat and they skip meals to save money. You will have a revolution. And in America, it is slowly getting to that point where that's why they're building all these new prisons. Like, people are not just the Epstein shit that's pissing them off, but it's also the extreme poverty that they've created.
Yeah, that's usually when revolutions happen, when people are starving. French Revolution, Russian Revolution.
Part of
So-
what killed the Soviet Union. They fell apart because their citizens couldn't afford food anymore.
Yep. People are angry when they're hungry.
Yeah, you're gonna mutiny aboard your ship when you run out of shit to feed your sailors.
Yeah, people can believe anything, but if their body keeps telling them that something's wrong, then it only goes so far.
Like the same as Legend of Galactic Heroes. Before we have democracy, can we eat?
Yep. Like animals. Exactly like animals.
Well, that's why every revolutionary discussion is about how to manipulate the cattle into action, which involves cutting off their food, blowing up infrastructure, whatever.
Soviet Union was only starving out the Ukraine and killing millions of people. You know, they still had a big military, so that was not good, but not big enough where it would destroy them. But the whole country starving and having problems, and the military also kind of mutinying, there's nothing you can do about that. I remember when I was a kid, $100 would fill your entire shopping cart with food, and now $100 gets you like 10 items. I feel like maybe 15
$7
items.
for like $5 you could get a garlic steak burger at Steak and Shake. Like a
Garlic
big,
steak burger.
like, yeah,
I just mean like general groceries though.
I
Like,
know, yeah, that is true.
it shouldn't be this bad.
No, it is.
And I like to eat healthy shit, so I spend at least $300 a month on groceries, and it is painful every time.
I love how pizza places are shutting down because it's becoming unaffordable to make pizza that even pretends to be food.
Yeah, I've known people working fast food, and they tell me like every time they always tell me don't eat at this place. Why? Because I work there and I know what they put in food.
That's what I mean by like food being plastic, is like they'll make it as cheap and inedible as like the bare minimum that people can eat it, and or at least have their bodies tricked into thinking they're nourished. Like, the food has to be the bare minimum that people are still alive and still cost a lot.
Just good enough to stack boxes.
It will still be expensive too.
Oh yeah. You may as well buy Barbie food from the store and like those little play sets, and that's more nourishing.
God, imagine like working at fast food and knowing you're like just making and selling poison to people. Ugh.
Donald Trump's gonna come up. He's gonna say Play-Doh is a much cheaper alternative to regular food. Start eating Play-Doh.
They already gave up on beef. Like, I couldn't buy beef anymore because it's going up too much.
I eat beef maybe once a month. It's just too expensive, and it's not really that healthy anyway, so I don't care that much. I eat chicken.
That one, some guy in like the Trump administration was saying like, just start eating liver. Like they're not even pretending like beef is feasible anymore. Like you should eat liver now.
They're selling beef actually. That's why the price went up so much. They're exporting it.
Yeah, and then they're
Americans
importing.
at home can't afford it.
They
And
undermined
the
our
reason
beef
why
industry, and
the
then
reason why is because we're propping up Argentina's beef industry. We're sacrificing ours and exporting so that Argentina can have a better industry because they're propping them up.
well, yeah, because Javier Milei is a Michelin, and Trump wants to be part of the tribe, so he's got to help a fellow puppet out.
Yep. I wonder if they're gonna make South America at some point the new America. I wonder if they might do that and just abandon America. That's what happened to the Soviet Union. All their rich people just left. They just went to the next place to rob and loot. Javier is such a grifter. You remember his cryptocurrency scam?
No, but I don't doubt it.
He started a cryptocurrency and he pumped and dumped it after a few days. And then Congress tried to get him kicked out because he robbed a bunch of people doing that, but he didn't.
You shouldn't trust any politician.
He promoted his own cryptocurrency and pumped and dumped it, but
Every politician's. The New York City mayor that Mamdani replaced actually did his own crypto pump and dump right before he left.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Let's see how Mamdani does. I don't know.
There's so much money in the world, and everyone's gonna grift each other and murder each other over every little penny.
Ugh.
So there's more money in the world than there ever has been. There's more wealth than ever, and we're like counting our calories based on budgeting.
I do that. I estimate it. I'm still anorexic, unfortunately, but I'm trying my best to get out of it.
I'm okay personally, but like just the current state of affairs just sucks.
I only eat a bit much because I do absolutely nothing. I try not to eat more than is justified to sit in a chair. And also save money, obviously.
Yeah.
I got caught in the booze though for me. Oh, I put on so much weight from that.
I am like 250 pounds, but I'm 6'5".
Are you actually 250, Dags? Because you don't look it.
What the scale says.
Really? Even at 6'5", I would say you're like maybe 200, maybe. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was weird to me, but that's apparently what it is. So I guess I don't train or anything. I guess I'm still like I'm big and I could beat the shit out of most people.
Yeah.
Like I could just throw myself at somebody and just knock them over.
I'm like 205 now. I like 5'9". Bit too heavy for my taste.
Yeah, I don't like having a pot belly too much or love handles. I try to pretty much my tip when I have to cut back. Clearly, I'm eating too much, which means I'm also spending too much.
Doing my best to try and gain weight. Very hard.
How much do you weigh?
138.
138?
Yeah,
How tall are you?
that's 6 foot.
Oh, 6 foot. Oh, you're pretty freaking lean then, eh? Oh.
That's
Need to become 300 lean.
well,
I would like
gaining
I would like
weight's
you one.
awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Gaining weight's not too bad. I would tell you to make the fucking burritos that I make, because those are pretty fattening, I think. They're like real cheap and they're good, but like you pound them down, you put on calories.
Yeah.
Just might
Used
substitute.
to eat a lot of chicken and pasta. Chicken, of course, doesn't have a shit ton of calories, but I also eat pork, so it's not too bad.
I don't know. I don't think about. Usually have a problem with eating too much. I don't know about not eating enough.
Yeah.
And it's good to be saving a lot. Like I should be.
Definitely.
I could definitely be getting by if I would fast like one day, maybe 2 days a week. I'd definitely cut.
Fasting's pretty good for you, and also can prevent ever getting cancer.
It's also good for your mind sometimes, because food is like, depending on what you do, food is like an influx of chemicals that kind of makes you hyperactive and amped up. Might be contrary to what you're working on. That doesn't matter if you're a wage cock though.
Meal is one of those nice things during the day if you have to work a lot.
A wage cut.
If you're a physical
There
labor
is,
cock, you should just be shoveling food down, not care.
There was a mutiny on an aircraft carrier somewhat recently.
An American one.
Yeah. Apparently they started flushing toilet paper rolls down the toilets to clog them all.
Yuck.
When they were getting deployed over the Middle East, they're like, nah.
Would be nice if we lost an aircraft carrier.
But you guys have like 10 or 11, right? On those things?
Yeah, they need to be blown up. We have too many. It allows us to do imperialism and it costs too much money. Imperialism, which also costs us infinity money.
Yeah, literally trillions and trillions.
And all the fucking welfare queens are just gonna get paid forever to be useless if they survive. Like, hit them. America needs to be humbled. That's like a big part of what's wrong. Just some hypersonic missiles could sink our navy. That would be nice. That would be good for us. That would save us money. That would make us reflect. Maybe develop better. Wouldn't be able to, bully other countries and get high and expensive foreign wars.
MAGA Pete's be like, oh, 9/11 too. We lost a carrier to negligence.
You'd have Nick Fuentes saying, you cannot joke about us losing an aircraft carrier. That's something you can't joke about. That's like Charlie Kirk getting shot.
Huh.
It's a tragedy.
He's an idiot.
All the paid plants would definitely come out and also support, like unanimously across the political spectrum. Oh god, we lost the aircraft carrier. Time to double down. Let's build 17 battleships now. You've seen that? Trump wants to build battleships.
Yeah, of course. I'm
Instead
sure
of building more economical, decent destroyers to replace our ancient ones we have to build battleships. Okay, that's a great idea. Yeah, sure.
And I'm sure he's getting $100 billion from defense contractors over the next 10 years for that.
Trump Harbor is building battleships.
Yeah, those have no use for modern naval warfare.
I mean,
Nope.
kind of not. They'll have a bunch of Seawas and missiles on it, and that's kind of all it will be. An oversized missile ship, more or less. But it's better to have like a diversified navy than a few big ones that don't make any sense. Not a lot of navies need giant 14-inch guns. That's not going to make it. That's not how navies fight anymore, really.
Like at most, we need a navy to deter China and Russia, I guess, but that's it.
China's just going for scale instead of quality. That's why they've built so many destroyers and diesel submarines. They're just trying to make as much shit as possible.
They wouldn't even really have to use their navy to destroy ours if our navy was in the Pacific Ocean. Funny part.
They have a lot of missiles and hypersonics.
All of their
And
land
that's-
weapons would just destroy our entire navy in like one day.
Hundreds of missiles coming at your battle group. I mean, there's only so much you can do. You have to launch at least 2 Tomahawks for each missile to intercept, so it's going to be an overwhelming numbers game very quickly.
They've spent literally decades and they're the second most advanced military on the planet. Like, the United States dumps tons of money into oppressing the entire world, whereas China's main strategy is to destroy the United States Navy in the Pacific. Like, they only have to focus on one thing, really.
Yeah. They're both, United States and China are both very exploitative, giant countries. Just one's much better at doing it in a more legal way, while China just does weird corruption scandals around the world and gets everyone in debt to them so they can do what they want.
China would probably try its hand at imperialism, but
Well, they would genocide peoples because they're extremely racist. They would just start genociding people if they had like no oversight.
like they're a little more aware of not making the mistakes of the United States, at least as far as the military goes. But I mean, they would definitely at least do blockades and oppress people. Like, you don't do what we want, we cut you off from global trade. We're just gonna block your trade routes. That's what they would do.
Yeah.
I think China has mimicked too much of the United States, and them trying to do that has actually been their biggest downfall. Now their people just don't do what they say. Because when Mao Zedong was in power, he told his people start having lots of kids, and so they did. Their population exploded, and like, oh, we can farm more than ever in the same amount of land, and that didn't work out too good. And a lot of people died of famine. And now, if China says have lots of kids now, they're not going to do that because you sent them all to college and you've made it impossibly expensive to live, and you've tried to be like America with modern high rises instead of just keeping them as peasants. And so now no one's having any kids. They can't afford it. They can't do it.
The big bourgeoisie fucking police state pretty much now. Like, it's just they just have widespread corruption. They're not that much different. They're philosophically a bit better. They're more cohesive. Like, America's completely fucked. America is the worst in all regards, really. But
China made a great step in allowing people to have private property rights. That was a good step, but they've made a lot of missteps since then. And they've made their country extremely dependent on the outside world now because of how they set it up. They were better off as a nation of peasants. They were stronger that way, like Vietnam in a weird way.
they're dependent on the outside world, but we're also dependent on them. Like, literally every time, for the last year during the trade war, quote unquote, every time you could just feel it in real time how anytime Trump was trying to do sanctions on China, then China would just they would cut off or increase the cost of rare earth minerals, and then instantly you could feel it. The tech oligarchs, all the Israel American tech cartel pedophiles would be calling up Trump and demanding him to back down immediately.
Even medical supplies are overwhelmingly made in China, and during COVID, they just started hoarding it, so everyone got screwed.
Yeah, rare earth minerals and pretty much all technology. Like, it was just a complete joke because you knew it was completely futile. It was all just posturing that Trump would back down immediately. Like, Elon Musk would probably be calling him up and saying, "You have to back down immediately. Like, I can't turn a profit. We're ruined. We're ruined."
I'm not getting my 200% profit. I'm only getting 100% profit. Trump, you gotta stop, man.
Just, you have to be able to just feel those like backroom calls and shit happening. You can see what really is driving things. Like, oh, you're going to sanction us. Oh, we're increasing the cost or cutting off rare earth and technology. Oh, your tech oligarchs are now backstabbing you and threatening you and begging you.
We are starting to open some rare earth mines that are going to be subsidized by taxpayers in the United States for strategic reasons. That's a good move. I agree with that.
Yeah, but the problem is that none of the benefits of that actually come down to us because all the hardware, everything's still going to be expensive. It's just going to be some fucking rich pedos getting handouts from the government to make these businesses, and we're still going to be paying a high price for them.
They are planning on opening some semiconductor plants in the United States, so not everything's going to be just made in Taiwan with those metals. So there is some benefit, but it's mostly strategic.
Well, it is stupid to rely on an unstable territory. Like, we want to be able to let go of Taiwan eventually. I mean, we can't worry about Israel's our number one concern. We can't be obsessed with Taiwan.
We can't throw away Israel's favorite nation in a war against China.
We're already throwing Ukraine under the bus to support Israel.
Yeah. bet we've had talks with you, China. We probably told them you can have Taiwan, but you gotta wait. We gotta get all this set up here in the United States, and then you can take it.
That seems to be like what the plan is. Like, it would be bad if they took it right now, but eventually we're not gonna care. Nobody gives a shit about Taiwan except for that reason.
Almost all of the world's most advanced chips are made there for everything. Not that it's designed there; it's just manufactured there.
Like only like anti-China tards, like in MAGA and soycuck redditors, idealistically care about Taiwan.
Taiwan is what China was a long time ago, culturally and linguistically and so forth. Their language is what it originally was before Mao simplified it. And it also represents that China is not really China. They're just a hodgepodge of different peoples that are pretending to all be the same.
I'd say it was pretty successful, though.
It's like Germany becoming the Third Reich. It doesn't make any sense because one group speaks High German, one group speaks Low German. They have different cultures, traditions. They're not even ethnically all the same. It doesn't make sense for a modern Germany to even exist. And that's the same for China. There are a bunch of different cultures and different peoples that have a vaguely similar language.
I'd say for Germany, I think they're pretty much the same. Maybe
they
outside
don't even vote the
outside
same.
Bavaria.
Modern Germany, they vote completely different based on different parts of Germany. There's no reason for it to be an entirely united nation state.
And Germany was only unified over the span of like 50 years in the 1800s.
Yeah, very brief.
1871, I think.
The
1870.
Holy Roman Empire made more sense than what it is even in the modern day. The Nazis, they deracinated their own people and tried to make them all the same, but that didn't work.
That was pretty much like Prussia was fighting Austria for control of the German states and basically for influence, and then they formed like the North German Confederation, and then they subsumed the rest of the states into the German Empire, and this was like a 50-year process.
If it wasn't for Napoleon, they wouldn't have embraced our nationalism and all united over having a similar language. That's the shitty thing about nationalism.
Yeah. They are strong to get together, though. Like, why be like a petty little state in the middle of like, I don't know, the Rhine or somewhere? Just like form a much larger group to protect yourself. Like, you guys have like a similar culture, I guess a similar language, anyways. So why not?
France is coming together, and they formed a big, scary country. We have to band together, guys. We have to become slaves to compete against our neighbor.
Yeah,
that's the problem with it. You're abandoning the sense of the village to create a giant nation state that does not care about you and is going to use you as cannon fodder for inevitable wars. The Volksgemeinschaft philosophy of the Third Reich. Oh, we are one people, one Reich, one Führer, and all that. And throughout Germany, all these little states and dukedoms before had their own little cultures. They had their own little leaders, their ideas of what it means to run a society. And when they became nationalists and the Nazis took over, they deracinate a lot of that. They banned festivals. They want it all to be the same.
Yeah. But was
That's
there really that
deracination.
much? Was there really that much difference though? Maybe outside religion, I guess, in terms of like Catholic versus Protestant. But culture, they were
Bavarians are
sort of
not the
similar.
same as people who are living in Berlin. They're not the same, and Austrians are not the same as Bavarians and so forth. They're very different people. They share a similar heritage because of the Nordic Bronze Age and Vikings, but that's about it. You know, they don't vote the same. Even like what's that new party that Germans have been talking about and calling Nazis? What is that?
ADP, AFD.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
You see how they vote, and you could see the boundaries represent, pretty much what it was before.
They're popular in the eastern part of Germany though, which is like the former like communist part of it, which is kind of more of a recent development.
Yeah, East Germany.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they're also extremely atheist in the East Germany, so they don't get along with the more religious leftists West Germany.
But maybe that's more of like a religious difference because Catholicism is dominant in Austria and Bavaria, while most Germany is Protestant, right? So maybe that's where the main difference comes from.
That's true, but it's mostly northern. Northern are Protestants, and they're Catholics in the south.
Yeah. I gotta go to Germany one day. Drink some of their beer.
Northern Italy and Austria and Munich are pretty nice.
Nice. You been there, I guess?
No, I've never been. I have some friends who've been there though. They said it was really nice.
Well, I'm calling it a night. See you guys.
I don't.
Yeah.
Bye.
I think his stream's been going on for like 7 hours.
Is it really? Yeah, holy shit. 7 hours. That's crazy.
I mean, just kept going because like there was still 25 people watching like 2 hours ago.
Been consistently close to 20. Pretty good. 20 likes too.
Oh man, that's as high as like 30 is as high as it ever went. Like period across any of the streams. Never went up to 30 before bullshit happened.
Pretty good. It is pretty late. Talk to you later, Dagger.
Yeah, later. I'm gonna close this down.